access all summit-related information by scanning the QR code on your badge. We will be beginning with the first session of the day, From Ambition to Action, Building the Ecosystem for Business Sustainability. This session brings together regulators, investors, and industry leaders to explore the evolving ecosystem for transformative sustainability action. To lead and commence the discussion, we warmly invite the moderator, Mr. Rajat Gupta, Senior Partner, McKinsey & Company, to the dais. We also request the panel members, Mr. Sean Kingsbury, Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, and Professor Amit Garg to join the moderator on the dais. Mr. Gupta, I hand it over to you to take the session forward.
Good morning, and thank you for being here this early for the first panel of the day. Let me begin with a quick round of introductions and then lay a little bit of the context for today's discussion. So I'm Rajat Gupta, part of McKinsey's founding class in India. Over the last 3 decades that I've been here, I've built our energy and materials practices in Asia, and also, to pay for my sins, the sustainability practices. We have here on the panel Professor Amit Garg. He's from IIM Ahmedabad, part of the public systems group there, very deep in disclosures and other elements that we will discuss, which form the base of the ecosystem that is a subject of today's discussion. And he's also the ESG chair for NIF. Welcome. We have Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, who needs no introduction, the ex-chairman of SBI. We have Mr. Sean Kingsbury. He's the founding partner and chief investment officer of Just Climate. It's a $2 billion climate specialist fund, including investments in India in a power platform called Continuum Energy, and in a hard-to-abate sector, H2 Green Steel, which is now called Stegra. Prior to this, he was the ex-CEO of UK Green Investment Bank, which was a government entity to start with, a £3 billion government fund to leverage 5x as much private capital into climate. I'm sure there'll be lessons to be learned from both his sets of experiences. With that, let me quickly set the context and then jump into the discussion. So let me just start by saying that in India, at least my belief is that this is not a decarbonization story, right? In fact, decarbonization is perhaps a Western word appropriate for there. For us, it is really an issue of building right and building decarbonized, right? As opposed to decarbonizing history, right? And why is that? Because 75% of India of 2050 hasn't been built yet. 75% of our steel plants haven't been built, 70%, 75% or 80% of our car park hasn't, the transportation base hasn't arrived, infrastructure hasn't been built, housing stock hasn't been built. And all of this will happen, a lot of this will happen in the next 10, 15 years, right? Which is an opportunity and a challenge. The opportunity is, since we haven't built, we can build right. The challenge side of it are 3 or 4 issues that we have to keep in mind. I think the first is, if we have to build right in the next 10, 15 years, where a lot of this stock of industrial, urban infrastructure investment will come, then we have to act today, and we have to act at pace very fast, in an accelerated manner. And we have to get green investments in now at scale. So that's point number 1, I think, which is a complication. The second complication, second factoid around this is that a third of the investment maybe, but certainly the decarbonization, or I mean using that word nevertheless, opportunity or future decarbonization opportunities in power, where there's a lot of action. About a third is in the industrial sector, steel, cement, refining, lime. These are the main sectors. A fifth is agri, largely bovine emissions and rice, and fertilizers to some extent. About a tenth is transportation, right? All kinds, freight, and so it's few sectors, which is probably a bit of the good news, but also these are very complicated sectors by themselves. I think the third point I'll make at a macro level is that There are new technologies, of course, for green steel, as we will hear, for green power, as we know, for green mobility, as we are seeing, alternate cementitious materials, etc. But it also needs a fundamentally new approach, densification of urban agglomerations or cities that we build. Densification means more energy efficient use, right? Even though the capital investment for that is higher, right? If you densify, you build tall, more capital expenditure, but less operating energy expenditure overall. A modal shift to railways or electrified transport, for example. Right? These are, so besides technologies, it's also a fundamentally new planning approach that's needed. And these end up being more capital intensive. Right? So green technologies, generally, I would say, OPEX is substituted for CAPEX. So coal plants have equivalent OPEX and CAPEX in the 4 or 5 rupee power that they might generate, or 4 rupee power that they might generate, while a solar plant is 95% CAPEX, only 5% OPEX, right? So OPEX is substituted by CAPEX, which means that higher investments have to be made earlier, right? So our estimate as McKinsey is that we need to invest about 3.5 to 6% of our GDP in a 25-odd year period to 2050, $7 to $12 trillion. In this decade, we have to quadruple the investment. So we invest about $40–50 billion. We have to invest about 160 a year, right? In the next decade, we have to quadruple again, right? So about $440 billion every year next decade, right? In green investments. So large amounts of investment. So these are all the complexities in building India right. Now, there's also project or technological complexities. So projects that we will also come back and talk about are, at least I see them of somewhat oversimplified to 3 types, right? So there are those which are not in the money because the technology isn't quite there. CCS is an example of that. Partly it's technology, partly we haven't explored India for where we can push the carbon dioxide underground, right? Some elements of textile recycling and separation, right? Where you have blended fabrics, right? Which have to be separated. Not a technology that's out there that's anywhere close to ready. So this is the first type of projects. The second type of project, and these have to be done because those technologies have to get ready. It's a little bit like solar was 25 years ago. Second is where the technology is ready, but the outcome is substantially more expensive than grey alternatives. An example of that is green hydrogen, where we've seen a lot of movement in the last month actually. With the SECI auctions having been successful. There's green steel, which we'll talk about, green aluminium, nuclear, 10 or 12 rupee power relative to 4 or 5 rupee coal power. And so here you need regulatory support, like SECI has provided historically for solar, now for green hydrogen. But it needs things like blending mandates, carbon pricing, direct subsidies, again something that we'll, I'm sure, touch on in the course of this discussion. And of course, it needs continued technology development to get the costs down. And industrial scaling, because that's what got China's solar cost down. It was technology, IP, plus industrial level scaling. And then there is the third set of projects which are viable, electric mobility, very viable. But again, the capital expenditure is advanced, so it needs financing solutions, for example. Or grid management, power generation with infirm sources of power like renewables, plus the grid stabilization, which is still quite expensive, right? More than coal would be. So those solutions are viable, but need scaling. And if there's lower cost of capital and more capital available, they'll scale faster. Also more entrepreneurs. So these are the 3 types of projects: not ready, ready with regulatory support, and starting to scale, and then the ones that can scale and are scaling also, I might say. But are they scaling enough is the question I will raise, and what role can financing play against that? So with that discussion, what I'd like to do today is to bring out some of the thinking that all the members here, including myself, all the people here, including myself, are a part of the CII India Sustainability Task Force, and that group has been thinking about enablers that are needed for finance to come together at scale and at lower cost, right? So that's a little bit of where the discussion will go with a little bit of the framing that I've done. Maybe let me start with turning to Rajneesh ji. My question to you is that At SBI, how did financing for green projects work? How is it working now? I know you retired 5 years ago, but I'm sure you're in touch with them. What were the challenges? Did you break through these challenges? Can you give us a few examples and stories of this?
Yeah, thank you, Rajat. There are questions within questions. So it is not one question, there are many questions, but State Bank of India, it was the first bank in the country to set up a project finance unit in 1988. And the other two institutions which were active were ICICI and IDBI, which were doing project financing as well as financing to industries and providing the term capital. So green is a label. Project finance is project finance. And when you add green, then there may be some additional risks which you were mentioning. So the appraisal of the projects, it remains the same. Some of the issues when it comes to the green projects was about the parity. For example, I will take again an example of power sector. So if there is thermal power and there is solar power. So at one point of time, the cost of power produced was 12 or 13 rupees. And somebody has to pay for that power. So who will pay? So consumer, obviously, and consumer, if through thermal they pay 2.5 rupees per unit at that time and you compare it with 12. So this is a big challenge, that from whom you will recover. And then as things develop, the cost of solar power almost became equal to the thermal power. But then what happened that sometimes in their anxiety to bid for the projects, so many companies went overboard. So one problem which banks always encounter is the enthusiasm of the promoters also. And they try to play on the capital or leverage, that I put 10%, 15%, you put 85%, so that they can generate return on equity, and then the risks which are associated, ignore those risks. So these are some of the individual challenges which come in, but specifically about the collaboration with multilateral institutions. So State Bank, we did a tie-up with World Bank for financing solar rooftop. The desire was that we bring down the cost of funding. But when we started working, there was no way the funding cost could come down, because World Bank warrant a government guarantee. Government says if I give guarantee, then I charge guarantee premium to you. So this was, I find it very funny that World Bank needed State Bank of India to give government guarantee. I can raise money at a cheaper cost on my own strength as a State Bank of India. But here is a multilateral institution which wants to give funding. The stated objective is we should bring down the cost. But then when it comes that I have to give government guarantee, then at government guarantee cost, then at hedging cost, and it doesn't work out to be cheaper than rupee funding cost for any promoter. But apart from the funding cost, this was a very successful program, let me tell you. In terms of implementation, in terms of execution, in terms of risk assessment by State Bank of India. The only problem which we could not solve was about how do we make it cheaper for the portfolio.
Hopefully this panel will solve that problem later on. I know it's a beastly complex problem for a variety of reasons as you described it, right? I mean, there is the inherently higher risk, there is the question of currency in India, there is the unfamiliarity of both bankers, which we'll also come back to, right, of how do you actually assess the risk, and there, particularly if there isn't as much track record in these areas, unlike for thermal power or cement plants or whatever else that you have to fund. Maybe Rajneeshji, let me just continue. You talked a little bit about the history of what you did in SBI, or what SBI has done. As you look forward for funding for the kinds of things that I talked about, where do you see the pinch points? Are we short of projects? Are we short of funding? And if you're short of funding, what's the catch? What's the pinch point here?
A country like India, it needs capital. So there is, absolutely no doubt about it that we need capital to invest. Capital on the debt side, I don't see as much an issue, honestly. Equity side, we are very short. And we need lot of equity capital. The promoters also don't have that kind of capital. If we leave aside certain very large industrial houses or large companies, but India, which is a country of 145 crore people, and there are medium size, small size, various type of entrepreneurs and projects of different size. They don't have equity capital to put. A bank would typically, or a lender would typically say that you need to bring in, say, 25 to 30% of your own equity. And it has been my experience as a banker that they don't have that capital, and sometimes we have seen in the past is that there was camouflage. The bank capital, they did not have their equity capital, but through padding up the project costs and all that, it was ultimately the bank capital which became partly the equity capital. So if we really want the investment to go up by the private sector, we have to find equity capital and capital of different types, which has the capability to take risk. Obviously, it will come with a higher reward. There may be many, and if we talk to, say, somebody, an entrepreneur, a young man, he wants to put a, say, biomass production plant, and he needs, say, 10 crore. I'm telling you today, he will not be able to mobilize bank funding. That is the reality. He will have to run pillar to post. And banks have their own reason. The one reason is, apart from that, whether the project will be viable, whether he will be able to sell. The other is about the equity. For it, suppose a 10 crore project, if you expect that he will bring 2.5 crore, and if he's a young entrepreneur, from where will that equity come? So there is no dearth of ideas, there is no dearth of projects, there is no dearth of need for projects. There are so many initiatives, it is mind-boggling. But the real challenge, real issue is about understanding the risks, who underwrites the risks, and who provides the risk capital. That capital is, I don't think, as much an issue today. I think time to time situations may change, but even the banks, they have sufficient flow of money coming in to them. They need projects to deploy that money.
So interesting perspective. You're saying projects are not short. Debt capital in a traditional sense is not short, but equity we are short, and then maybe there's a risk capital which is somewhere between debt and equity,
yes,
which is also short. So let's come back to some of this in a moment. Maybe I'll just use this opportunity to turn to you, Sean, and go back to your previous job at the UK Green Investment Bank, which you started, as I understand. And what was the thinking behind getting it going from a government perspective? What are the things that you did to unlock private investment, private capital, particularly if you did anything on the equity front? It'd be interesting to hear that.
I think, well, first of all, thank you for the kind invite to come and speak today. It's a delight to be here and to speak to you all. I'm particularly happy to be on the panel that's talking about action. That's really important. The UK was reasonably successful in decarbonising. When you look at where it's come Since the base of 1990, we have taken about 50% of the emissions out, while more than doubling the size of GDP in the economy. So it's been reasonably successful at doing that. And in order to do that, it put in place a number of frameworks, things that were really important to set the tone that enabled mostly the private sector to come in and provide the capital. The first thing that it put in place, and I think it was the first country to do it, was an independent arm's-length body called the Committee on Climate Change. This was established by the government. It's populated with economists, and their job is to figure out and to look forward and to say, if we're committed to a net zero world by 2050 in the UK, what are the budget processes and what are the interim targets that we must hit to get on that pathway to decarbonisation? Every year, every 5 years actually, they produce a new carbon budget, and they report independently, so they can't be interfered with by the politicians, on how we're doing. And we've hit each of those carbon budgets. But it gives a very clear, long-dated pathway. It talks about the different technologies, industry, transport, etc., and what they must do, sector by sector, to give a clear message to those of us who are investing. The second thing that they rolled out at scale to decarbonize the power market, because a key part of this program is to electrify everything with renewable energy, was to switch from feed-in tariffs to contracts for differences. Whenever you increase the cost of power, it's effectively a tax on your citizens because everybody needs to buy power. And so making sure that you have the most efficient system, and with a contract for differences, you have each of the technologies, onshore wind, offshore wind, solar, batteries, compete to provide the lowest possible cost, and you lock that in. When the power market is below that cost, the government steps in and socializes that cost so that it brings it up. But when the power markets are more expensive, the additional revenue that each of these projects makes gets paid back, so that over a period of time, this should all average out. And while that cost is socialized, you believe it's done at the best possible cost to consumers. Effectively, it's a tax on your population. And then the final thing we did about 10 years ago is we created the Green Investment Bank. It was the world's first green investment bank, and its job was to focus on what were then the hard areas, the hard to abate areas at the time. Technologies were different, things hadn't developed as well as they are today, and to crowd in private capital. To operate with the backing of government. In fact, they provided us with £3.8 billion, about $5 billion. That was the best funded startup I've ever done. And to deploy that capital fully commercially, it's fully caffeinated investing. There's no form of concessional finance in that. And to work to provide security and credibility with private investors and crowd that private money in. The key thing was to work in the areas which were short of capital, to crowd in capital, not crowd out capital by doing the work that private capital would do. We invested in the 5 years that we had the bank, we invested about $15 billion working with private capital. For every £1 we invested, we had £3 of private capital, so we were providing about 25% of the total stack. And then the final bit I would just mention, which maybe I'll hand back because I think we might talk about that over the next questions, is getting the carbon markets and the taxonomy right so that everyone understood what the definition of green would be.
Just a word or two also, Sean, on when you crowded in the private capital, what were the mechanisms that worked? And what were the mechanisms that didn't work?
So we invested our money, and we acted independently at arm's length from government as a commercial investor. So we didn't provide any guarantees. In fact, we usually invested alongside other people. And in theory, we were asked to do the deals that nobody else wanted to do. Now, usually when you do the deals that nobody else wants to do, that ends up badly. That ends up usually very badly. But it didn't in our case, because we found that this group of investment opportunities that were really good investment opportunities, but they weren't being fulfilled. People were not providing the capital. And it's a bit like the joke of the two economists walking down the road, and one says there's $20, and the other says no there isn't, or someone would have picked it up. In this case, people weren't picking up these investment opportunities. They were literally sitting by the side of the road, unfunded. And in retrospect, so we funded them. We provided capital. We didn't provide it in any concessional form. We usually invested with other people, filling the gap, making the same returns, taking the same risks, deploying capital at the same time. But I guess it provided people with a sense of security around that. They're investing alongside the government. And in retrospect, when I look back, there was a gap that we were funding, and that gap wasn't a shortage of money. We were based in the City of London, one of the best financing and probably the best green financing location in the world. So how did we find 100 different projects that no one wanted to invest in? And the key thing that I guess in retrospect I learned was that money comes in buckets. It comes in risk buckets. And those buckets don't typically, aren't in the right format to fund many of the climate issues. Because you can't decarbonize energy, and you can't decarbonize steel, for example, with an app, right? You have to build real steel plants, you have to build wind turbines, you have to build solar facilities. And the ticket sizes are too big for venture capital. These projects are typically too asset heavy for growth capital. And because you're doing things in the early stages, they're not really infrastructure capital. So they fall between the traditional risk buckets of banks and investors. And what we did is we had flexible capital. We got up in the morning and we decided we were going to solve these problems, solve them commercially, solve them in a way that created a marketplace. And I guess we created a business model. When you look at what we did, yes, we made $15 billion of investments in the UK, but the UK is small. It's 1% of global carbon emissions. It's tiny. That's not what mattered. What really mattered is we created a model, a business model that has been admired and copied around the world. And as we think of the challenges that you outlined in your opening statement, of the amount of money that needs to become, we heard that equity capital in particular is short. Then is there an opportunity to create a green financing institution here in India that can try to provide some of that equity capital on a fully commercial basis that would fill those gaps and provide confidence for foreign direct investors, people like the business we have now, Just Climate, to come to India and invest alongside filling those gaps, solving those problems with flexible capital that fills what has become known as the missing middle. That's how I would describe that.
So, from the sound of it, it sounds like a venture infrastructure effort, right? A bit of a category defining effort. And obviously, there must have been huge amounts of capability that backed the origination of such projects and the risk assessment of such projects, right? So that's what it sounds like to me, without concessional capital. Now, I think that's relevant for India, but maybe there is an element of further risk reduction or further concessions, because the cost of equity, all said and done, at least foreign equity in India, still is in the range of somewhere between 18 and 25%, depending on who you talk to for these kinds of projects, right? Which some will make many of these unaffordable. At a financial center like the UK, that may not have been an issue. So I can see part of the solution in what you said, but I think we may have to explore beyond. Now, you also mentioned a couple of other different areas, the Green Investment Bank I'll come back to. But the point about taxonomy, nomenclature, disclosures. So maybe with that, let me turn to you, Amit. My first question to you is that for a layperson like me on this topic, to get these projects funded at low cost, at scale, why is taxonomy and disclosure important?
Yeah.
Let's start there.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. Taxonomies are provided by countries. We have studied for 40 countries, including EU as a group, ASEAN, Singapore, UK, and of course India's draft taxonomy is also there. So, in my opinion, taxonomies they give insight on government's priorities for the future. Where we want to go, where we should be going, government's priority for energy security, for climate security, for creating confidence in the investors, for creating confidence in the industry, and providing a assurance to everybody that policy is here to have a continuance. So I think that is very important, because if this sort of thing is not there in the market, everybody will be a little shaky. We need to give assurance, we need to there that this is going to be a long-term trend in us. So this is the first point. Of course, there are, I'll wait for you to ask the second question. I don't want to, yes.
No, so I guess what you're saying is it forms the core of the basic, it communicates a strategy, is what I'm hearing you say, right? So, look, India does have a net zero goal, 2070, we announced that. We do have a short-term goal, 2030, there's a set of goals that we've put in place. We do have policies in specific sectors to build green, right? In power, it's clear, in ethanol blending for transportation, surface transportation, 20%. It's clear, and a bunch of other sectors. We do have some taxonomy from SEBI, is my understanding. Are there still gaps?
Yes, so that is a very good question. There are about 7-8 different genres of technology. Started 20 years back with GRI giving that this is how the disclosure has to happen. And then there is BRSR, which is the government of India, SEBI has given that. And there is a net zero target, so definitely there are gaps, because BRSR wants all the 1,000 companies, the big companies, to provide about 140 indicators every year. These indicators could be like environmental, social, corporate governance, 140 indicators have to be provided. Now, many companies are reporting this, but there are some indicators that are reported by more than 90% of companies. So in my opinion, they are good indicators that everybody can easily do that. There are some indicators which are only reported by 20% of companies. So we have to work on those. So this is something which is required, and net zero 2070, in my opinion, is a vision for the country to become climate compliant and take care of the world's challenges, global challenges. That is our vision. Now, if we want to take into our 2030 priorities, 2035, 2040, up to 2070. So it means we have to have decadal or 5-year slots for what should India be doing, what sectors to be promoted, not promoted. So that is why taxonomies play a very, very major role. It bridges and provides a long-term direction. Now, India is slightly different. We are not slightly, majorly different as a global south country. We have coal is a priority for India. If somebody says coal phase out, phase down, I think we have a challenge. 72% of electricity is coming from coal. We should be clear of that. And then coal, to convert coal gasification, coal liquefaction, all these things are happening. Government has given target 100 million ton coal gasification from underground mining. Government has given target. And we need to provide energy for all, health for all, housing for all, road for all, schools for all. These cannot wait until 2070. They have to be done in next 2-3 years. If that has to be done, We cannot transit away from coal. I am very clear on that. And we can transit to make coal cleaner in the long run. Long run is 5 years, 10 years, but we definitely cannot move away. So power has to be provided. Coal India, CIL, if you read their chairman, CMD has said that coal 1 billion to 1.5 billion by 2032, we need it. It doesn't mean that we are not going with renewable. We are going. We have a target for 500 gigawatt of renewable power by 2030. So India as a country, we need both. And that is the challenge. We need to grow and we need to grow cleanly. So both these challenges, no other big country in the world will have these challenges.
So, if I might just, what I'm taking away from what you said is that there needs to, while there is a vision, there needs to be a breakdown of that vision into some form of a national plan, somewhat similar to what you described, Sean, that the committee did in the UK. I also sensed in what you said, the policies that we're putting in place, are they adding up, including the point you made about coal and the need for coal? I might add one more thing to that as a challenge or a gap, which is whether we are taking a long-term enough view of the policies that we are putting in place, because like you said, this is not an app that can be put in place and changed in an agile manner in 3 months. This is a plant that comes into place over 5 years or 3 years and then lives for 30, right? So there needs to be stability in policy. Just an example of this is CCTS, the carbon trading scheme that we are putting in place, which has no indication of the nature of pricing for carbon that we would be aiming for, right? In the absence of which, it's really hard to make investments. So I do see the gaps that exist in some of your recommendations. Maybe briefly, 2 things I'll ask you. One is, what are the 2-3 main recommendations that you have, and what will it take for companies to adopt those?
Yeah. So first thing is, as I said, coal is a reality, MSMEs are a reality. Nuclear is going to be reality, bioenergy is a reality. So global taxonomies do not give proper level. Of course, coal has to be there. Then disclosures, climate risks have to be disclosed as a mandated thing, because companies are investing, investors are coming. So you have to tell very, very transparently that where are you investing. Now, for example, banks have to see their portfolio and profile. What are the risks in their profiles? Are they investing in coal companies? Are they investing in clean companies? So those things have to be there. And I think the word is harmonization, not synchronization, not alignment, harmonization, because Indian BRSR has been released already. It is being implemented. We can harmonize it with like CNFD, with ISSB. All these are important and good, but let us not get forced in that I am a global player and please do whatever I am saying. That is not possible in today's world. So we should harmonize our BSR. There are gaps in BRSR also. So we need to see that. 140 indicators, in my very, very honest opinion, more than 40 may not be required, in my opinion. Right. And then sectorally, every sector 5. That's all. So 40 plus 5. Otherwise, it becomes a mundane exercise. People say, hire somebody and do it. It doesn't go to the C-suite. It has to go to the C-suite. Thank you.
Good, excellent. Thank you very much. Maybe let me shift to one other topic, right? We've talked about disclosures. Let's also talk about a topic which has been a significant part of the discussion of the CII Sustainability Task Force. And maybe, Sean, you spent a bit of time telling us about what the UK Green Investment Bank did. Rajneeshji, if I might turn to you, given our challenges, what form of a green financing institution would you recommend?
So it has to be different than what the commercial banks do, what NAFID does, what REC does, what PFC does, and what IREDA does. So it has to be very different. And my thoughts, which I gave in the task force also, was this institution, its job would be to build capacity. we don't have enough capacity to even appraise the projects, enough number of professionals even. So what happens is that if NAPFID needs manpower, it will not take from State Bank of India. So that's not the way. We need at least in this country 300-400 high quality professionals who know how to appraise the projects if we are talking about this scale for green financing. This institution, its job should be to assess the risk properly. Not like a commercial banker. Commercial bankers' skills have always been in assessing the working capital finance. The State Bank did try because that was a responsibility which fell on its shoulders, that if a State Bank doesn't, then who does it? But otherwise, if we have an institution which has professionals who understand risk and prepare a package, appraisal, takes the risk, participation. Funding is, again, I'm saying, not an issue as well. There's an issue around for commercial banks asset liability management. And when we talk about reducing the cost of funding, one key element is the high risk premium. So if we can evaluate risk and mitigate risk, then obviously that cost can be brought down. So end cost will be lower. This institution should have a think tank. So I am not envisaging just a cat copy of any other financing institution. And obviously it should be a conduit for mobilizing international capital, transition financing, not in rupee, but in international currency. Obviously, then its jurisdiction can be in now we have gift city, so it need not be outside the gift city, so it can do that role well. Preferably, it should be out of government control. I have used the word preferably because for institution to get credibility, the government ownership makes a lot of difference. There are upside and there is a downside with the government ownership. The upside is that institutions gets credibility. Downside is that there are too many controls and it loses its freedom, it loses its professionalism. So there are a lot of issues around when it is under government control. So can we have an institution which has government support but not ownership? And supported by multilateral institutions, supported by banks, supported by all the institutions which have in country. It should be a repository of all the green projects in the country. So can we think of some sort of a registry where if the taxonomy, green taxonomy is there, then there is no sort of no idea that how many green projects across the country are going on. And particularly when large industrial houses, they announce that we will go for hydrogen, we will go for 30,000 megawatt capacity renewal, that you know. But there may be 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt, 10 megawatt, many projects, CBG projects. They all are going, where is that repository? There is, I don't think it is being done. It can be done by this institution, it can be done by, we have that Udyami number. So whatever way, but we have to find a way. And we need a planning that how much capital is needed. And so this institution, in my view, has to be very different. But definitely in our country where the requirement and the goals and the scale is so massive, the energy requirement, which is, I think, the energy is the main thing around the net zero target, and Amit spoke about all this dependence on coal. So if the task is massive and we will have to do prioritization, again I'm saying the large industries, they can mobilize capital on their own, they have that strength. But what we need is the more democratization of this distribution of capital. And for doing that, this institution, in my view, it should be created, and it should be created with a clear mandate It should not be a copycat of all the institutions which are currently working.
Understand. Understand. Maybe I do have one or two more questions left, but let me just first open it up to the floor and see if there are any questions from the audience here. Yes, ma'am. Please give your name and keep the question short. Use my microphone.
Thank you. I think I was hearing the discussion which Rajneesh was talking about, and my name is Sonia and I'm from HP. I'm the Renew manager there, Renew category manager. So I think Rajneesh, when you were talking about creating the democratization of the ecosystem, and that's where the change is going to come. I feel that the question I have is, IT plays nowadays a very important role. And if IT is going into every house, every person, and the penetration is so high, then the disposal of these devices, if not handled properly, and if it is in the hands of...
Your question is about e-waste, ma'am?
Basically on the ecosystem again. Because here I'm talking about the ecosystem, democratization. That it should be a part of the taxonomy. There has to be not the norms which are there for some people.
Let me see if there's any reaction to that. That sounds to me more like a comment than a question, but...
Yeah, there are, I agree with you, but there are rules already on waste management. Government is also coming up with e-waste management. So maybe they will take some time to be followed by the industry. But rules are there to the best of my knowledge.
I fully agree here. My question
I'm going to have to take another question if you don't mind.
We can discuss off.
Sure.
Yes, sir, please. And then I'll go to the back too. One more I'll take for sure.
Can I have?
Can you pass the microphone? I'm sorry.
I have a question.
Okay, ask quickly.
Yeah. So my question is to Professor Garg. So this is around the taxonomy and climate fund. So the other countries or developed countries, how they have used taxonomy to generate climate fund, and is there a way forward for India around the taxonomy and climate fund?
Just hold on, Amit. Let me just get one or two questions together and then... Okay, can somebody give a microphone here? So your questions is climate funding through taxonomy. Yes, sir.
Rajat, fantastic session so far. Learned a lot from it. I want to double click on Rajneeshji's idea of this new institution. Two thoughts. One is, can we have the capital come in from the single stock risk reduction that most promoters in India are today doing? If the capital gain from that could be protected to fund this institution, is a thought that came up while you were talking. The other thought is that there are so many institutions which are now creating the capacity. Can somebody at a central level bring all of this together and create the bridge from the theory to the practice, which is what is lacking? From ambition to action, that's what might be required.
Sure, I'll take your question.
Thank you. Shailesh is like veteran,
Yes, of course.
Thank you for the insights on being cost conscious as well as carbon conscious. So my question is to Sean, that how international climate finance, or let's say blended finance, can help bridge India's capital gap in accelerating net zero while having a stronger priority on hard to abate sectors decarbonization. So that's my question.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to take these three questions for a moment. Okay, go for it.
This is for Mr. Kumar. You talked about... This is for Mr. Kumar. You talked about solar power, for example, and I have some practical experience on that. We started at 14 rupees and we are at 2.5 rupees. Now, there are three things that happened. One was, previously we were getting panels from Russia, from China. There was a monopoly. When it started coming up, we were getting from America. The second was the scale. And third was awareness. Now, there is a period in which people need support. Today, the solar power doesn't. How do you how do you manage the developmental stage of a new new technology, are there ways by which the government support can be won? But from a financial institution point of view, can there be something, because when an idea is still at a nascent stage, how do you support it? And you take a limited period, because once it reaches scale, and we've seen that in various other things, electric vehicles, I've seen it also. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Maybe we'll start with your response to the first question around.
Yeah, I think if you see, taxonomy draft has been released by Ministry of Finance, Department of Economic Affairs. So climate finance, they are supposed to be. Of course, we need to do a lot of harmonization. RBI is coming out, I understand, with some guidelines or to banks. SEBI has done so, BRSR, and Ministry of Finance is giving taxonomy. So I think these three have to be aligned. We are a big country and there may be some gaps, but it will be filled up. I am very sure we are talking to each. This ISTF committee is going to talk to each. We have spoken to many. I think there is a positivity in the market. Everything will not happen in day one or day zero. It may take 1 year, 2 years, but it will be aligned, harmonized in a way. Thank you.
Sean, do you want to take the question?
Blended finance.
Blended finance?
Yeah, just to remind everyone of the question, is there a role for blended finance to bridge the financing gap here in India? And so let me give you a nuanced answer to that. The short answer is I think it is necessary at the moment. But there's a longer, more nuanced answer which I think is important. There's two types of blended finance. There's some form of guarantee that guarantees a first loss. So for foreign direct investors coming into India, if something goes wrong, that they get their money back. That's one form of blended finance. Another is where that tranche of blended finance has a capped return. So it only makes a modest return on capital, leaving the rest of those returns for the other investors, i.e. it enhances the return, in theory, to deal with the additional risk. Given the size of the financing gap, particularly for equity, as we discussed earlier on, I think it's helpful at the moment to try and find a line of blended finance. But I would discourage you from thinking about that as a long-term solution. Governments don't have money and DFIs don't have money to bridge all of that. We have to show that returns in hard-to-abate areas and renewable energy, investing directly into India, is a very profitable thing to do. Now, to get people to make that initial leap, to put money at risk, to get experience of coming here and doing business, having a line of blended finance, either a first loss piece, which is kind of, I think, the better of the two versions, is important. But after you've invested that money, after you've got the returns from that fund, you need to show that you would have made an appropriate risk-adjusted return without that piece, so that when you go to raise it the next time, you don't need it. You have the track record and you have the evidence to show those foreign direct investors. If forever we depend on blended finance, we will run out of that money and the foreign direct investors that you need so much will disappear. So short answer is we will need some at the beginning, but we shouldn't get hooked on it. It is not a silver bullet.
Thank you. Rajesh ji, two questions for you were around capital from single stock risk reduction, which I didn't understand, and the question, so it'd be helpful
that I also did not understand, only Mr. Harivaksha.
And the question also, so I'd love to first understand the question. The second question also about the period of support.
Yeah, so about the support, the question ultimately is who pays for it. That is the question. So you either pay as a consumer or you pay as a taxpayer. Government doesn't have money of its own. What government is doing? It is an intermediary. Like a bank, it is also an intermediary. It has the power to collect the tax and then channelize it. So when, say, we took the example of solar power, when it was 14 rupees, it is the state of Gujarat, which said that we will buy that power. Only government could have done it, nobody else. So when there is a situation like this, only government can help. Consumer cannot pay for it. Biggest example is solar, we sorted out. gas-based power plant we have not been able to sort out. We invested more than 1 trillion rupees in creating 20,000 megawatt of gas-based power plant, and most of them, probably 90% of them, are still lying idle. There have been committees, everybody has broken their head around it, and no solution we have been able to find. Because the question is all around who pays for it. Consumer can't pay 12 rupees for gas power if I am getting power for 4 rupees, so why will I pay? Tax, of course, I don't feel the pinch. I feel the pinch, but I am helpless. Yeah. In that sense, government says we will put this much tax on you, you will pay for it. And then only government can.
Yeah. No, I think the other thing that
there is no other way. Yeah, but in development stage, yes.
Yeah.
If that decision of buying power at 12 rupees was not taken,
then 2.5 wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. I might say that the closer we get to market mechanisms on some of those things, we talked about CFDs, the contract for difference, as an opportunity, the reverse bid mechanism that SECI uses now, which was a part of the solar mission originally established. I think the closer we get to market mechanisms on these non-market type actions, I think the better it will be. And of course, the funding sources will be different, right? It will be blending mandates, that will be a source of funding, or it could be financial institutions, or it could be government, that could be sources of funding. Do we want to clarify the question?
Sir,
if you can ask your question again.
The idea is very simple, you know it. So much capital gain is being recorded today because people are selling off big chunks of their equity. If that capital gain can be protected by investing in your new green bank, that would become a somewhat easier way of
doing
funding.
it. That is a good suggestion to the government, and we can definitely.
Thank you. Thank you for maybe I'm just going to bring this to a close in a minute, but Sean, I'd love to hear from you the story of what is perhaps one of the largest green climate startups in the world from a funding perspective, which is Stegra, or H2 Green Steel as it used to be called. So tell us a bit about where that came from, how has it got funded to the extent of 5 billion, still being in the hand of a group of entrepreneurs and private equity.
Yeah, so the project you're referring to is a project we invested in to produce green steel at scale up in Sweden. Originally called H2 Green Steel, very descriptive, but now called Stegra, which is Swedish for arise. In 2023, when we funded this was the largest private transaction done in the world. It was 6.5 billion euros in total. And we are building from scratch a steel plant which will run on hydrogen. This is quite extraordinary. Today we are about 50% built. We have 4,000 people working just short of the Arctic Circle. If you visit in the summer, it's -30 in the winter. It's very, very cold. And the idea was to come and bring together hydrogen as a source. Up in the north of Sweden, the grid is 98% decarbonized due to hydro at scale and wind. Take that low cost, readily available green power, convert it into hydrogen, and use the hydrogen to produce green iron. Now, I'm going to give you a very short chemistry lesson. I will take no questions afterwards. But if you have iron ore and you use hydrogen to knock off the oxygen, you get water. If you use coal, as you do typically in a blast furnace, you get CO2. So by using hydrogen, you can decarbonize this process, not by 10%, not by 20, not by 30, but by 90 to 95%. Now, the production of green hydrogen is a little bit more expensive, and it results in a price for that steel of about 25 to 30% more than ordinary grey steel. So there is a green premium for sure. And so in order to get the project financing in place, and the scale of this package is huge, this is 4.5 billion euros, we had to break the traditional purchase program for steel. If you buy steel, you typically work with someone and you may have a 1 year or a 2 year rolling order. I cannot borrow 10-year money with a 2-year order book. So we went out and we sold half of the output on 7-year contracts to people who wanted that green steel and were already paying for it. These are folks like BMW, these are folks like Scania, the truck company, these are folks like Microsoft, who is building data centers and racking systems. And whenever you buy an electric car, not only do you want 0% tailpipe emissions, you want as low an embedded carbon in that car as possible. So today, they go out and they build a car, and then they buy carbon offsets to decarbonize the steel in the car, which is about 60% of the weight. If I can buy green steel and pay a modest premium, which will only add $600 or $700 to the price of a $40,000 car, and I'm already paying some of that, it's very possible. So we arranged the forward sale. The scale of this is huge. We've forward sold about 30 billion euros of green steel. We've then organized the project financing around that, and we raised an additional 2 billion equity. It's exactly the challenging stuff that allowed us to put 6.5 billion euros in place and to kick off the plant. We are halfway built. We will have first steel coils coming out Q1 27. We're very, very close to that point. And then what we want to do is show that this is an asset class. Let me give you one example of something else that's been done like this. When we started investing in the Green Investment Bank in offshore wind, it was very, very expensive. It cost 3 times the price of conventional power in the UK. But over a period of 7 years, we financed about 10 projects. The market built an additional 10 projects. We delivered those broadly on track and on budget. And through turning that in from a cottage industry, a very big one, into a proper industrialized process, we took the premium from 300% to minus 20%. Offshore wind became cheaper than conventional power, just like renewables here in India is cheaper than conventional power. And in doing so, we created a financing asset class. We were able to take all those projects that everyone thought were crazy when we started them, package them up, put them in a fund, and raise private capital into that fund. So we took government money, took a commercial risk, built the projects, recycled the capital, came down the cost curve, and created an asset class for pension funds to go into directly. We now need to do that in steel, cement, chemicals, plastics, EVs, and a whole host of other things. And that's what we do at Just Climate. Because, as I said earlier, governments don't have enough money. The natural progression after you build a green financing institution, which is government money, is to tap the deeper pools of institutional capital to do exactly the same thing. That's what we do at Just Climate.
Wonderful. Thank you for that. Maybe I'll use that to bring this to a close. Very difficult to synthesize the discussion, but at least my takeaways, I think starting with what Rajneeshji said, is that equity is the problem, debt is not. But yet, I think in the course of the discussion, it also became clear that for some of these so-called infra-venture or venture infra projects, which are early stage, debt also becomes a problem, and also we saw some solutions that were talked about in the course of this discussion. So I think that's one takeaway that I do have. The second one is that there is an extraordinary role of policy, strategy, long-term thinking, which you translated in the form of plans, 5-year plans, taxonomy that needs to be put in place, all of those things that have to be in place for these to work. The third takeaway is that it is a huge capability issue of assessing these projects in the right way and matching the providers of capital with the creators of the projects. And Rajneeshji talked about a potential solution for that. And then the last one is really around the right appropriate project creation, right? Particularly when it's early stage in this infra VC type mode. And then support them in the right way and with the right sets of instruments, some of which you talked about, Sean. So with that, let me bring this to a close. Thank you all for listening in patiently, and thank you to the panel for.
Thank you to all our panelists. I request you to step forward for a group photograph. And before we conclude, a request to Mr. Gupta to present a token of appreciation to our speakers. Mr. Kingsbury. Mr. Kumar. And Professor Garg. And I'll request Shikhar Jain, Executive Director, Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development, to present a token of appreciation to Mr. Gupta on behalf of CII. Thank you. Up next in this hall, we have a session on building resilience, supply chains for a changing world.
Good morning, delegates. I kindly request that you take your seats. I request the delegates to please occupy the front seats. Good morning. I extend a warm welcome to each of you to this session, Building Resilience, Supply Chains for a Changing World. In today's rapidly shifting global landscape, marked by geopolitical tensions, environmental pressures, and evolving trade dynamics, supply chain resilience has never been more critical to economic stability. This session brings together industry leaders, supply chain partners, and policymakers to share practical strategies for strengthening resilience, driving sustainable growth, and securing long-term competitiveness in a volatile market. To lead and commence the discussion, I warmly welcome the moderator, Ms. Anjali Ravi Kumar, Chief Sustainability Officer, Eternal Limited, to the dais. We also request that the panel members, Sri Rohit Kansal, Ms. Linda Kromyong, Colonel Dr. Bharat Sharma, Mr. Shivaramakrishnan Sri Kumar, and Dr. Abhinav Mathur to join the moderator on the dais, please. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone, and wishing you all a warm welcome to this session. I think we could not be discussing this topic at a more appropriate time, because the big question ever since I think COVID happened is once again, will our supply chains survive this geopolitical uncertainty? I think we are lucky and privileged to have with us an excellent panel to answer that very question. But to kick us off, really, I'm going to introduce Shri Rohit Kansal, who is the Additional Secretary, Ministry of Textiles. As a senior civil service officer and a public policy professional, he has held diverse and challenging public policy assignments in sectors such as clean energy, infrastructure, and international trade. He has been an emerging leader fellow of the Australia-India Institute under the India Leadership Initiative, and has also served as Sherpa to the UN's high-level group on sustainable energy for all. In his current role at the Ministry of Textiles, he helps shape policies that affect millions of people across the textile supply chain. At a time when making our textile supply chains more sustainable and resilient is so important for a country like ours, his presence on this panel is truly valuable. So I'm going to ask Shri Kansal to please set the tone for this session with his keynote address.
Thank you very much. Distinguished delegates, colleagues, members of industry, development partners, participants in this 20th Global Sustainability Summit, thank you for inviting me to this session on building resilience, supply chains for a changing world. I was here at the 19th edition of the same summit, and what a difference a year can make. The challenges that we are facing today are unique in nature. A mention was made about COVID, and it would perhaps not be too inappropriate to in many ways look at the disruption of supply chains akin to the challenges that we faced during that era. But what is it that we can do to address these challenges? And how can we build supply chains that are predictable, resilient, sustainable, and weather these kind of known and unknown shocks? As custodians of one of India's most significant and employment-intensive sectors, that is the textile sector, we are aware that our growth must not just be economically sustainable, but also environmentally sustainable, socially inclusive. And this balance is essential, not just to weather the shocks of the kind that we are seeing today, but also to ensure the long-term sustainability and health of not just our industries, but of our people and of our entire textile ecosystem. And what is most interesting and heartening to see today is that there is a growing alignment of purpose across government, industry, civil society, and international partners. The very presence of so many of you in this room together is perhaps a reflection and testament of that shared resolve. So what is resilience? True resilience comes when supply chains are sustainable, not just in the narrow sense of sustainability, but sustainable in the broadest sense. And this means not just resource efficiency, but also predictability, also sustainability over the long run. And for textiles, this implies diversifying sourcing, strengthening logistic corridors, investing in warehousing, diversifying both your sources of supply and demand, deploying digitization and tracking, forecasting, because it is only when supply chains are transparent and adaptive that goods can move without risk or help mitigate risks and operations continue smoothly even when we are faced with uncertain situations and unpredictable risks. So what are we working towards? Mitigating some of the supply chain risks. The Indian textile sector is a pillar of GDP. It is also a pillar of employment. So any shocks to the textile sector represent textile sector shocks, not just to GDP, but to employment as well. This is why we have chosen to position ourselves as a global hub for circular and sustainable textiles. And we are clear that this ambition must be rooted in a green, just, and inclusive growth. But we are not starting from zero. We have made bold climate and sustainability commitments from the Paris Agreement to Mission Life to net zero targets. And the textile sector has an important role to play in all of this. At the Ministry of Textiles, we are very happy and proud that we are perhaps one of the leading line ministries which started off with a small sustainability cell which has now become a full-fledged division leading a sustainability alliance. And over the past few years, we have engaged in multiple alliances, multiple collaborations, many of them with you present in this room. We have launched products and projects across procurement, across recycling, across capacity building, creating stronger foundations for change. The global demand for circular and sustainable textiles is growing, and India is ready to lead in this direction. But this will require a deeper and stronger collaboration in knowledge, in techniques, and in investment. Across the country, the sparks of transformation are already visible. Surat's emission trading scheme cut industrial pollution by 24%. Tirupur recycles 96% of its wastewater, draws 2 gigawatt of energy from renewable sources. Panipat processes 3,000 tons of textile waste daily into value-added, often upcycled products. And these are not exceptions. These are templates. Our task now is to scale them, adapt them across geographies, and thereby embed sustainability in every part of the value chain. Our firm belief is that if there is a way out of the challenges that plague us, of the uncertainties that plague the global supply chain, it is by obtaining competitive advantage through sustainability, through creating supply chains that are sustainable in the broadest sense. This is why our policy direction is firming up in this direction to create horizontal sustainability across the value chains. And our policy guidance is based on 5 core principles: a resource-efficient and circular economic system, cluster-based development, localized ecosystems, innovation and technology leadership, social equity and worker safety, international best practices, governance, accountability, and catalytic capital. We would like to define sustainability and sustainable value chains not as a compliance burden, not as something that we have to do which is exogenously defined for us, but something that we work with to complement our efforts in transitioning with access to green finance, digital tools, and sustainable markets. Our vision of sustainability in the textile sector shows that resilience can be built on 4 core pillars. Product diversification, moving beyond traditional markets, moving beyond traditional segments, moving beyond traditional products into value-added niche products which are sustainable, reliable in the long run. We have the example of COVID, where at the height of the pandemic, when global supply chains were in disarray, India's textile sector transformed itself into the second largest manufacturer of PPE kits within just a few months. Alongside product diversification, we also need to look at market diversification. India has had a long history of supplying to a wide variety of markets, and we have had historically strong products and strong partners which have been well diversified. We have 13 FTAs across 40 countries, and while a significant part of our production goes into the US market, there is at least $29 to $30 billion of export output which goes into markets which are in Asia, Europe, Latin America, Central America, East Asia, etc., etc. In recent years, we have expanded significantly into Asia, Latin America, and Africa. Building resilience, especially at a period of like this, would also mean preventing the dangers that market concentration brings to us, preventing over-dependence, whether it is on over-dependence on concentrated geographies or whether it is over-dependence on concentrated product lines, diversifying away from cotton, diversifying into synthetics, and diversifying from over-dependence on a few geographies. The third pillar of our strategy is cultivating niche and creating global interdependencies. And for textiles, this has meant building brands for quality, reliability, and sustainable production. The Ministry of Textiles initiative in Kasturi Cotton, built on a blockchain platform, positioning India as a trusted source of responsibly grown, certified, and traceable cotton, is another example in this direction. Fourth, technology and transparency. The future of resilient textile value chains cannot be divorced from some of the technological interventions that are overtaking and storming the world today, whether it is digitization, whether it is artificial intelligence, or whether it is robotics. The future of resilient supply chains lies in digital adoption. I have mentioned elsewhere, and I have said that we should not look at adoption of technology as threat to any kind of employment, because in the large tent which is the Indian textile sector, there is adequate room for everybody, and adoption of digital technologies will not just increase productivity, they will also help in making supply chains resilient, predictable, and adaptive to any kind of future shocks. Traceability, artificial intelligence for demand forecasting, smart logistics for efficiency are reshaping global textiles. And while the large players in the Indian textile market are adapting, evolving to accept these changes, we are working closely to build the capacity of our textile clusters, our MSME clusters, to adapt and adopt to these changes. This will help Indian producers to not just supply faster, quicker, cut down times, but also assure global buyers of quality, ethical sourcing, strengthening our competitiveness. I think the broader lessons are clear. Resilience cannot be static. Resilience cannot be a knee-jerk response to any artificial shocks. Resilience must be a part of life. Resilience must be a continuous process, and we must continuously work towards it through diversification, differentiation, digitalization, with sustainability as a horizontal component, sustainability as its core. Resilience is not something that is not sustainable, which cannot endure. But when we embed sustainability across value chains, across horizontal value chains, how we source and produce to how we distribute and consume, we create systems that are adaptable, inclusive, built for shocks, and built for the long terms. The only message that I have is that resilience, adaptability, sustainability, and value chains cannot be divorced from each other. While in the light of the present situation, we need to be as resilient and adaptive as possible. But we should not look at adaptability, resilience, and sustainability as something which is a response to an exogenous shock. This must become a part of our planning, a part of our design, part of a process of a continuous adaptability. This is the way forward by aligning growth with environmental responsibility, social equity. We strengthen our supply chains against future shocks while making them trusted, competitive, responsive, and adaptive. And this will require close collaborations between government, policy, and industry. Policy will drive the direction. Industry will drive innovation. I think platforms like these are relevant because they bring together thoughts, they bring together ideas, and they bring together a sharing that is essential for alignment as we move towards this shared journey. I am confident that we can together work and ensure that our supply chains are resilient, not just in the face of disruption, but resilient, sustainable, adaptable, by purpose, by design, adaptable, resilient for the future, to respond to any kinds of known unknowns, unknown unknowns, predictability, unpredictability. We said in Bharat Text 2025 that India is the only stable partner in an uncertain world, and I think that we have walked the talk, and India has the capacity to build into its 5 millennia year old history of textiles the adaptability which the world deeply craves for. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for giving me this platform.
Thank you so much, sir. Your opening address hit on all the themes that I'm sure our panelists are going to elaborate on. Diversification, product and market, digitization, forecasting, logistics, the use of technology, of course, partnerships, green finance, and I was particularly appreciative of your reference to the role of livelihoods and protecting livelihoods. How I'm going to run this panel is that I'm going to actually ask each of the panelists to introduce themselves and answer one question that's common to them all, which is basically around how responsible sourcing, and I would say, I would demarcate between what we do for compliance and what we do proactively, voluntarily. So how can responsible sort of proactive action on sourcing and proactive supplier engagement enhance global supply chain resilience in the face of current geopolitical and environmental uncertainties? And if you look at the way the World Economic Forum runs its risk survey, and if you've seen those results, you'll see that in the short term, most business leaders believe that there are more political conflicts and social conflicts, but in the longer term, if you take a 10-year view, the risk table is dominated by environmental risks, including issues like biodiversity loss, etc. So, how do you? I think the core question for each of you to answer will be why must we invest today, given all that's happening around us, proactively in this field of sustainable supply chain? And to give you a minute to think as well, I'm just going to quickly introduce who I represent and who I am. I lead sustainability for Eternal Limited. Eternal Limited is one of India's new age technology companies, very much born in India, made in India, listed in India, and we're really truly grateful to this beautiful country for giving us that growth journey. Eternal represents at least, I'm hoping, 3 brands that you all use. Zomato, which is food delivery, Blinkit, which is quick commerce, District, which is everything going out and entertainment, including movie tickets, tickets to cricket games, as well as dining out experiences, and Hyperpure, which is a B2B restaurant supplies platform. All right, and for us, everything is supply chain because we're a very asset-light company dependent on millions of very, very small producers. So I'm going to start with Mr. Shivram Sri Kumar, who is the Global Vice President of Sustainability at SAP. Maybe you can kick us off with to answer this question of why. Tell us a little bit about your work and why must we proactively think about supply chain engagement?
Thank you for the question. My name is Sri Kumar. I represent a company called SAP. Most of you know SAP is a technology company providing business solutions to customers and organizations around the globe. I lead sustainability for SAP and responsible for the Asia Pacific region, trying to give our portfolio of solutions to customers. Well, today this topic is of utmost significance regarding the sustainability in supply chain. Very often sustainability is linked to the concept of decarbonization, which we discussed at length yesterday. However, this part of the topic of sustainability of supply chain also deserves equal importance in the holistic view of sustainability. Rohit sir today in the morning speech highlighted some very, very important points which I would like to recollect and repeat again. Digital adoption and traceability. Yeah. So this traceability is a very, very important topic which gathers attention because most of the organizations today has the challenge to really know where is my raw materials coming from? What is the source of my raw materials? Whether it is coming from ethical or sustainable standards, who are, how many tiers of suppliers am I working with, etc. Right? So it's very important today for all organizations representing here and everywhere else to adopt a digital technology. Yeah, which again Rohit sir highlighted that digital adoption has to be considered as an equal important point, right? How can organizations adopt a technology to get to know this minute aspect of the raw material traceability origin, yeah, and use that information to help streamline their downstream business processes to ensure betterness of the organization. Yeah. So this is to me the most important topic when it comes to responsible sourcing. Responsible sourcing also opens up the supplier to share with you real-time data. Today, if you see suppliers a little bit hesitant to do that, yeah, but responsible supply would open up that channel. It would open up a behavioral change in the organizations on how they interact with suppliers, making the whole ecosystem more transparent, thereby improving the overall sustainability health of the company and also improve their, business profile. Yeah.
Thank you. That clearly sends the message that technology can first help you sort out who your suppliers are, exactly what you're getting from where. That traceability question is the start of making a change and improving your sourcing practices. Ms. Linda, you're the president of Amphori. Could you shed a bit of light on who is Amphori? What does Amphori do and how can Amphori help business especially those looking to work proactively?
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Linda Kromjung, I'm president of Amfori. What Amfori does, we are a business association. We have 2,400 company members from 50 countries, and we facilitate supply chain risk management with practical solutions. And those practical solutions meet the core of the legislation and the expectation that we currently have on both environment, social, as good governance. Just to name a few of our members, they are diverse, as Amfori is diverse. It's Walmart, Amazon, Aldi, Lidl, Ahold Delhaize, Woolworths, just to name a few of the 2,400. But let me first start with responsible sourcing and how that helps, and building long-term relationships, how that helps being more resilient. And I think it all starts with building relationships. That's what we do. That's what we do every day. That's what I do at home. That's what you do here in India. You build relationship because you want to know each other. And if you know each other better, you can identify, whether you want to be good friends, whether you want to partner with, whether there's opportunities. But if you also know each other better, you also know how to help each other progress. So building those long-term relationships has value in society, has value in our personal life, but also has value in business life. And if we build those long-term relationships between a buyer and a supplier, and I think coming back to what you said, that helps you to understand what the issues are, but it also helps you to understand how to mitigate those issues and how to progress on those issues. And if I may also come back to remarks that were made in introduction, COVID is still somehow alive because it was so, I would say, invasive in all of our lives. But it did prove at that point in time really that where there were these strong relationships, that those who had those strong relationships came out faster and stronger out of the COVID crisis here. So there is a value in building those relationships. Then let me come back to collaboration, because that's equally important. So you need to collaborate here, so you need to partner here, and you need to build that trust to be able to share those data, because it's not about finding each other on the issues that are not good. I think it's finding each other on how to improve and embark on that journey. So what we do within Amfori, very practical, is that we help our members with understand and map the supply chain. We help our members with then identifying their risk, assessing the risk, verifying the risk, but also if there is issues, how to overcome those issues, how to mitigate, how to mediate, and ultimately those data also inform reporting moving forward. The beauty of Amfori also is that through this collaboration that we do avoid duplication, and I think that's something that resonates, I think, well with business. You don't want to duplicate your efforts. You want to really impact, you really want to use the resources where they make the most impact. So just give an example, as part of our understanding your risk and verifying those risks, we do monitorings, around 40 to 45,000 audits a year, but it also means that there is more than 120,000 audits a year we don't do because we share the results. Because on average, one supplier is linked to at least 4 members. So I think there is also beauty in collaboration here, but also beauty in the collaboration in solving issues, because some issues are not unique to one supplier. We find them everywhere, and if you then work together also to find a way forward, I think that's just a good example about where collaboration adds value, including that within your relationship, including that also in your responsible purchasing practices. And for example, really align on your volumes, your expectation delivery, really align on, if you want to make changes and understand the impact there. And that's all relation to start with. Thank you.
Thank you. I think the power of collaboration within supply chain actors is a very powerful thought, and that it also, Shri Kansal, as we were speaking on the way up here, you had also mentioned that the government has launched schemes and parks for the textile industry, because it is still has a large number of MSME operators. So perhaps you could shed some light on how the government is encouraging collaboration and supporting such collectives.
Well, I did refer to some of these initiatives when I was speaking. I think one of the important things that we are doing is getting the textile clusters to speak to each other. I mentioned about the need for collaboration and peer learning. 80% of the output in the textile sector is from clusters, and within these clusters, 70 to 80% of the entities are MSMEs. I spoke about how Tirupur recycles 96% of its water and Surat has cut down 24% of its emissions. So by making these clusters speak to each other and arrive at standards which one cluster has set for itself, we hope that we will be able to build horizontal sustainability across the value chain. One of the themes in my address has been how supply chains need not just to be adaptive and resilient, but they need to be sustainable in the broadest term. And when you speak about sustainability, it's not just sustainability in the environmental sense, it's also in the social sense, it's also about worker safety, it's also about how you treat your employers, and it's also about the ability of the supply chain to withstand risks, whether they are risks of, as I said, known unknowns or unknown unknowns. So how do you, and our view is that one of the risk mitigating factors in building sustainable supply chains or resilient supply chains could be to build sustainability across clusters.
Excellent. Now we come to an industry that, has to power many of our clean business journeys, the wind industry. We have Colonel Bharat Sharma, who is the Executive Director from PowerCon Ventures, and I'm going to invite him to describe what PowerCon does and also shed some light on how clean the industry actually is and how he needs to think about sustainability in his field.
Thank you. I'm from PowerCon Ventures India Private Limited, the power group of companies, and we are into 360 degrees total solution providers for renewable energy resources, solar and wind. Our company is about 10 years old, and we definitely believe in the fact that responsible sourcing and proactive supplier engagement is very, very important. That is to enhance supply chain resilience against all odds, including geopolitical as well as environmental disruptions. Responsible sourcing is something which we pay a lot of attention on, and this would involve diversifying risks. We have multiple vendors, different geographical locations, because if we've got to take care of the disruptions that I just talked about, we have to diversify these people. We also we ensure that we have products which are certified, type certification products are used. Even products adhere to them, and they are included in the ALMM. We anticipate and meet regulatory demands. Like for example, BRSR, though it is not applicable right across the board, not applicable to us either, but we are definitely into it. We also know that CBAM is coming from 2026. So keeping that in account, we are making sure that our vendors are educated on it. They are told what precautions they are required to take for decarbonization so that they remain viable. Well, just to give you an idea, about 70% of the components of wind turbines and slightly more than that of the solar panels are manufactured in our country. Just about 30% or lesser than that are what are imported. Basically the controllers, panels, these are the ones which are imported. And castings, of course, we do not have the capabilities of having huge castings, and these are the ones which are imported. Right. We identify vulnerabilities and avoid disruptions. We reroute if necessary while importing or moving them within the country. We are very, very cautious about reputation and trust, both stakeholders and customer confidence. If disruptions expose unethical practices, we can be very sure that it will be very difficult for us to rebuild our reputation. Well, what are we doing actually in details about all this is that we are proactive in ensuring ESG compliances and make sure that our vendors are also totally into it. We get into proactive supplier engagement. Our selection criteria is very strict. We carry out audits. We communicate with them about the policies as well as the code of conduct. We train our vendors and suppliers. Awareness plus insistence on extended producer's responsibility, EPR. We insist on that. And this includes recycling and reuse and disposal of various components and material. Examples: battery supplies, solar cells, and panel suppliers. We also have innovation partnerships with certain companies, like there is one Center for Engineering Excellence. Now, they recycle the panels and all which get defective. You see, in the electronic industry, the obsolescence takes place within 5 to 7 years. And if any components on any panel goes bad, it has to be replaced. Now, wasting out a panel would be very expensive and disposal would be a problem. We recycle them through CII. CII actually carries out a total analysis of what the problem is. They design around and fix the available components, because you see, what happens is, even if you buy a washing machine and after 5 years, if you want to have some components, probably the manufacturer will not be able to provide those components to you. So you've got to design around and see that whatever is available with you, that is integrated with the new components which are coming to the market, and it should be able to function in a proper manner, and we are doing it on a regular basis. We also have a tie-up with Dax Energy, and in that we get data. In fact, we have a studio in our head office in Pune, that is asset management studio, where we are monitoring the health of the machines and also seeing as to what is going wrong so that we can take corrective actions on an immediate basis. So, to sum it up, I would say that proactive engagement with suppliers ensure resilient partners, hence resilient supply chain against all odds is absolutely necessary. Thank you.
Thank you. And you did introduce the topic of recycling, and we're privileged to have Dr. Abhinav Mathur, who is an advisor to Attero. Abhinav, if you could please explain what Attero does and the contribution it is making, and the role of sustainable supply chain in Attero's growth.
Sure. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think, I will take a different view than what has been taken till now. But before that, I would like to explain what exactly Attero is and what is the problem that we are trying to solve. Essentially, if you look at it, all progress today is happening at the back of a lot of materials, and these materials are going into every single device or equipment that is touching us. So if you look at smartphones, if you look at laptops, if you look at renewable energy things, if you look at electric vehicles and so on and so forth, everything requires some very critical materials, rare earths, which are in the conversation on a daily basis today because of the kind of geopolitical issues that are stemming around these. What we are trying to do is we are trying to ensure that whatever materials have been brought into the country, have been produced, we are creating technology which can then be used to ensure that these critical materials can be brought back into the highest value use case and ensure that these materials can be put back into manufacturing. So that's something that we are trying to do. In fact, when I said that I'll take a different sort of view than the rest of the panelists, because I believe that we are trying to solve the problem rather than sort of looking at our own supply chain. We are becoming the supply chain partner which can actually provide you very, very materials which are ethical, which have been traced properly, and which are seen as materials which have been which are coming out of recycling and therefore can be reused by various manufacturers. So Attero has been on this journey, and we take in close to 1,44,000 tons of electronic waste and produce more than 22 metals, including rare earths, including precious metals, including critical materials, and we supply it back into the manufacturing sector. Our own supply chain is extremely complex. As you can understand, most of the material that is coming to us is coming after the end of life of that particular product in your households or in corporates or in maybe other usages. After the life of that particular product has finished, it largely goes to the informal sector. Some last mile collector will collect it from you, or maybe an organized player will collect it from you, and they will aggregate it and then maybe bring it back to us. What is important for us in this particular case, and specifically also from our customer standpoint, is that we assure them that whatever material that we are bringing out, whether it is copper, aluminium, whether it's gold, silver, platinum, whether it is neodymium, each of these materials are coming from a end-of-life use case so that they can claim credits for it when subsequently they use in their own products. Because globally, what is happening in India also, we'll start to see soon, that a lot of materials that are required to go into new products will need to be sourced from recycling supply chains. So we are trying to create a traceability right from the household to the metal that has been produced, so that the producers can be sort of confident that they are getting green metals sourced from recycled output of end-of-life products. So that's something that we are trying to build. And in this, we ensure that we put ourselves to the highest standards when it comes to the traceability requirements. So we have done a LCA, life cycle analysis, for the work that we are putting in, a GHG emission analysis. End-to-end traceability has been put in place so that the customer is assured that it is coming from a recycling output. We also ensure that the environmental impact of the products that we produce, the metals that we produced, is extremely low. And we continue to work towards ensuring that the extraction efficiency of the materials, the number of metals that we take out, and the purity of these materials are of the highest standard. So today, for example, we are taking out 22 metals. A smartphone will typically have more than 60 elements of the periodic table used to produce it. We are taking out 22, which is the highest in the world. We have 45 patents to, we are the only company in the country actually to focus on R&D, and we have more than 47 patents actually at this point in time, and 200 more applied for, where we have basically some innovation that we have developed to extract more, to be able to be less environmentally impactful, in the sense negatively impacting the environment. So that's one thing that we do. Our extraction efficiency for nearly every metal is greater than 98%, and the purity at which we produce metals is up to 99.95%, which is the highest grade that you can possibly get. So these are the things that we are trying to do at our end. From a supply chain standpoint, we supply our metals to a lot of metal manufacturers, to luxury companies, specifically material like gold, silver, platinum, etc., go into the luxury industry. The materials that we build like cobalt, nickel, lithium, etc. They go into the battery supply chain. Some of the materials that we are doing in the rare earth space is going to be employed now to create rare earth magnets, which is one of the biggest challenges that the country faces. So we are creating this entire business to ensure that there is a greater Atmanirbharta, self-reliance in the country itself. There is little reliance, or rather, your dependence on these geopolitically concentrated supply chains is reduced. China literally makes more than 90-95% of the material that goes into some extremely strategic products that we require as a country. We are also working towards ensuring that it's a local supply chain, and once material comes to the country, it does not go out, we recycle and make it available for the manufacturing sector in India itself. With that, I'd like to hand it over back to you, and maybe if there are follow-up questions.
Sure. I know we're very close to time. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to ask each of the panelists for one tip to the audience. Let's assume that everyone here is trying to execute a plan around responsible sourcing, and maybe I'm going to give it more context and say they are struggling with maybe working with MSME suppliers, maybe awareness levels are lower, and maybe there's a lot of informality. And I'm sure these are very common challenges across, and all of you have faced this. So one tip for someone who is struggling with this right now, and we can start with you and move up.
So again, I'll have to take a different view. So each one of you for us is a supplier. Each one of you has smartphones at your home. Each one of you have laptops at your home which you have not disposed of, because either you believe that you have some emotional attachment to this, there is data inside of it, there is you're not getting enough value. So what we have done as an initiative is we have started a sort of initiative called sellsmart.in, where each one of you could go, register yourselves, not even register, you can just say that I want to dispose of this laptop or this smartphone, and somebody from our organization will come and collect it from you and dispose, or rather recycle, first of all, extract maximum material out of it, and then dispose whatever remains in a very responsible manner in a government approved disposal facility. What happens with such an initiative is that the velocity at which materials which are stuck in your houses gets back into the supply chain, and it starts to be productive for the use in manufacturing and for the self-reliance of the country. Today, unknowingly, we are keeping these materials stuck in our houses, which could be put to productive use. Like I said, there are more than 60 elements of the periodic table inside of our smartphones, inside of our laptops, and if we are, as a nation, tuned to ensure that we dispose of quickly and responsibly, more than 30 to 40% of the country's requirements when it comes to critical materials, rare earths, can be fulfilled very easily by 2030. That's something that I would like to share, and I would like to say that each one of you are suppliers, and please look into your drawers and try to dispose these off as soon as you can, because it is going to be much more useful for the country otherwise.
Right. Well, I'm of the opinion that we have to, in fact, invest in R&D for recycling purposes. We are already deeply into it in our company. As I've just mentioned, we've got Center for Engineering Excellence. The main problems that we face in disposal are the blades, their material, the other composite components which are there, that material, and like Mr. Gadkari yesterday made a mention that these materials are now being used by mixing them into bitumen and all that to make roads. So you've got to find out as to how, where these particular items which are otherwise very difficult to be disposed are to be used. That is very important. And for that, R&D is required to be done. And like I've just mentioned, that we have an organization called CII, and they can actually take on the responsibility of designing around and extending the life of various SMDs, components, and various machines. So we have got to use our brains to extend the life of whatever we are using. Thank you.
All right, so the question is, what is the tip? My short answer, diversification, use of technology, and capacity building.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that every supply chain is as strong as its weakest link. So I think everyone should be included to start with, and that also includes MSMEs. For Fori and our members, I think there's over 2,000 suppliers here in India, and two key things here. I think it's proportionality in legislation, that they can do it, but also proportionality in how we assess them. So, for example, we have a small producers assessment that is really more easier for them to pass. On the other hand, and it's not about passing, it's about understanding where you are and then making progress. But they can only do that at the second tip if they understand what it's all about, and that is about capacity building. You also mentioned that. Without capacity building, we will not be able to progress, because you first need to understand what the expectations are to meet them. And we offer that capacity building, but we can't do it alone. We need to do it all together. Government has a role to play, workers' organizations have a role to play, industry associations have a role to play, business has a role to play. But it also starts with helping them really practically. So we have a supplier code of conduct, so an MSSE or an SME doesn't need to invent a code of conduct themselves. Just take it, it's there, it's proven. It's under, it will be assessed regularly to make sure that that it really passes, say, the highest standards possible worldwide. Thank you.
Yeah. So my view is that we should adopt technology. Yeah. And there are quite some options to do that. Sometimes in order to solve a very complex problem, right, you have to break it into smaller pieces. Yeah. Many of the industries, organizations like you here in mining, in textiles, in agriculture, in chemicals, right, often face this complex and multi-tier value chains, right? So it's very important for you to know who are your tier 1, tier 2, tier N suppliers. But in order to achieve that final North Star, maybe you take baby step. At least get to know who are my tier 1 suppliers. Yeah, try to get as much information as you need from them in terms of what is the origin of raw materials, ethical, non-ethical sources. Yeah, how can you make these partners in your supply chain get into a network concept with you as an organization? Share each and every transaction that's happening with you in terms of material sourcing. Yeah, that would put a lot of context to this concept of a sustainable supply chain. And we as SAP are already into this business. We have some technology capabilities to offer to all of you whom you are interested. The name is Green Token. Yeah. So it's very important to have a kind of a token or a certificate. It's just like your passport, right, that you are carrying with you. So each material that is moving along the supply chain has a certificate or a token, yeah, that represents its identity as it moves along this complex supply chains until it reaches your destination, which is your company, right? So you have to get into the mindset of adopting some kind of technology, like this to achieve this vision. Yeah.
Much to my fabulous co-panelists, and yes, absolutely, the learning on our part is don't assume lack of awareness is lack of interest. When we first reached out to our suppliers, we sent out an invite, and more than 200 of them showed up for a training that we organized, and we were very, very pleasantly surprised. So I think we should not conflate those two. Thank you again to CII for this opportunity, and I'll hand over now.
Thank you to our moderator Anjali and to our speakers for making this a super interesting session. I kindly request that you step forward for a photograph, please. I also request the moderator, Ms. Anjali Ravikumar, to please hand over a token of gratitude to our speakers. First, Sri Rohit Kansal. To Ms. Linda Kromyong. Ms. Linda. To Colonel Dr. Bharat Sharma. To Mr. Shivramakrishnan Sri Kumar. And to Dr. Abhinav Mathur. I request Swati Pandey from CIITC Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development to please give the token of gratitude to our moderator, Anjali Ravikumar. Next in this hall, we have a session, Future of
I request the audience members to kindly take their seat as we start with our next session, Future of Trade, Decoding the Sustainability Puzzle. As the Agenda 2030 calls on for all countries to build tools for a sustainable, inclusive and resilient world, trade enters a new era, driven by environmental and societal policies with a higher degree of scrutiny and led by policies like the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism or CBAM under implementation in the European Union. This session aims to explore how sustainability can be integrated with global trade while promoting fair market access and forging inclusive frameworks to ensure equitable growth. The distinguished panel members bring insights from different perspectives based on their body of work and experiences as they outline these unique challenges and discuss possible solution pathways. I request the panel members to kindly get to the dais. Dr. Mohan Kumar, Dean of Strategic and International Initiatives, OP Jindal Global University, former Ambassador of India to Bahrain and France. Mr. Rajiv Kher, Distinguished Fellow, RIS and former Commerce Secretary. Mr. J.S. Deepak, Group Director, Bharti Enterprises, former Ambassador of India to the WTO and former Secretary of Telecom. Dr. Anup Vadwan, former Commerce Secretary and Senior Fellow, ISEC Center for Public Policy, Ashoka University. Mr. Jatinder Singh, Head of Sustainability Sales, SAP India. And I request our moderator, Mr. Sumanta Chaudhary, Principal Advisor, International Trade Policy, Confederation of Indian Industries, to kindly take over and moderate the session. The delegates may note all summit-related information, including the agenda, can be accessed by scanning the QR codes provided at the back of your badges. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this session on decoding the sustainability puzzle, future of trade. Now, first of all, it's an absolute privilege to be moderating a panel with my own mentors, Mr. Rajiv Kher, Mr. J.S. Deepak, Dr. Mohan Kumar, and my friend, batchmate, Dr. Anup Vadhavan, and of course, Jatinder, and I will introduce them. But let me say that one couldn't have asked for a better panel. This is actually a dream panel. So having said that, very briefly to introduce the topic, we all know that climate change compulsions and so on each country now has its own pathways of how it would like to meet its sustainable development, whether determined unilaterally or whether determined through various conventions and agreements. And that's one side of the story. And the other is trade is increasingly being used as the tool, both for sustainable development goals and also a feeling that perhaps some of this is protectionist, some of this is aimed at eroding some of the comparative advantage, but at the same time, it's also becoming a powerful tool in order to achieve a more sustainable, inclusive and resilient world. And as the trade paradigm now gets more into sustainability frameworks, ESG frameworks, this paradox of how to have this balance is becoming increasingly important. They are, of course, seen by the global south sometimes as perhaps de facto barriers. There are issues relating to compliance costs, there are issues relating to data collection, there are issues relating to confidentiality of business data, but there is certainly an apprehension that all of this can and might erode the comparative advantage. And we have, of course, for this trade and sustainability now virtually coming in any forum, whether it's the climate change forum, whether it's the trade forum, multilateral, bilateral, unilateral. Now, for example, in the last COP28 in 2023, there was a dedicated session on trade, and now this has become a convention that was followed in the last one as well, and perhaps this will stay. Now, from a dedicated session, it could perhaps go even a notch higher. So that's on the multilateral side. Bilaterally, increasingly, you pick up any FTA between any group of countries, and you will find provisions relating to sustainable development and trade, whether as a standalone chapter. For example, now India in its latest CETA, the Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement with UK, has a host of chapters spread across labor, environment, gender, MSMEs, inclusivity, etc., to deal with sustainable development. And then you have, of course, the whole range of unilateral trade measures. Largely, EU has championed them, supposedly for meeting climate change and sustainable development goals. So you have the CBAM, you have the CSDDD, the due diligence directive, you have the deforestation regulation. Now all of these are also seen as ways perhaps which add certainly to compliance problems with the private sector. And here, for example, in CBAM and the products that we know, steel, aluminium, cement, etc., it's not just the direct exports that you do, but whatever value chains are getting exported to the EU, and if you are part of that value chain, then your emission intensity will determine the extent to which your products might remain as part of the value chain or not. So it's in some sense, there is also this concern as to perhaps, particularly with CBAM, whether the revenues that are being generated through this tax, does it become a double whammy in the sense is it also become a source for subsidizing EU industry in future? And then there are issues relating to particularly the smaller exporters, the MSMEs, and so on. So therefore, this is one. And finally, before I hand over to the panel, there is also in some sense now, because of the global uncertainty, because of the stand that perhaps the US has taken, there is a certain pushback, perhaps temporarily, certainly, on meeting some of these sustainability and complex regulations. And that has happened partly because of the global slowdown, the uncertainties in trade itself, and the fact that there is perhaps a recognition that these regulations seen collectively for the private sector is far too burdensome and excessive for them to handle at any given point of time. And in fact, even in EU, the so-called Mario Draghi report, which came out, talked of the need to simplify and sort of sort out these regulatory burdens. So very clearly now, therefore, this is a very, very important topic. It's a topic which in some sense, is becoming centerpiece also of the trade relationship. And to deal with this, the whole idea is to see whether global trade, in fact, can lead to such a sustainable frameworks, and where is the meeting ground. But to kickstart this, as I said, we have a fantastic panel. First, let me turn to Dr. Mohan Kumar, Dean Strategic and International Initiative, OP Jindal Global University, and former Ambassador of India to Bahrain and France, and of course, a WTO expert. So Mohan, I just thought I will perhaps ask a couple of questions. So one is, what strategic policy levers can India use to turn the sustainability compliance from a trade barrier into a competitive advantage for its industry? And second, given your background, how can India leverage its G20 presidency legacy and leadership in global South forums to drive a more equitable global sustainability agenda in trade? I would request perhaps each of the panelists to spend about 6-7 minutes each, and then we can come back, time permitting. So, Dr. Mohan Kumar.
So thank you very much, Sumanta. I want to begin by thanking the CII for this opportunity. I will not speak for more than 5 minutes because I'd rather that others speak and then we also have an interaction if possible. No, I was at an event yesterday which was talking about the COP30, if you like, and that's going to be the next UNFCCC meeting. And we were talking about the constraints, about the US not being there and so on. So the geopolitical setting as far as climate change is concerned is that major countries, it seems to me, are walking away from their commitments. While they may be inclined to put trade restrictions using climate change, and that is something that India needs to watch out, I don't think I see the major countries. If US, of course, drill, baby, drill, the rest of it, I'm not going to get into it. But even European Union, there is a real backlash against the European Union's own regulation on climate change. So the multilateral setting is one where I do not believe anybody is going to put pressure on India. The way, for example, I was ambassador in Paris when we had the COP21, and there was a fair bit of pressure, especially since Barack Obama and Xi Jinping had already met. It became a template for the COP21 in Paris and so on. That kind of a thing is unlikely to happen. So the three options in front of India is, number one, do nothing. Number two, you try to really see if you can resist the kind of changes that are happening around you. Third, use this as an opportunity to really carry out the reforms that you should. Now, my view is India traditionally chafes at external pressure. Although I'm of the view that sometimes we reform only under external pressure, the fact of the matter is we chafe under external pressure. So why not use the current opportunity to do the things that you have been wanting to do and I'm particularly happy that I'm addressing this to the private sector, you shouldn't be having to do things because of CBAM, because of somebody asking you to do it. You should be able to do this because it is in your abiding national interest to do it. We are lagging behind when it comes to renewable energy, climate change, in terms of industry adapting. So I think the first point that I want to make is that climate change is here to stay. Consumers are going to decide your products and services on the basis of those preferences. And if you don't adapt, I think you suffer. So that's the first point I'd like to make. The second point I'd like to make is that the India-UK FTA, we have agreed to some commitments. So there has been a paradigm shift for those of you, since I see a lot of young people. I mean, if I can take my colleague Deepak's name and say that when we were in WTO and he was in WTO much after me, environment was not even considered a trade issue. We refused to negotiate on those issues. Now in the bilateral agreements, we have accepted it as a legitimate trade issue. That argument is no longer valid. With the UK, we have agreed to some commitments, but they are not covered by dispute settlement. That is the kind of comfort that India wants, that listen, these are best endeavor commitments, but they would not be covered by dispute settlement. I am not sure we can maintain the same position when it comes to negotiations with EU. We'll have to see, because the European Parliament is very particular that no FTA should pass muster unless it has valid, verifiable commitments on climate change. So we may be up against a different challenge. So the second point I would like to make is that use this period when we seem to be having a hiatus in multilateral pressure, external pressure to do things on your own, so that when pressure eventually comes, and it will come one day, we are more than ready to fulfill. There was just one comment, Sumanta, and I will shut up so that others get a chance and we can have an interaction. There was this feeling yesterday that perhaps in the absence of US and EU, has issues of their own, could China and India lead the way? It's a novel thought, given the kind of geopolitics that's going on. Our Prime Minister has just finished a successful meeting in Tianjin and so on, and we have issues with the US of our own. But it's a very interesting thought that you asked your second question on the global south. And if India and China had more trust, I would have been open to saying maybe that's what we should be doing. What China has done very cleverly, and I want to conclude with that, I think in Paris, when Xi Jinping and Barack Obama did a deal, the basic pretty much collapsed. This basic coalition, Brazil, India, South Africa and China, it pretty much collapsed because we asked the Chinese delegate, I remember asking him, why the hell didn't you tell us that you were going to do this? You kept saying basic, but then you did a deal with the US, and that became the template for the COP21 conference in Paris. So to do this will be difficult, but what China has done cleverly is two things, and these are both contradictory, and I just want to conclude by leaving the thought in the audience. China burns more coal than the rest of the world put together. Let that fact sink in for a minute. More coal than the rest of the world put together, not rest of India, whatever. On the other hand, they also are the largest spenders on renewable energy. So that's the kind of thing that China has very cleverly done, managing to keep the focus just on renewable energy and saying that I'm doing so much, but completely, coal plants continue to be built even as we speak. So that's the kind of dichotomy China has. I'm not saying India should do that, but India obviously needs to do much more so that we can then find ourselves in a strengthened position when multilateral pressure will come, because it will come sooner rather than later. Thank you for the opportunity, Sumanta.
Thanks a lot, Mohan, and as eloquent as ever. And I think one fact, the fact there is likely to be less multilateral pressure, and that brings me to Mr. J.S. Deepak, former ambassador of India to the WTO, former Secretary Telecom, has been chief negotiator of India in WTO, RCEP, name any negotiations, and of course, Group Director, Bharti Enterprises. Sir, maybe if I can turn to you. So 2 questions. In your view, which international forum is the most appropriate for establishing a global framework on trade and sustainable development? And what key steps do you foresee that India could take in order to sort of tackle these challenges? And a second one is more in terms of technology and so on, particularly given your current sort of thing with Bharti Airtel. What role do you see digital technologies and telecom infrastructure playing in accelerating India's sustainable trade agenda, particularly for remote, underserved regions and the digital divide, as we call it? Sir.
Thank you, Sumanta. It's wonderful to be at a CII event, and especially on a subject of such paramount importance. Before I get to the 2 points, the 2 questions you raised, let me step back a bit and look at sustainability and how and the situation this concept finds itself in the world today. Sustainability implies continuity. It is something good happening, it continues, endures, prevails. I mean, that's what it's all about. It presupposes a certainty, a predictability, a stability. And look at the trade arena today. It's the complete antithesis. It is characterized by lawlessness, a complete contempt for rules, and the Trumpian dictates that rules do not change in years and months, but in weeks and days. Change has become the fashion and uncertainty is the prevalent mood. So where does sustainability and continuity and long-term thinking, which is a must for sustainable development, part of this situation? In this context, I must congratulate CII for sticking to promoting a very good cause in a very difficult time, and I wish that they have all power to their elbow. Now, coming to the points which you raised, trade rules and climate change and environment, the cause and effect, the impact on each other has been in the forefront of the global discourse for some time. Today, again in this time, when we agonize a great deal on the weaponization of tariffs by the US, we need to also give some thought to how damaging rules which affect the environment, rules related to the environment and sustainable development, the way they could affect trade and the consequence they can have for India. It's a very serious situation. To my mind, the basic forum, I'm a great champion of multilateralism. I believe that multilateral diplomacy is a way where you can engage with the confidence that you matter, everyone is included, but not the arrogance or the contempt that you matter too much. And as Winston Churchill said, it's the worst system except for the rest. So I think, in spite of the problems which the WTO is having, multilateralism will ultimately be the long-term way to go. Not in trade just now, but certainly in environment, climate change, and sustainable development issues. The UNFCCC should be the forum of choice. It is an expert forum where negotiations are held between countries. There is an opportunity for developing countries like India to form coalitions and be able to resist arm twisting, which we see happening so much in the global economic dialogue all across the world. The idea of taking environment to the WTO, the rules making on environment, climate change, sustainability to the WTO, I think is a bad one. And the idea is basically to get the binding dispute resolution system into it, which may be a good thing for seriousness of implementing rules, but has a lot of other disadvantages, which a forum like UNFCCC presents to going ahead on climate change. The second point is, are measures to prevent climate change and protect the environment and trade rules mutually supportive? I, for one, do not think so. But the discourse, especially in the FTAs, including the FTA with the UK, which we just signed, seems to be suggesting that. Which brings me to the third point. The argument of sustainable development is used not to give us a better climate, better environment, or green technologies, but to get reduction in tariff for green products, which are mostly manufactured by developed countries, and to turn the competitive advantage against us. So this is something we need to be careful about. Restrictions on trade on grounds of sustainability, like the kind of CBAM or deforestation regulation and any number of them coming in from, especially from Europe, is something which is going to affect us very badly. Unilateral trade protectionist measures, even if they are behind green walls or in the name of environment protection, have the potential of nullifying the delicate balance of rights and obligations which are negotiated very, very tightly in fora like the UNFCCC. And we need to be careful about these. The last point is related to the US. Now, the US these days leads by the example of its power and not by the power of its example. Those who walked out of Kyoto, of Paris, are spreading the narrative of drill baby drill and have thrown all environmental and green concerns out of the window, are telling us that binding rules on climate change need to be done at the WTO. Now this is extremely this is completely against our interests, and we need to be careful about it. If we go to the multilateral forum for sustainable development and climate change, how do we move forward? Fortunately, that forum is not paralyzed like the WTO. And the point mentioned, a China-India alliance is not only necessary, but imperative. We've seen at multilateral fora, if India seeks to build coalitions around the global south interests, whether it's trade or environment or any other, you have a dozen countries standing behind you. If India and China do it together, 100 countries stand behind you. That is the clout of this partnership and the synergy it creates. And while there have been hiccups, both because of the up and down political relationship, as well as for other reasons, this is a partnership we need to make and nurture if we are to progress in our interest and not have climate change and environment, sustainable development rules become as hidden barriers for trade, which affect our competitiveness, which either drive us to destitution or make us sinks for high emission products like the CBAM will ultimately do if we have to endure it. The last point is regarding, can the bilaterals work? The bilaterals don't generally work because nations take the view that transfer of technology, which is the need of our times, climate finance, to address the principle of polluter pays, and a balance is something which is not likely to happen through bilateral agreements. It is a soft harbor forum shifting. You are trying to arm twist countries, at least the US is trying to arm twist countries, also EU and UK, to agree to commitments to give up their rights in multilateral fora on environment, climate change, and sustainable development issues through commitments made in bilaterals. And this is a problem. Sumanta, you also mentioned about technology and digital trade. Now, digital trade, as we know, is becoming important. 30% of global trade is going digital. With the increase in digitalization, more products going digital, additive manufacturing. I mean, we know where we are going. And therefore, it is important that the WTO rule book or the multilateral rule book on digital trade gets updated. But it needs to be updated with inclusion in mind. It cannot be the rules which the developing countries, propelled by the GAFA, the Googles and Amazons and Apples and Facebooks of the world, are wanting to foist. The rules that they are wanting to foist in digital trade are basically to freeze the unlevel playing field against our interests and preventing us from climbing up the development ladder which China has scaled. And this needs to be avoided. We need digital rules, but we need digital rules on data ownership. Today, anyone who processes data owns it and can use it, add value, sell it without any access or benefit sharing with the owners. If we want that India's data is used for India's development, and data, as everyone says, is the new oil, there is a necessity of at least two things which can come through multilateral trade rules. One is entitlement of putting customs duties on electronic transmissions as more and more products go digital. This will help us protect our nascent industries. Not the digital field, but the other industries where manufacturing may be by digital printing. And secondly, localization of data. To be able to process it, add value to it, clean the artificial intelligence from it, and sell it to advertisers and others. And this, I think, can be done only in global forums, which are multilateral, where large coalitions of developing countries work together. Indonesia, South Africa, and India had a coalition against the free flow of data during the G19 in Osaka. That is being sought to be broken, and Indonesia has been forced to commit not to pursue multilateral issues in digital trade at the WTO as part of the FTA with the US. This is again a problem, and India needs to be aware of this and avoid it. I think I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for such a comprehensive thing, and I think pointing to some of the risks and cautions that one needs to exercise. Let me now turn to Mr. Rajiv Kher, former Commerce Secretary, distinguished fellow RNI, a great thinker. Sir, if I can sort of ask, in your view, what are the biggest institutional and policy gaps that India must address to ensure its industry, especially the MSMEs, are prepared for ESG and carbon-related trade regulations? And second, given the increasing emphasis on supply chain transparency and green sourcing, what, in your view, role should India play in shaping the future of sustainable global value chains? Sir.
Well, thank you, Suman. Ladies and gentlemen, let me first begin by thanking CII and Sumanta and his team for making it possible for me to come here and share some thoughts. I am conscious of the time frame, so let me straight away come to responding to the questions that he has raised. But before I do that, I need to bring up, and possibly you will find the answer to these questions in what I say. I think the first thing that we need to do is to close this debate of whether sustainability is intertwined with trade or not. I think this debate doesn't have to take place hereafter. In 1991, when I did a course on sustainable development in a British university, when I came back, then I was in the Ministry of Planning in my state, and my secretary, who was 12 years senior to me, he asked me, what did you study there? And I said, sustainable development, and then I explained to him. So he said one sentence, badi futuristic baat hai. Now, cut it to last year, I was talking to a very well-known trade expert, who worked with me, and I asked him, I wanted his help in a certain project where we were looking at palm oil related imports. And when I asked him, I got a similar answer which I had got 30 years ago. And that was, "Arey sir, ye aap EU ke trap mein aa gaye." Why I am giving you both these instances is to tell you that, unfortunately, the framework, the professional framework around trade has not changed its mindset. Much has flown down Ganges, much has flown down whichever river you want to talk about. I think we need to first of all clearly recognize that sustainability has future. Forget about these short-term shocks that we are going through. And sustainability has a future not entirely based because there is a Western concept which has evolved out of it, but because of two very fundamental reasons. One is the fact that we have political ambitions, and those political ambitions need adequate support on the economic side. Those political ambitions will not sustain if we do not correspondingly support them through the process of economic development. And the recent experiences are a very elaborate commentary on this aspect. And therefore, if we have signed almost all environmental conventions, if we have declared our the NDC, if we have taken commitments on zero carbon, if we are part of whole lot of conventions on waste management, on circular economy, on genetic modification, etc., I think we need to recognize that there is a clear national commitment. Then connect this with the fact, that whenever we are talking about environment to start with, we are necessarily talking about the impact of modern days development processes on human health. Forget about animal and plant for the moment. And the moment to talk about human health, it is not a national imperative. It is a personal imperative and commitment that we must talk about sustainability. I don't want to get into more details on the subject. I think these two driving forces very clearly suggest that this debate on trade and sustainability, whether they are part of the same box or not, must cease. Because until we do that, we will not be able to project a program for how to deal with this situation. Number two, we have an intrinsic and inherent self-interest in pursuing a trade and sustainability trade and sustainability program. Now, I entirely buy the Indian the government thought process that it cannot be overnight. But clearly you can see the reflections as you see, as you examine the various trade agreements that India has signed over the last few years, and you see a definitive movement forward in India's recognition of environmental connect with its trade governance. So the recognition is very clear. Now the point is, how do you move forward? The external forces which are at the moment, which is what we are reacting against, whether it is CBAM, whether it is EUDR, EUTR, or the corporate directives and so on and so forth, have given us the immediate reason to respond to some of these stimulants. But as I said earlier, there is a huge amount of internal constituency also which is developing. And we cannot ignore this fact. The fact that the proportion of the younger population is very significant in India, the fact that globalization in terms of the multi-layered architecture of India's demography can be very well seen as bringing in those elements of sustainability in the thought processes of the younger generation particularly. it's driven by the need for health or whether it is driven by a sheer concern of environment and equality. I think it is imperative that we need to develop a framework for ensuring that our manufacturing and services are sustainably oriented. Now, we are aware that there is a green transition program which is going on. We are aware that the huge digital transformation is going on. I think these two forces, these two frameworks, unite together to give us the need for an institutional framework in the country to develop a long-term plan on sustainability, of which trade would necessarily be a part of the economic development process. This is where I think, and this question Sumanta raised about the whole dimension of how to promote these institutions, I think the first important need for us is that we need to close the debate. We need to acknowledge that sustainability is an intrinsic part in our development process. Thirdly, we need to carry out a hugely well-architectured program on advocacy in at least some selected areas of development framework. For example, I mentioned about green transition, and it automatically brings up the whole issue of how do we advocate policies and practices which will help us achieve those sustainability objectives. We need to run an advocacy program. 4, we need to recognize that the larger players in the economic firmament will find their ways of approaching the challenges. But it will be the smaller and very small players who will require the kind of crutches that are necessary to begin with. And that is where we cannot think of an isolated, standalone sort of a programmatic approach. It is reflected in some of the sectoral policies. But I think what we need is a very composite look at what is going to be our approach to promote sustainability, adoption of sustainability in production and services related processes in India to start with in given sectors. And to tie all of this into an institutional process by whatever name you want to call it. There is clearly a recognition in India on corporate governance in tune with sustainable development processes. We have the BRSR, the CSR, the PRI and all that. But these are all essentially essentially peripheral frameworks if seen in a policy context. At an individual context, we need to recognize that some of the elements are still missing. For example, let's talk about skills. Let's also talk about the role of standards and what role standards can play in this pursuit of sustainability. If you look at the CTSS and CBAM together, you realize that while we talk about the fact that we want to create a framework for carbon pricing, the whole process of measuring, reviewing, certifying, the manner in which we have structured that is still dichotomous vis-a-vis CBAM to give you an illustration. An individual exporter would still find it difficult to certify his emission statements because the perspectives on two sides, on the CBAM side and on the Indian CTSS side, are different. They may be addressing carbon decarbonization, but they are different. One is on intensity, the other is on climate change impact. So unless we create a framework which aligns with what is of the global ask, unless we realize that international standards will only facilitate our movement within the sustainability framework, it will be very difficult for us to be able to pursue the objectives. And lastly, All these equations seem to be taking the decentralized architecture of India completely out of it. They are excluding it. The states, the lesser levels of institutional frameworks like the municipal bodies and so on. Those who have done well, those who are better endowed, have clearly been driven by considerations which can be said to be sustainability oriented. But what about the others? Apparently, I see that there is a complete absence of a programmatic content around this particular concern. So I think there is a strong need for us to create a national program on introducing sustainability into our manufacturing and services processes, because if we don't wake up now, it will be too late. Forget this 4-year chiasma that we are going through. It will go and sustainability will remain at the top of the platform. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Now let me turn to Dr. Anup Vadhavan, again, former Commerce Secretary, Director, GSK Board, and many other distinguished. Anup, maybe if I can ask one question, which is sort of in some sense becoming important increasingly as far as India, and that is the fact that in our either FTAs or you call it comprehensive economic agreements, increasingly trade and sustainable development is getting linked. Now, is this an FTA, in your view, an opportunity to in fact push your own domestic agenda, or is it in some way not the appropriate time to do this? So that's one. Second, of course, taking out from what Mr. Khet talked about, an approach, in our view, how does India create an integrated policy approach across ministries, across regulators to respond effectively to sustainability linked trade barriers? And how do you think that can be sort of accomplished? Anup.
Thank you, Sumanta. I'm delighted to be here at this event, needless to say, amidst a very, very distinguished panel and a very distinguished audience. My thanks to CII and the organizers. So clearly, Sumanta, as has been mentioned by you and others, this long-standing endeavor of the developed world to link trade and non-trade issues has, in a sense, come to a head. And as you mentioned, the effort is to undo the comparative advantage of countries. Typically, trade was based on the fact that different countries were at different stages of their life cycle, and that difference in the stage at which they were operating gave certain comparative advantages which had impacts on costs of producing various goods, and that is the basis for trade. So that, of course, is being turned over on its head, and our comparative advantage is endeavored to be outdone. And of course, as far as FTAs are concerned, the India-UK FTA and other FTAs have been departures in this sense, and some, non-binding best endeavor chapters of these non-trade issues have come in. And to the extent, we include these issues in the FTAs and manage this whole transition which is happening, it is certainly desirable. But beyond FTAs, these measures are going to visit us very soon. The CBAM is on track to be implemented. It will materialize. It will hugely impact the competitiveness of our industry. So we have to, face up to that. At one level, you see climate change and the imperative it creates has heightened this whole process of, non-trade issues coming into trade in a binding manner. CBAM is a manifestation of that. But ironically, as Ambassador Mohan Kumar mentioned, others mentioned, ironically, on the regular, climate change action platform, countries are lacking in adequate commitments. The commitments don't add up to what the world needs to mitigate climate change. And then, of course, beyond commitments, the implementation itself is weak, and clearly our measures are not adding up. So, ironically, in the face of all this, you bring in these measures as a part of trade. So clearly, I don't think, abatement of climate change is the objective. The objective is clearly to give their manufacturers a competitive edge. And this is in sync with, long-standing trends. If you look at the global economic arrangements, you start with colonialism and then beyond colonialism, some very legalistic regimes. Ultimately, self-interest of the developed world was always the cornerstone. There was a brief period, of flirting with, lip service for the developing world when the WTO came in and the development agenda of the WTO was sought to be pushed, but that was a brief blip. So we should not be surprised, that all this is happening, and we have to deal with it with the acceptance that it is going to happen and it is going to be something that we are going to face in a sense, inescapable manner. And we must also recognize that it's important for countries to have countervailing power. You look at the example of China, countervailing power on the trade front encourages, better treatment from all quarters. So that is one goal I think we should keep at the forefront, that you put your domestic house in order. The mention of reform in that direction was made. But as far as, most developing countries are concerned, at this time there is very limited countervailing power available with most of the developing world. And the prospects for any rule-based relief are very limited. CBAM coming in, to the extent countries feel some rule-based relief from the WTO, could be possible. Chances of that are minimal in the present age, as Ambassador Deepak mentioned. Also, there is complete disregard for rules on the part of the developed world. The entire WTO mechanism of dispute resolution is in shambles. So there's no great prospect of getting relief from rules. And beyond that, even the legality of these CBAM type measures will be highly contested, and the answer is not clear-cut. They are being brought in as part of the non-tariff measures that are permissible on a national treatment basis under WTO rules. So the effort is to bring them in through that window and consider them to be legal. Of course, that is a contested issue, and in any case, as I mentioned, the rule-based approach to getting relief is limited. So various remedies have been, mentioned. Deepak mentioned the importance of coalitions, domestic reform, other remedies have been mentioned. One remedy which strikes me is aligning our domestic climate change abatement agenda with this concern. So clearly, ultimately our objective is to have, pollution-free industries. Our objective is to do carbon abatement, have a smaller carbon footprint, be net zero. Ultimately, that is our goal. So why not align the elements of these policies in a manner that you can make these particular industries which are competitive, compliant with some global norms. Mr. Kher mentioned, standards and their role in achieving this goal. So clearly that should be a key priority for us. Align your domestic climate change related policies to address the concerns of the particular industries which are going to suffer. Of course, this whole issue of technical and financial assistance from the West is again a kind of red herring which we should stop chasing. Our own resources which we've committed to climate change related goals, those resources have to be put in place and made available. And this support, this subsidization which industry might need in the transition process has to be outcomes linked. It must be linked to outcomes so that ultimately we achieve our climate change goals, and as part of achieving climate change goals, we alleviate these stresses which are coming in through the trade route. But at one level we have to face up to them, even though at a multilateral level, at a general level under the Paris Agreement process, the pressures might not be there, but on the level of trade, These pressures are going to be there. CBAM and I'm sure other developed countries will bring in their measures very soon. And we need to face up to them. And finally, let me repeat the point of, domestic reform. The question to ask is that India and China began their journey at very similar positions post-World War II, and on many objective criteria, I think we were better placed to take off. We were better placed to have a great economic future than China was. If you'd asked anyone after World War II, if you'd asked anyone, say 15 years after World War II as to which is the country that would take off, then perhaps India would have been the preferred option. The question to ask is, why have we been left behind? And what will it take to address that problem? And if you look at the Chinese example, you look at the example of Vietnam today, what it takes to get there is nothing very profound. There are some simple measures implemented consistently, implemented diligently, implemented with credibility, which encourages investors. While the world hates China at a political level, has always hated China at a political level, the investors seem to have loved it, more than anything else. So we need to learn our lessons, put our house in order and implement them. And if anyone is capable of implementing those measures effectively through a well worked out strategy which remains consistent over the years, then it is India. We have all the talent, the ability, the underlying factors to make it succeed. So that would be my response to these questions. I hope I've answered your questions also, Sumanto, in the process. Thank you.
Thanks, Anup, and indeed you have. And let me turn now to a different perspective. And Mr. Jatinder Singh, the head of sustainability sales, SAP India. Now, Jatinder, you are a practitioner of this. Now, so what are the most common gaps that you see in ESG data collection and reporting across Indian enterprises? And how does technology enable you to address this? And secondly, what strategies should businesses adopt to integrate ESG metrics with core business KPIs and decision-making tools? And increasingly, yes, this is now coming into the boardrooms. So, Jatinder.
Yeah, Sumanta, thanks a lot for bringing this up. And first of all, I'd like to thank CII and all the participants here for taking out your time, and CII for setting up this wonderful event to exchange all these ideas and thoughts. And I I'm aware I'm one of the least experienced panel member here. And much has been discussed here around the need and the compliances as well as the regulatory environment in India, across the globe, around sustainability. I think I more than agree with Mr. Rajiv Kher's point that we all need to believe that sustainability is the future. In fact, I do strongly believe that there's no future without sustainability. There's no future for humankind. So sustainability should be looked upon beyond the lenses of regulatory compliances. It should be looked beyond the lenses of as a mandate. It should rather be a culture. If we talk about Gen Z and Gen X, they are looking at more sustainable products to consume. They're changing their lifestyles, their ways. So the demand in shift in consumer behavior also should be one of the major factors to drive sustainability into businesses and beyond compliances and accords. Now coming to the question, what are the common gaps, as Sumanta asked, so major gap we have seen is in the skill and knowledge, the awareness within corporate sector around, not about the sustainability. You can Google sustainability and it will give you 100 things about sustainability. But we all know what needs to be done. We don't know how it needs to be done. What are the tools that can help us to do it? And what are the best practices? And the lack in that knowledge on how to get it done is something where most of the companies are struggling with. Most of the companies I come in contact with, they generally, they're struggling with scope 3 data. They don't know how to get the downstream or upstream supply chain data, because most of the carbon footprint or your, an ESG footprint is lying in your, outside your own premise. It's either in your suppliers, either it could be scope 2 or scope 3 suppliers. And then comes the, everybody is using different metrics, different kind of, frameworks to standardize their metrics and do the ESG reporting. Despite BRSR, despite SEBI laying out the framework, despite WBCSD giving the SBTIs, everybody still tries to follow, a different framework. Maybe it is coming from, a lot of companies have hired, mid-sized companies especially, have hired these consultants who come up with their own methodologies, which creates a problem at the time of reporting and filing, because they are not standardized metrics, these are not standardized frameworks. And then third, biggest challenge is the fragmented data and the manual updates. A lot of companies are using different systems for different purposes. For their HR, payroll, there are different systems. For their manufacturing, there's different systems. For their order processing or for their procurement, they're using different system. And when they need, and ultimately company is one. When you're doing a corporate reporting, everybody is looking at you as a single entity. You are not multiple departments in the view of your consumers, in the view of regulators, in the view of auditors, in the view of investors. So you need to act as a single company, and entire data has to talk to each other. So sustainability is not just the responsibility of your ESG officer or sustainability head. It is the responsibility of all the departments to adopt the sustainable practices, to adhere to the framework and provide the right data right at the transaction level, which can be later on captured, which can be later on aggregated and reported as and when needed. So coming to the second part of the question, these are the challenges that, that I realized during my interactions with the Indian, mostly mid-size as well as some of the large companies as well. Now, how these challenges can be addressed? So, most of the challenge lies in, either with the knowledge or with the data. So, both the things can be addressed with the help of technology today. Technology enables us to capture the right data at the right moment. It also helps us to set up the right practices or the framework within the organization and ensure that those practices, those frameworks are followed across the organization by all the practitioners, across the different departments. Now, technology can help us in setting up, first of all, we need to do a dual materiality assessment of the company to understand which are the major areas which needs improvement and what are the problems regarding, it could be emissions, it could be equality, it could be, waste management. What are the areas where we need to focus more? And then they need to start setting up the benchmarks or the KPIs for each and every department, for each and every practitioner within the organization. And once these KPIs are set up, then they need to enable the people also how to, adhere to those KPIs. KPIs needs to be very clear and measurable. But people also need to be aware about what these means for them, what exactly is my actionable in order to adhere to this KPI, rather than having a very hypothetical kind of, discussions in the boardroom where they lay out the vision and missions, but individual responsibility for every member is not described. So then comes the right tools. People need to be enabled. Once they understand what is their responsibility, they need to be enabled with the right set of tools to capture that data. And then obviously, technology is available today. All kinds of solutions are available. There are multiple vendors who can provide you right AI-enabled tools, or without AI also, the tools which can provide you the reporting and analytics. As well as, I think technology also helps with another big challenge, which is the continuously changing environment of reporting and regulations across the globe. So we have seen in last few years, it's continuously evolving. There are a lot of changes, there are a lot of inclusion, there are a lot of exclusions, when it comes to ESG reporting. So having a reliable partner who is continuously in touch with this, global trade practices and reporting regulatory compliances requirements, who can provide you updates seamlessly. With one click, you can download what are the latest changes in your reporting requirements, and it can enable your system that you're using to provide you with the reports, with kind of insights which are in line with the changes which has recently been implemented. So I think these are few things where technology can step in to address the challenges. Now, I think if I've got correctly,
yeah, that was.
Yeah,
I think
how to integrate the ESG metrics. Right?
You've done that, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Jatinder, for the practical part of this. Now, we are running short of time, but the audience has been listening. So very briefly, maybe just one or two questions, but please be brief. If you'd like to address it to a particular panelist, do so. But please, my request is, please be brief. So I think the gentleman in the front here.
Thank you, sir. This is a question specifically to Anup ji. Sir, we have been very, I would say, heavily inclined towards the mitigation aspect, that is net zero transition, reduction of emissions. So what's your take on how we sensitize businesses and their supply chain on the climate adaptation part, on how to make their businesses resilient towards climate-induced physical hazards or disruption? Because sustainability is all about business sustainability as well, the prosperity of the country and people and the planet as well. So all these three equations should go hand in hand. So we'd request your views on the adaptation front. That's my question.
Yeah, so I think it's sort of established that wherever some successes have been achieved in moving along this path of sustainability, market-based principles have helped. And the other aspect which is striking is that a sustainable approach to business can be a good approach. The feeling was that if you orient your business in the ESG direction or in the sustainability direction, it becomes unsustainable. So that again is not true. So in a sense, the business of environment can be a good business, and incorporation of environmental concerns into your regular business can be a sustainable, economically, meaningful endeavor. So certainly we should put in place some market-based mechanisms to, guide industry in the right direction. To the extent there's an adjustment cost, we have to address those issues through suitable support, through suitable protection. All those measures have to be there. But I think the onus should be there on every corporate board to include ESG in every aspect of their functioning. Whether it is a non-business related internal aspect of functioning, you're sitting in a meeting, what do you serve the water in, what do you serve the food in, how much waste does it generate, whether it is aspects like that which are not strictly business or commercial related, or whether they are aspects of, what technology do you use, how do you reduce the carbon imprint of your plants. So businesses should be conscious, and I think if they are conscious, they can find, a sustainable path in that direction. And to the extent the policy environment, regulatory environment needs to create the right kind of market-based sort of goading or nudge, if I can use that term, in that direction, it should happen. To the extent government needs to cushion the financial, detriment which might be coming in the way, to that extent, I think government should step in. So those are my thoughts. I'm not an expert, but logically, I think that would be the way to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm afraid we perhaps have to close this session. Certainly encroaching upon your lunchtime anymore is not sustainable. But let me thank the panelists here, Dr. Kher, Mr. Deepak, Dr. Mohan Kumar, Anup and Jatinder for a wonderful panel. And can we have a round of acclamation for all of them?
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I would echo the moderator's voice in thanking the esteemed panel for their insightful session. We extend our sincere gratitude to everybody in the panel and the moderator for making the session so engaging and insightful. I request the moderator to kindly facilitate the panel members with a token of appreciation from CII. Please, Sacha. I request the panel members to please gather in front of the dais for a photograph. Thank you so much. We invite the delegates to visit the exhibition area, which includes a photo booth this year with the CII CESG Sustainability mascot, Dhara. Do remember to tag us at CII and at CII CEST. We will now break for lunch and reconvene with our session, Local Roots, Global Goals, in this hall. Please, 5 p.m. Thank you so much.
Request everyone to please settle down. We'll shortly begin our session in a minute. I hope you all had an amazing lunch and you're energized for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now starting with our next session, which is on local roots, global goals, subnational pathway for a sustainable future. I now welcome our esteemed panel members, Mr. Arun Nanda, Mr. Nagaraja Gargeshwari, Ms. Vinita Hariharan, Ms. Dhruvi Shah. We also welcome our moderator of the session, Mr. Shikhar Jain, Executive Director, CII ITC Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development on the dais. I will now request Mr. Shikhar Jain to take the lead and commence the discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I request everybody to please settle down. I know it's just immediate after lunch. And I ask my colleagues also if we can get all that lunch area closed so that we have no noises coming in over here. Okay. So welcome everybody. After lunch, we have been following the session on climate finance, trade. You have heard the ministers. Now this session is more towards the implementation part, and that's why we titled this session as Local Roots. So all my panelists over here are going to give their reflections on how the local implementation of either the Indian or the global standards have to be applied, and what are the global goals that we will be achieving, where we have to align and harmonize it, and what would be those subnational pathways for a sustainable future. So there are two things that most of my panelists will be covering over here. One is about the local roots from the experience that they would be sharing, and how the global goals, and why global goals are important is, just for context setting, is that India is having a vision of Viksit Bharat by 2047, a $30 trillion economy, a $5 trillion economy by 2030. And I think this could be only achieved when this growth is inclusive growth and a green growth. And we have to see that no one is left behind in this development, and how does it reaches far and wide to the communities that we are doing with. So when we talk in CII, we talk majorly about one stakeholder, which is industry, but this growth that we are talking of has to be an inclusive growth, wherein all the community, workers, your nature-related aspects, how all could be aligned for an overall development path. And that's why the vision of Prime Minister, when we say, is that can we project this growth model to others? And I think that's what we have been hearing from many global audience, that when India is going for this growth, it's a new development model that we are talking of. And that's what this session is going to discuss. And we will get some experience known from our panel member. So this panel comprises of, to the extreme right is Mr. Arun Nanda, and he is one of the known guys, and he is the former chairman of Mahindra Holidays and Resorts and Trustees, and he is also the, apart from his experience which goes beyond 50 years, and that's why he asked my age. He said that you are moderating the session, but your age is my experience. But at this experience, he has taken a new step, and he is also the board member for Science-Based Targets Initiative, which is SBTI, and he's on their global board. And that what brings us the strength that when the companies are setting the science-based targets, how this could be more aligned to the local sort of realization of it. Then we have from our, I should say as an office bearer, Mr. Nagaraj, who is the chairman of our CII Mysuru region, and he is the president and whole-time director of Automotive Excels Limited. Within CII, our office bearers act as the ambassadors for all that thing that we are doing either at the national level or at the sub-national level. So he brings out his experience of dealing with the supply chain and how this policy part from the good practices can be brought back to the policy making when we are talking at the central level. Then we have Ms. Vinita Hariharan. She is a public policy expert, and she had been the former chief of External Mission Ministry of MSME, and I was just asking her that we are good in making policies which goes from federal, central level to the state. In the state, they have their own interpretation, but how do we make them more implementable? What are the actions that we need? And how this could be more involved in the policy making also, that we get good feedback from the state to work on the refinement of the policy instruments at the central level. And also not to leave behind, I think we have Dhruvi Shah with us. She is the executive trustee and also the CEO for Axis Bank Foundation, looking after many such local CSR level projects, and she will give us also the insight that how these projects bring out good value. So with this panel, let me begin asking in the order from Mr. Nanda that from your experience, sir, I will drive it from your experience and what you are now handling on SBTI, that we have worked a lot on mitigational part from the climate point of view, but what are the adaptive strategies that companies need to adopt at the local level, and your viewpoints and your insights on it, and how do you see this coming out with a good involvement of various stakeholders? So over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. It's the first time I'm speaking on sustainability. At my age, I've spoken on most of the time, but most of the time it's on business. So, you asked a very relevant question. As I see it, there are two parts to climate change, sustainability development. One's the mitigation part and one's the adaptation part. We normally talk of the mitigation part. We talk of how the vehicles will cut down, how the power generating companies will bring down, how this will happen. And so I am going to focus more on the adoption part rather than on that, because last 1.5 days we've been hearing what is being done on the mitigation side. See, on the mitigation side, let me give you one or two examples. Now, when it is power generation, it is mitigation is the only thing. But when it comes down to transmission and this thing, because the company Tata Power sitting in Bombay House cannot do it. It has to be done at a local level. It has to come down to the level of the village sarpanch to make sure that there is no this thing. See, for which I feel, so I just gave that as an example, but I'll tell you why I feel it is important we need to go. And how do you go about it? I think the first most important thing is what I call stakeholder engagement. I was talking the other day to a friend who was asking, "Tu kya karega? Bloody, you're an accountant. What will you do on in this area of this?" So I said, look, as an observation, there are very few groups. See, in college we heard two words, de jure and de facto. So de jure is when it is legally compliant, de facto is when it's happening on the ground. Most of the companies, if not most, at least a large number of companies, do this because of compliance reasons. And it is not only in the sustainability area. You see it in, if you go to SEBI, since I was on the finance side, I've seen. But what you really need to make the place a better place, and as yesterday Piyush Goyal said, we have not inherited this. We are custodians of the future generation. And to achieve that, you need it to be de facto. It has to be the part, means organizations like Godrej or Mahindra or Tata have succeeded because they brought it as a part of a DNA. But when it is compliance, it is very different. And stakeholder engagement is very important to get to that, because you have to get them to be a part of you so that you make them feel stakeholders. And we have hotels in small towns and villages, and we've seen how it works. There's not much time, but I can talk about it. So climate action needs a lot of stakeholder engagement. Second is, it helps businesses on the ground. Because ultimately, there are two ways to look at life, up to down and bottom to up. I believe that bottom to up survives longer than top to down. And the third is, supply chains are very important. I gave you the power. Without looking at this point, I gave you the example of power. Generation is one side. Where do we lose most of our electricity? Where is our inefficiency? It's in the loss of the grid. And there are certain states where the loss is much more than the other states. It's a question of awareness. Supply chain goes across. It's not only power. For example, we made cars, we made tractors, we made this thing. So the thing comes from, my forging used to come from Kolhapur and Sholapur. Used to come. So what I am trying to say is that you have to get to the bottom by engaging with stakeholders, building consensus, address local resources issue, and this will help you in your business as economic drivers. Decarbonization strategy. Let me tell you why is Hindustan Lever share price much more multiple than their profitability as compared to others, because people are valuing these things. And going to the local level, going down is, I believe, a very big, we started at the top, but that's how you have to start. But I think now as industry leaders, we have to move down and make sure where our plants are, where our customers are, where our suppliers are. That is where it starts happening.
Thank you, sir. Of course, stakeholder engagement is one of the key things, and what we say is the value of this engagement to bring into the business strategy. We now move to Mr. Nagaraj on the supply chain side. One thing that we learned from Minister Goyal yesterday, he said that while industry need to be dependent on government for policies related to supply chain, but at the same time, corporates should also take action that they make the supply chain more inclusive also from the externalities that the supply chain members are going to face. So what are your views on it from the supply chain resilience point of view, might be?
Okay. Good afternoon. Actually, you should have asked Nandaji to speak later, because he stole all my thunder about the supply chain. I think, we are kind of discussing just before this session is, okay, we have a compliance route and then voluntary adaptation. So the challenge is, when it becomes the compliance, every company, even like ours, have a very small ESG team, or we also include safety in that, and also health, typically it is HSE, right? Health, safety and environment. So this team is overstretched. They are kind of punching numbers, and then, you have to send out the report, beginning of the month. So the focus is so much on the compliance, the innovation, and then, adaptation kind of take a back seat. So if you have to really move in this direction, it has to be a bottoms-up approach, and then it also has to start at the home, right? The kids have to get an understanding of what we are doing, and then comes to the institution. How company like ours or institutions like CII can engage with the educational institutions, bring in this awareness. And most of the times we are having, we are all gone through this, right? Internship and induction program. When the new employee joins our company, there is so much of focus on the work, process, systems and everything, but probably we underplay the importance of sustainability and what exactly we are doing and what we can achieve, kind of a benchmark it. So these are all the things which companies can do to ensure that the importance of sustainability and how it brings in the value, it needs to be communicated, and that many a times it's just a lack of awareness, which is basically, put us in a situation where ESG will probably come at a last, So what we did, in fact, within our company that I would like to share, we started it off about 10, 12 years ago. So obviously, water is one thing we use all for washing purpose and for processes and everything. So we started rainwater harvest 12 years ago, and we were the only company in the Mysore region. We had always maintained water positive when we looked at the water level. So that kind of encouraged us, and now we have close to about 2 million liters of water. And thanks to this year's monsoon, so we are saving lots and lots of water. So we started off a journey like that, and then, the stillages, we always wood packing, plastic packing. So this is the initiative again taken. It's a voluntary adoption. It is not to say that, we wanted to comply. But again, when we realize now, whatever the initiative took, 5-6 years ago, it is paying off. The initial ROI, it was not good. But now as you see all the inflations coming in, you're really reaping in the benefit. Same thing with respect to renewable energy. So all our process, we are looking at the innovation in terms of, not just that, you just follow the suit, some companies are doing. Obviously, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, while we also learn from, other companies, but at the same time, what is that new things we can add? And in fact, in many cases, we went back to the customer, really kind of engaged them in what best practices we can bring in, how we can go for our alternate materials, how we can go for our alternate processes, and how we can go for even, like alternate packaging. And one thing Nandaji, touched upon, it is most of the times, people don't pay attention to that, but that has a big impact on the carbon footprint. So he talked about the logistics. Many a times we also get, material from thousands of kilometers. One thing what we looked at it, how do we build in a local supply chain, which basically, help us to literally bring down our logistic cost, probably by anywhere between 20 to 50%, depending upon what commodity you're buying. And this is really helping us, not only to, bring in the economy to the local, areas or regions, but also really mitigating those unnecessary waste. So one of the things, we are always kind of looking at it. If there is a waste, can we eliminate the waste? If we are eliminating the waste, then we are really moving and marching towards sustenance. And there were a couple of use cases I have attended in some of the seminars, especially with respect to sustainability. Two of the use cases, is I really want to implement, and we are already doing something. One of the use case, they said, in a beverage company, where typically anywhere between 4 to 6 liters of water is used for 1 liter of beverage, they implemented through innovation and then ensuring that waste is eliminated. They almost brought it down by 40%. And the same thing with respect to the, he said that leakages, distribution losses, grid losses. It's not only happening in the grid. Within the plant, there are machines which are not very efficient. There are machines which kind of leak current very, very, very slowly. And we are kind of looking at it, how do we manage it and how do we eliminate it. And we are not stopping there. All these lessons learned are being shared with our suppliers, our supply chain. And, we are also kind of leveraging, and I'm sure that all of you know that CII has Center of Excellence for Sustainability. And we are using, the team and their capabilities to, one is bringing the awareness to our suppliers, and the second thing is also helping them with the necessary tools and the necessary systems, so that, one is they will get motivated, and at the same time, they will be able to put in their efforts to adopt it. And so that way, we are looking at OEs or asking the tier 1 supplier to, be compliant for all these requirements. And we are looking at how we can influence tier 2, tier 3 suppliers also understand this importance and then work towards it.
Thank you. And I think that's a very practical insight, that how the supply chain in India are getting resilient. And I think that's one of the key things that over the years we have been seeing, that how Indian industry is mentoring the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 suppliers, because that's where more and more efforts of localization goes, and more technical part is required outside the plant, because these are the key guys who are your component suppliers and all. And I think they are also the value creator from the point of view of financial capital, but when you give them these technical things, they get more empowered with. So thanks for bringing in this insight and holding the flag of sustainability high with the supply chain partners. Vinita, we move to you now, because you are hardcore into the public policy making, and what we are trying to make a connect from the local level is that the solutions like what Mr. Nanda and Mr. Nagaraj have said, how does these reflects into the policy making, the insights which comes from the local level at the state level, and how we can bring it back to the policy making at the federal level. So more than going top bottom, can from implementation such examples can come in, and that could lead to a better conversation when we go as CII with the other government departments. So what are your insights on it?
Sure. Thank you so much. Thank you to CII ITC Center of Excellence for having me here. And indeed a very important topic, sustainability for MSMEs, which is not discussed widely, but definitely it's a beginning and it reflects the times that are. So if you look at policies for MSMEs, MSME is predominantly a state-driven subject, but of course central government has the responsibility of framing the policies, framing also programs and schemes for states to implement them very effectively. So I would just like to touch upon some of the schemes that the center and the states drive for improving the sustainability of MSMEs. One is the raising and accelerating MSME performance, which I had the opportunity to design and lead. So that is a World Bank funded project, part funded by World Bank and partly the Government of India. It's a 7,000 crore scheme. So the focus of RAMP was to improve the competitiveness of MSMEs in the last mile, because taking cognizance of the fact that the last mile, the MSMEs still grapple with these challenges of getting into the digital platforms and also to comply with the global sustainability norms now. And also, of course, India itself being the champions of sustainability, they also have to cater to all of these greening norms. So taking all of that into account, RAMP was designed, and RAMP's focus is on improving competitiveness by leveraging on existing schemes of Government of India like lean, zero effect and zero defect, like you mentioned, the Minister mentioned yesterday. So these are all very aggressively pursued schemes by the central government, which focuses on sustainability of MSMEs. Apart from that, various state governments, there are decentralized efforts like Gujarat is doing a lot of programs like giving subsidies for equipment, clean technology, clean production technologies, and also states like Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Rajasthan and Uttar Pradesh are the leaders in this front, where they have varying schemes. Some offer capital subsidies, some offer waivers on electricity if they are green. And many of them, like Karnataka, also giving a lot of subsidies for solar rooftop installation. So these are some of the efforts from the government side and the state government sides, because we have to mention that before we say what are the lacuna in the implementation. So as you said, bottoms-up planning is extremely important. It's not enough for us to discuss in Lee Meridian about the sustainability aspects of MSME. I think we really need to go out there and be with the MSMEs and handhold them into, first of all, to bring them up to speed with what are the norms and what are the sustainability norms that are there globally as well as nationally. I think that is one. Second is, like we were talking offline, what are the advantages that MSMEs have by going green? I think that kind of awareness, if it is spread, then they're incentivized to adopt these norms and they don't come like a top-down or a compliance effort. Rather, it comes like a motivated effort for their own, increasing their own performance and profitability. And if you talk of bottoms-up planning, I think what is most important and what's very close to my heart is about the local bodies engaging in, in implementation of schemes for MSMEs and particularly greening of MSMEs. Again, we go back to the old, age-old, issue of capacitating our local bodies. It's very important to educate and capacitate our local bodies, because right now they're all very flushed with funds with the, the 16th and 15th Finance Commission grants. But what about their own revenues? What about their own capacities? So local economic development, I think, is the key to the solution that we are seeking of bottoms-up planning. Once our local bodies are equipped with the knowledge of, what are the needs of the MSMEs, and if they have a system where they could actually map the MSMEs in their particular local body, say a Grama Panchayat or a municipality has an information or a particular cell which focuses on mapping all the MSMEs and saturating the MSMEs with all necessary, interventions to kind of meet all the challenges that they have, which is access to finance, access to technology, access to human resources, and access to resources for greening of their own enterprises. I think that will be a good solution for us to start with to improve this bottoms-up planning and all the findings. And I think at the end of the day, the local bodies, the buck stops there. The buck should stop at our Grama Panchayats and local bodies to actually be very effective in spreading the message to the MSMEs. And of course, we also have the District Industry Center, which is a machinery that has been set up since many, many years, but they've almost, very sadly, many of them are defunct and many of them are decrepit. And so the, one of the initiatives under RAMP was also to re-energize the District Industry Center. So they could also become the grassroots cells, the cells at the district level to actually implement these programs that are being imparted by the state government and the central government. So it's a combination of all of these efforts, I would say, would improve our bottoms-up planning. And definitely bottoms-up planning is very, very essential, because policies can't be thrust down as much as they can, be done from as a requirement coming up from the MSMEs at the last mile. Thank you.
I think that's a very good insight, that local bodies have to be also empowered, and they are sitting on a lot of information which is not captured anywhere. Because they means I don't know, in some district data it reflects or not that how many MSMEs they have and what type of supportive policies might be unknowingly they don't know. They need to know about it because the state has provided them, but there is a miscommunication. And I think the district industrial centers means my sort of bells ring back to 20 years back when we were going and asking them to implement something on the hazardous waste management and all when the orders were given. So I think that's a good insight that how we can bring that knowledge, empower the local bodies, collect this information, which is becoming very important today because we were just discussing on the adaptation side, Mr. Nanda touched about it, that today the supply chains are so integrated that if there is some cyclone which is there in the Kutch area or in the Bhuj area in Gujarat and they are supplying some component in Karnataka, if that integrated information is not there, all of a sudden when the disruption in the supply chain takes place, they come to know that the complete consignment is delayed by 45 days and all. So I think that local body needs to have all this information. And similarly, when we were doing this work in Andhra very recently, we came to know that many disaster management centers which are there, in case of any such super cyclone and all comes in, so we realized that the infrastructure is there. And sometime back in 2018, they were utilized very well. But somehow coming down to 2025, that information is lost. So again, working with the local bodies, this is something which has to be, it keeps knocking them again and again. So if there is some sort of information system which is there at the state level, that could be really good. Nice. So we move to you, Dhruvi, from Axis Bank Foundation point of view. You might be also developing many financing solutions, if I use the word, or if you are doing something from the financial institution point of view, livelihood or something. So how do you sort of bring in this, the sustainability dimension to it, or the community-led development, which makes a good industry connect, might be through some talent skilling and all. But what are these new innovative solutions that you are looking in, which supports the community towards some sustainable development goals or sustainability that can then go into the policy part, as I was giving, and then we can bring it at the central level. Yeah.
So let me try and address it as best as possible. So thank you to CII for organizing this. I think we are talking about sustainability and a whole spectrum of it. I think that's very important because everybody is connected, right? Grassroots is us at the end of the day. It's not anybody else. We typically see somebody else as grassroots, but grassroots is people at the end of the day, whether you're part of a supply chain, whether you live in a city, whether you're in a village. But it's all our decisions that are going to matter as we move to a future. Coming to what we do in villages, we support farmers, small and marginal farmers, typically in rain-fed areas where they do not have access to irrigation, to try and first is sustain their incomes, enhance their incomes and sustain it. So it starts with water, better productivity, market linkages. Ultimately, they are all part of some form of supply chain, either as consumers or as suppliers. And unfortunately, they are also, they get impacted the maximum with disruptions because they are at the bottom, even as a consumer or even as a producer or contributor. So while they take the highest risk, the remuneration and the insurance, for a lack of better word, is the least available at grassroots, right? So sustainability is not just ecological sustainability, but supply chains need to factor in the risk that people are taking at every level of their shareholding, and how are the profits distributed? Are they distributed basis the capital they invest or the risk they take? And it's not always proportionate. A farmer takes the highest risk with maybe a little lesser capital investment, but the repercussions are also the highest on him, right? I mean, look at what has happened in Punjab today. I mean, the entire crops are lost. While the example does, I mean, there are very different economics in agriculture in Punjab and the rest of the country. But the remuneration that farmers get is not proportionate to the risk they take and the losses that are incurred. So when we look at sustainability and supply chain, I think one of the factor is to see that there is equal distribution of profit, and which is not linked to the capital invested, but linked to the contribution and the importance of, if there's no producer, there is no supply chain, right? I think that's something very important to take factor in. Second, when we again look at rural and their sustainability, I think what is still very functional is governance, and activating that governance, building that capacity will go a very, very long way in people still take interest in decisions that matter to them in their area of influence. They probably cannot impact the MSP, but what they grow, how they use their resources, they still have interest and say. And a lot of our work is about enabling that kind of decision making where they're able to use resources in a more distributed and an equitable manner. Is it something new? No, it is not something new. Traditionally also, rural communities have always shared resources, which is why it's a shared poverty. So that's something we enable. There are several government programs that are designed for adaptation. If we are able to activate those schemes for the community, again, they will go a long way in at least making their lives a little more stable. I don't like to use the word sustainable all the time. Even for supply chain, I think ecological sustainability is something that should be priority. Most times there are conflicting decisions that have to be taken, and it's that decision where influential people will have to take decisions to forego immediate profits for long-term sustainability or distribution of profits. I think some reversals need to happen to be able to create a different kind of foundation for the future. Else we are not going to be able to include everybody in whatever we call, whether it's sustainability, mitigation, adaptation, all of that, right? So just to summarize, I think a different kind of lenses on participation and profit sharing, prioritizing governance at every level, especially grassroots, and third is equitable distribution. So stop with that.
Thank you, and I think that these are the new business model in which you have to see the fair value is spent across your complete value chain, and I think that's where you are saying of the equitable growth part. I think that's where it brings in that how do you do a fair valuation, like Mr. Nagaraj was giving the example of water, the amount of water that has been saved. It's the fair valuation means we know that the cost would be low, but amount of water that has been saved might be very high. Similarly, farmer might have brought a lot of value to the industry, but might be because of certain issues that part is not gone in the way it should have been. And I think that's where the inclusiveness becomes very important from the point of view of even the policy making part. So I will go for a quick second round of questions with all the panelists, wherein I will just request for one good idea that you feel from your experience, from the point of view of policy making, that we can take from this particular panel or this session from local roots and aspiring for the global goals. One thing that has been reflected by all of you is that if we take these measures more as a voluntary or a day-to-day business part, then it's always good. Because the moment it becomes a compliance, it becomes the complete regulatory part and all. So if we can take one good sort of advice from all the panelists, what do they suggest on idea related to sustainability, whether it could be climate, nature, any other aspects where you feel from the stakeholder empowerment point of view, and then we take it to the audience for some questions. So So over to you, Mr. Nanda.
Thank you, Mr. Jain. I'm going to take liberty to talk in two parts. One is why SBTI, and one I'll tell you from my practical experience. See, as I had mentioned earlier and Mr. Jain reiterated, it has to be part of a DNA and it has to come. Now, why did I join SBTI at this stage of my life, and what is the advantage that I see? First of all, there is an accelerated ambition to be seen as a carbon neutral company. It's become an ambition with most of the boardrooms and people like that. You'll be surprised, in the last 18 months, there has been a 227% growth in addition of members companies who have accredited with SBTI. So it's an ambition which comes with not ego, but it comes with something to give back to the society. See, please remember, it's something which I've said number of times, that we are a product of the society. You survive, you do well because there is an ecosystem which supports you. Can you alone manage? No, the answer is no. The second point that people come, that climate action brings competitive advantage. It is not only in acquiring customers. That has becoming actually more demanding. There are companies like Tesco in Europe who will not buy unless you are SBTI compliant or things like that. Or there are companies which, for example, IKEA and others. The second is, I talked about stock valuation part of it. The third is, banks are giving, if you want money from IFC or World Bank or Temasek, if you are not compliant, you are not going to be qualified. These are the competitive advantage. This is a small list. I have my colleague Tracy here from SBTI UK, and she is here the whole day, and if anybody wants to know, she'll be very happy to guide you. Third is a very important point that I learned from my life. If you are a leader, there are not only you're projected as a leader, it comes with a lot of advantages. The standard setting organizations, the government, the local authorities call you, the CIIs call you because you're seen as a leader, and when they are doing something, you play a role. Not in another situation, if you're not there, you'll only be complying. But here you will play a role in setting standards and doing things like that. So you actually educate people in the bureaucracy, in the administration, in the CIIs, as to what are the real challenges and do it. Having said this, I want to share a couple of examples. And please, at 77, I'm not looking for praise, but I want to, because at the average age here is less than my number of years that I worked with. When I don't know how many of you know that I'd set up 2 new cities, Mahindra World City, Jaipur and Chennai. When I wanted to do that, people were thinking I was mad. And why did I do it? One day, my executive assistant came and said, good night, and I said, how's your baby? And he had tears in his eyes. And those days, he was staying, our office was in Nariman Point, Gateway of India area, and he was staying in Kandivali. Because there was road construction going on, he said, when I leave office, home, my child is sleeping when I reach. That's where the concept of work, live, learn and play came. Everybody thought, the leading agencies, this guy is mad, you do it. Today, what I built, I bought land for 8 lakhs of rupees and I spent 50 lakhs per acre on construction. We are selling at 10 crores. The paybacks are much, much higher when you do something of that. When I wanted to do in Mahindra Holidays, I wanted to get into this in a lot. Sir, we get power at 4 rupees. Why do you want to spend so many rupees a kilowatt to do? The payback was 2 years. After 2 years, we are getting free power from the solar. Composting, the bloody fertilizer when you have to buy. So if you, and the limited point I am making is, take some of these calculated risks over a period of time and not over a very long period of time. They are going to pay you back. IGBC buildings cost 7 to 10%, but project department will say, when you are CEO, sir, my budget is 2,000 rupees a square foot, this will go to 2,150 rupees. But that 150 rupees of power, I recover in less than 2 years. No, isn't it better to put 150? So I am saying that take leadership position, take challenges. It is something where the reward comes slightly later and not to the next generation. But the reward, the payback, you're spending money today, which is recovering in 2 years, but the next 20 years you're going to get power free. Next 20 years you're going to get water free. You're going to get... So please take these chances, take these things, and you will feel happier. My happiness does not come from the profit. My happiness comes from what I did for the society.
Great. Thank you. Thanks, sir. That's good. Mr. Nagaraj, your views.
So, purely from the policy perspective, what we can do or what the government can do to really encourage is, especially for the micro and then small industries, if we want to change from, compliance to voluntary, then there has to be some kind of an incentive. Either it is a tax breakup and all, some kind of a investment or, interest-free loan, whatever you want to call it. If it can be provided based on the performance, not on the report. See, your carbon footprint is so much for this particular product category, then you are eligible for this. Because this will drive the motivation, because definitely if there are 10 industries, definitely few industries will volunteer and rest of the people will follow that and they understand, what benefit they are getting. I think, so our policy framework should be, first it should come like awareness. The second one is give an incentive to drive the motivation and then follow up with the compliance. I think that would be an ideal situation.
That's a good 3 steps that you have given. Vinita, your insights.
Right. So as I said, bottoms-up planning, the only solution is to have these local economic development cells, I would say, in maybe in a cluster of gram panchayats, or in, if it's a big corporation, then one particular cell in that corporation, catering to all the, challenges that MSMEs face. First of all, map the MSMEs, then understand the challenges and have a holistic checklist of what are the challenges: access to finance, access to technology, access to capacity, and over a period of time see that all of these challenges are redeemed, and probably have a system of checks and balances by the district and by the state government. In that way, I think we can have a mechanism of saturating and reaching out to all the MSMEs at the last mile, and help the MSMEs also leverage on the central and state government schemes. And I think one thing, if it's not already done, is the green rating of MSMEs with the help of IGBC. I think we can start doing these green ratings just like we have for houses and homes and buildings. We can have these also in place and incentivize the MSMEs for getting into the, the greener brackets of these green ratings. I think these 2 are the things that I would like to say. And of course, ministries, as far as national government is concerned, MSME is huge, it's broad, especially with the new definition. Everybody is an MSME today. And so it spans across various ministries. The Ministry of MSME is not the only ministry. There's Ministry of Textile, Ministry of Commerce, Ministry of Industries also for the medium enterprises. So all of them, we need to have one particular cell which converges the programs from across the ministries towards betterment of MSMEs. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. So there are good insights that I've taken from this session. Over to you, Dhruvi, your last words, suggestions.
I think while it has started with compliance, I think compliance has helped create awareness, which has led to volunteerism. People are more conscious in taking decisions because end of the day we want to take the right decision. So I think compliance has helped nudge people, maybe forcefully, but in a common direction. What it can be complemented by is a lot of capacity building and awareness with data so that people are able to take right decisions. That's one. Second, again, an aspiration is to see if every participant in a supply chain, at least in a region, can sit together and negotiate terms of contract with each other. I think, yeah, two suggestions that I would like to have, and that also cross-cuts policy and practice both. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So thanks to panel. Any questions, quick questions, because we are just on time before I wrap up the session. Any insights, any audience wants to ask any question from the experts? No questions, so then I just wrap up the four good things that today's panel has brought out from the local roots and how the aspiration of global goals and the subnational policy making could be. One is what Mr. Nanda reflected, of course, with the stakeholder engagement also he has added the point of the strategy having the DNA of including the sustainability aspects into the business model and the happiness part that he has reflected on. Mr. Nagaraj gave this important insight about giving incentives based on the performance, raising awareness, incentivizing them, and then bringing the compliance aspects, but see their performance as well. That attracts other industries also to get into it. What Vinita reflected is on the local economic centers. I think that is something really good, that how the local growth could be the centers of economic growth, and the ratings that you suggested. And of course, what Dhruvi said about is that more and more policy making from the roots have to come in from the point of view of data, the transparency, and how it could be that the participation is more inclusive and more evidence-based policy making is there. So I think one learning that is coming out is that if we strengthen the local supply chains and all, a lot of data needs to be captured both at the OEM organizational level and also at the state level, because the state needs to have the data to send it back to the center for making a holistic policy view. So I think I will request the audience to give an applause to all the panelists and my thanks to each one of them. And I think I will just request my colleague, I think there is some publication release as well, yeah.
Firstly, a heartfelt thank you to all our panel members and the moderator for an insightful discussion. Also, I will now request all panel members to step forward and we'll have a launch of our report, which is Building a Climate Smart and Resilient Future for India's Food Processing Sector, Refining the Contours. And also, there is a policy brief launch on building a climate smart and resilient MSME food processing ecosystem in Madhya Pradesh. Yeah, a huge round of applause, please. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. With this, we conclude this insightful session.
May I request everyone at the back to please settle down? A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to everyone at this session, Breathing Better, Solutions for Clean Air. This session will examine how urban areas can tackle air pollution through collaborative efforts. Leaders from both public and private sectors will share innovative strategies and integrated solutions. The panel will highlight how progressive policies and advanced technologies can drive collective action towards cleaner air and healthier cities. To take this session forward, may I please welcome the moderator, Mr. Sunil Desai, Co-Chair, CII Cleaner Air, Better Life, and Managing Director, Richfield Engineering, and all panel members to the dais. The panel members in this session are Rahul Kapoor from Camphil, Mr. Krishan Kumar Sharma from DCM Shriram, Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal from Unity Group, and Mr. Ronak Sutaria from Respire Living Sciences. I now request the moderator, Mr. Sunil Desai, to set the context and begin the discussion.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my colleagues on the dais. Clean air, better life is something which is of importance to everybody. We go through this challenge every day, from our house to our office, back when we are in the streets, or where we go for our meetings. And this is something of importance which we have our fellow panel members, they can give a lot of more throw their lights on the questions which we arise from the industry or from our living across the globe. Either you are living in India or living anywhere in the world across into a nearby a seashore, or you're living into the hills. This is a challenge which we keep on coming across every day. I would not, we are pressed on time, so I would not like to go more into detail, but gathering this opportunity to leverage our expertise, we need to deliberate, discuss, and put forth some of the effective solutions and find the answers within the framework of our topic, and also see that we are able to muster and arrive at a solution, deliberating within inputs from the panel members and also from inputs coming back after the session from your end. I welcome here with Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, co-chair, co-founder of Unity Group, and I think so you know about Unity Group. I have Mr. Rahul Kapoor, Managing Director, Camphil. They are into filtration, and then we have Mr. K.K. Sharma with Environmental Health and Safety from DCM Shriram, and we have Ronak Sutaria from Respire Living Sciences. To deliberate and start first with, I would like to have Mr. Bansal, co-founder, some few questions. During GRAP construction activities, often under scrutiny for role worsening air quality from your perspective, what proactive measures can the next private sector, I'll say specifically private sector, adapt to minimize dust emissions while minimizing economic implications and within the restrictions of the law?
Namaskar. So first of all, I will give you some brief before we start about the answer about the construction industry in, in GRAP in construction industry. So we all know that construction industry is playing a big role now in economic growth of the country. Yesterday, our Honorable Prime Minister was addressing a semiconductor factory, a semiconductor seminar, and construction is now playing a big role, around more than 10% in Indian economic growth. We are the construction industry is the second largest employer in the, you can say, in the country. So we can't ignore construction sector. It's a paying around 10% playing role, and the second largest employer. So it's a very, very important sector. So what happened few years back, whenever the GRAP is a Graded Response Action Plan set by CII on the direction of Supreme Court, whenever there was a GRAP 3 particularly, the construction industry was asked to stop the construction, which means everything is stopped, the labor is stopped, the construction, everything is on standstill. So it was a very bad situation because at the end of the day in construction industry, the workers are the poorest people in the earth. They work in the construction industry, unskilled laborers, poor people, the people or the lowest part of the economic system. So the construction stops and suddenly the AQI goes down, the construction, starts again, AQI goes up, construction stops. So stop and start started. So we presented, detailed presentation to CAQM through CII that construction industry plays only around 9 to 10% in, AQI or the PM2.5 and PM10 particulate, and that too not the entire construction industry. We identified with the help of experts, there are only 5 to 6 activities which creates some part of, PM2.5 and PM10. Rest around 40 activity in construction industry has no role to play in AQI or increase. I will give you a few examples. I will first give you the example of negative, the activity which can create some of the AQI rise. The first one is excavation. If we excavate and we do the earthwork, excavation and refilling, that creates some dust particles in the air. So that is one activity. The second one is the demolition. If we demolish the building, dust particles generates and goes in the air. These are the second activity. And third one is mainly the cement related activity, like wet concrete, wet mortar, cement based mortars, not the chemical, the cement based mortars. The third activity, and the fourth activity is the marble cutting, polishing, marble laying. These are the fourth activity, and the fifth one is the some part of the painting which are dangerous, otherwise rest painting is good. Besides these 5-6 activity, all other 40 activity like bar binding, shuttering, electrical, plumbing, window, air conditioning, there are many activity in construction industry which have zero role in AQI increase of that. But the myth is that whenever there was a increase in AQI, the construction industry stops. So we presented this to CAQM and I'm thankful to them. They agreed in 2023 that these 6 activity will be stopped during GRAP, and rest of the activity now they permit, which is a great relief also. Now coming back to your question that what are the, measures we should take. Now these measures are very popular and most of them are now people are following. Rather in Delhi, everybody is now following these measures. The first is wind breakers, like we create a 10-meter high shield across the site to dust should not go out and should not come in from the outside also. So that's the first one. The second one is whenever any truck goes out from the site, we have a wheel washer in the site itself so that the dust with the tire doesn't go out. So every time the truck goes out, it's very simple, there is no cost involved. You just have to create a pit with the fresh water and the truck goes out while washing the tires. Like we go to temple or Gurdwara, when we enter, we wash our feet before entrance. Like similarly, the truck goes out and the tires are washed automatically in the pit. So that's a very simple and easy method. And then whenever you do the marble cutting and all, it should be wet cutting, not the dry one. Again, there is no role of, money. And then we sprinkle the water on the building material is covered, and
Similarly, if the excavation is done and you are not using excavated area for the few times, then you can plant grass on that. So very simple local grass, if you plant on the earthwork, 1 rupee a square foot or something like that, the grass holds the dust and it avoids, you can say, dust to, you can say, accumulate. So very, very small smoke guns are now very popular, anti-smoke guns, and you just deploy smoke guns on the construction site as well as on the rooftop of the building. It helps us reducing the dust level. And now what happened, the CII have asked us to install monitoring at the site. And sometime you will be very happy to note that the AQI level at construction site, where the monitoring is going on, where the preventive measures are going on, is less than the outside. So construction industry playing a big role, we have to, you can say, go with the construction industry. And one thing I would like to more add that, nowadays we always say the construction industry, the diesel vehicle, the generators, dust, prali, all playing a role. Now even on 3rd of September, everything is going on. Construction is going on, generators are going on, diesel vehicles are going on. The AQI is less than 50. So it doesn't mean that these generates the dust or AQI. It's the weather. It's the wind. In the winter, the wind, you can say, is very low, almost less than 5 km/h. That's why the dust particles doesn't go away, flew away, and they accommodate in the wet temperature.
Thank you, Mr. Bansal. Just an observation. We are also in a little bit of construction part of it. Just a small question. Coming out of the building, I mean, we go into this thing, there's a construction of the government building going on. Why the equipments are dirty? Is it the same across, or there's no law for that?
Equipments are?
They're very dirty. I mean, you talk about that you could pond, to take out the truck so the wheels go through a tire and it's washed out.
Actually, you're right. It's a very simple process. Initially, when anything comes to new in the city, initially the tire washing was just a pond. Nowadays, it is not a pond. The water, you can say, circulates. The water goes out, the dust is clean, and there is a sprinkler now. Whenever the truck tire goes away, the sprinklers automatically on, and the sprinkler washes the tires. So it's a necessity, is the mother of invention, you can say. When anything is new in the city, you just try with the basic things, and whenever you learn things, you try to improve it.
Thank you. This is a very interesting subject, and it needs a lot of merry man-hours to discuss. This brings me to Rahul Kapoor, our Managing Director from Camphil. An interrelated question that how the rapid advancement of air filtration and how effectively we can integrate this into the public offices, into the homes, and protect public health, while when we are doing the construction, the dust is emanating across, and how to arrest that portion.
Sure, thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your attention, please? Thank you. It's a small gathering, so I think it's important if we all listen to each other. I'll make it a little interesting to answer this question. How many of you do Alom Vilom or Pranayam in the morning? Okay. How many of you are into any kind of physical activity, running, jogging, gymming, etc., etc.? Quite a lot, right? That's a good audience. Now tell me, how many of you can hold your breath for over 1 minute, 60 seconds? Okay, 2 minutes? Yeah. Not so many, right? Not right. Please don't do it, okay? I'm not advising that. But the point I want to make here is, we eat about 1 to 2 kgs of food every day, depending upon our appetite. We drink about 6 to 7, 8 liters of water. But can you guess how much of the air we breathe in every day? Anybody? Not from the industry though. Yes. Yeah, 20,000 times a day, which translates to about 15 kgs to 20 kgs, depending upon your breath. So that's enormous, right? We breathe in 15 kgs of air. Now, when we drink water, if we see something in it, we don't drink, we ask for the replacement. So is with the food. But what do we do with the air which you can't see and you can't smell? We have no choice. And that's what exactly makes our job very difficult and important at the same time. Now, thanks to a lot of initiatives which government has taken and a blessing in disguise which fell upon us as a curse, COVID, we have all seen what a dirty virus can do to all of us. Now that brings me to the question, what is this air quality? What CAMFIL can do to help you, or as an industry, all of us together can do to help you? Or what are we doing? The first thing is the awareness. Now thanks to the COVID, thanks to a lot of other things which have happened around us, we all understand the importance of having the clean air. Second important thing is that we spend about 90% of our times indoors. Now that is an amazing stat. 90% of our time, on an average, we spend indoors. It could be our home, it could be office, it could be our car, gym, anywhere. And the air quality indoors typically is about 2 to 5 times, in some locations even more, worse than the outdoor air quality. Strange, right? I mean, everything sounds very strange. But this is how it is. If somebody puts an air quality meter inside this room with all of us here, we could have a disaster. Now, having said all the cons, the pro is that we have become more aware of it. I'll give you a couple of classic examples. We did a school in Delhi where we provided the air filtration solutions. So during October and November, when most of the schools shut down in Delhi NCR, and they convert into online schools, virtual classes, this one school sent a letter or email to the parents stating that please send your children to school. School is much safer than your home because we have a beautiful air purification system which maintains air quality better than World Health Organization standards. Amazing, right? We have on panel Mr. Bansal, who builds malls, and I'm not sure how many of you are familiar with Dwarka, but if you've been to Vegas Mall, he claims it has a better air quality than the outside. So he's done some measures. So first thing was to get aware of our surroundings, which we are fortunately aware of. Second thing was to bring in the industry, bring in the awareness to get the corrective actions, which we have done. And I guess the last solution here is the monitoring. Because we cannot see or feel or smell the air, it has to be monitored. So my last take here is, as we become more and more proactive, and we have these air quality monitors, and we have a wonderful group of people here who does this kind of a job, and we see what quality of air we are breathing in, we will become more assertive in our actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahul. This brings me directly to Ronak. Ronak, you have an extensive experience in air quality monitoring spaces. Can you share some key levers which will enable more focused and effective solutions, which will bring us to the final thing on the industry, which will come from Mr. Sharma. So your question is a loaded one.
Sure, thanks Sunil so much. And thank you to CII for inviting me today for the session. So, about the data and, so your question was more about what data and technology can help with regards to clean air. So another question to the audience is, how many of you all use Google Maps to find how long is it going to take you to go from point A to point B? A show of hands, how many of you use the time estimate on Google? I would imagine almost everyone. Google started working on this in 1996. We are in 2025. They pretty much perfected it. It's a $10 billion product for Google today. The fact being, the reason we use it is that it is accurate. It tells you exactly it's going to be 14 minutes or 26 minutes. It doesn't tell you it's going to be 38 plus minus 20 minutes. You use this data because it is nearly accurate to a few minutes. It's also available throughout the country. I mean, it's pretty much available throughout the world. The fact is, anything to become useful, it needs to be accurate, it needs to be widely available. The thing with the story with air quality in India is that the government has deployed about 500 locations, each at about ₹1.5 crore rupees. So about 800 to 900 crores have been invested so far in the last 8 years to give you air quality data from 500 locations. How many of you actually use the air quality data put out by the government to take any kind of action or insight? Yes, sir here, of course, because he works with the government agencies. But we are hard-pressed to find that 800 crores has actually translated to anything of significance to the general audience, because that data is pretty much used by cities to track their yearly averages. So, effectively, if I had to summarize what are the 3 or 4 things which would really make the data work for people, we need to make the data accurate and affordable. The price currently, and in the afternoon there was a round table which said that now there is near reference technology available for about 1/4 to 1/5 the cost. It needs to be highly, spatially and temporally widely covering the country. You cannot just have Delhi currently has 45 of those 500 monitoring sites. About 10% is captured by Delhi, and Bombay and Bangalore come next. Effectively, if I have to say, get the data accurate at an affordable cost, make it highly dense, and have some amount of regulations to make this data authentic, because otherwise there will be a lot of garbage data. Now, unlike the traffic data, air quality has an impact on health. So it also has an impact on the economy. If you start reporting certain, and Delhi is experiencing that, people are moving out of Delhi. In winter months, you may see a drop in your economy pretty much because of your AQI levels. The entire, people go to holiday elsewhere. So you need to be a little careful about how you use this data, but some amount of regulatory oversight combined with innovation and technology, I think can answer broadly what is being asked about over here.
Thank you very much, Ronak. This brings to Mr. Sharma. The very important aspect is, can you share examples of industry-led collaborative initiatives that have effectively improved the air quality? I am sorry, I changed the question because it was in a link which I started from Mr. Bansal. He is the person who initiated it. So you need to give me the industry answer.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. Desai, and good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I think the very first thing which is important is that our company, I belong to DCM Shriram. So the first thing is the mindset. The mindset which we heard yesterday also our Honorable Minister was talking about, that has to be put in place at the very first place in terms of taking any action if you want to really make air clean. So the first action which at a framework level we have in our company is whenever any capex is put up, it has an ESG assessment right at the beginning. What I want to say here is, if you are doing assessment right at the beginning, what needs to be taken care of in terms of air pollution control devices, if they are required at the very first place in any of the plant equipment, then it will cost less to ultimately pollute. But it will cost more to pollute but less to recover if you are taking this cost as part of the capex itself, whether it is air pollution or it is water or soil. So that is the very first, I think, framework which is put in place, which is helping us in terms of identifying. Now, having said that, the second part is when you are adopting some products, like we are into basically 3 verticals. One is agri-rural business, second one is chemicals and vinyl, and the third vertical is value added, which is basically fenestra doors and windows. This is UPVC and aluminium doors and window business. So in all these businesses out of agri, I would like to talk about where we have specifically got into the circular economy model, where not only the molasses which is getting generated out of this sugar production is gainfully utilized in manufacturing alcohol, that is ethanol, which goes for petrol blending, which ultimately has reduced scope 3 emission in terms of GHG emission, which is one of the cause of this air pollution. That is something which has substantially reduced in the scope 3 emission. And secondly, the press mud, which is another waste generated out of sugar mill. We are converting it also now. Recently in the month of March, we have installed a CBG plant at one of our facility, which is of the capacity 12 ton per day, which amounts to almost 5,000 tons annually. That ultimately replaces the fossil fuel. So these are two actions in terms of the product. So it is not limited to the product, but as you know, the sugarcane is the main feedstock for our sugar production. So the extent of awareness that is created among farmers through our various flagship program by the name of Meetha Sona, so that ultimately has given us not only benefit to the company, but also to the farmers in terms of raising this awareness, has led to not only preventing that parali burning which we all hear. In UP, you will not hear any sort of such air pollution, because the entire biomass is over the years being utilized for this biocomposting by various farmers. So this has not only increased productivity at the farmer end, but also the sugarcane which we receive for sugar manufacturing also has yielded in terms of better sugar productivity. So this not only has enhanced income opportunity for the farmers, but also helped in saving water also, because through these sustainable agri practices that we share with our farmers, that ultimately has led to the tune of some 1300 billion liters of water saving over these years, almost 8 to 9 years or so. And last year we saved almost 160 billion liters of water. So that much saving has not only helped us in terms of having that water, which is a resource that is going to deplete in the times to come, but certainly is a valuable saving in terms of a natural resource. And in terms of renewable, as we also have captive power plants at our sites, so in Bharuch as well as Kota, so our endeavor is to get into the renewable also. So 2 years back, we started off with the renewable energy plant with the Renew Power collaboration, which is to the tune of some 50 megawatt. That ultimately is put up at Bhavnagar, which is supplying to us now at Bharuch. And going forward at Kota, we are coming up with another 68 megawatt in this year, which is going to be commissioned somewhere around March or so. So these initiatives ultimately is step forward in terms of reducing our air emissions, in terms of clean air, moving to the cleaner technologies which are available for us to adopt. And on plantation side, it will not be appropriate for me to share the commendable work our teams are doing at site, where plantation is on continual basis is carried out. And today when I speak, we have planted almost more than 6 lakh trees across all our sites we operate. And going forward, for last 2 years, we have also started the mangrove plantation, which we have already succeeded in 4 lakh mangrove plantation in Gujarat. And our target is by this year end, we plan to achieve 1 million mangrove plantation. So this is something which ultimately we feel is an initiative in terms of the clean air initiative, in terms of providing better air to all our fellow people. And last but not the least, in terms of administrative actions, we also encouraging our employees to have carpooling. And happy to share with you, recently we have also introduced buses at our site in Gujarat, where 8 buses are deployed and 50 cars are eliminated. With that, now you can imagine how much GHG emissions can be reduced. And going forward, in this month only, we are going to move ahead with EV vehicles, replacing those buses also. So that ultimately is a drive from the corporate side, that whatever best we can do certainly can improve our environment in the times to come.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. That was quite an elaborative information which we have. This brings to one particular statement of what Mr. Sharma, Mr. Bansal, Ronak and Rahul mentioned. How many of you are aware of HAZOP from the industry? I think so. It's a very strange effect. We all from the industry, but when we talk about building plants, we don't talk about design and do the detailed study of why HAZOP is required. I mean, Hindi mein bolu to, it is like, acha theek hai, yahan bana do. That's not the attitude. It requires attitude coming in from the bottom of your heart, which the minister said yesterday and emphasized by Mr. Sharma this afternoon also, that we need to change that synergy of what HAZOP is. HAZOP is not your enemy. It is analyzing your design consultant's capability. It analyzes your capability that you'll be able to run the plant effectively, or you're building the facility, meeting the requirement and mitigating the law, and you're not violating the environment. So we're running short on time. I would like to have very brief overview from my panel members, starting with Rahul. What do you think with the invent which is there in the NCR? How can we improvise to talk about public health? I would like to request, make it brief so we're not in time within the framework.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Desai. So first thing is, probably in a country like ours, large 1.4 plus billion population, carrot does not always work. So we've got to have a right mix of stick and a carrot. And government has done its job by placing the regulations. I'm very happy to announce after 46 long years, government has started something called as a BIS certification for the air filtration. So the large commercial residential buildings, what Mr. Bansal and others construct around us, they are no more allowed to use any kind of filters as they wish. They'll have to follow government regulations. They have to have ISO 16890 regulated, accredited filters at their places. Very soon, they will not be even allowed to wash any kind of air filters, because what dust they clean of the filters goes into the soil and then contaminates the groundwater. So first thing, Mr. Desai, would be the regulations. Second thing would be for all of us to become a very noble citizens and follow the ground rules. Do not behave when no one's watching, do whatever we like. And third, and the foremost, which is the most important for us as an organization, is that we must, and I say it starts from me today, to make sure that we educate our not only fellow panelists, not the audience, but everybody around the corner about something called as the life cycle cost, LCC, or the total cost of ownership. So typically an Indian mindset is whichever is the lowest bidder or the lowest cost product can be used. But typically we forget to look at a larger picture, which is that over a period of 5 years, the total cost of ownership of that lowest cost product today could be much higher. So there are two very good examples in front of us, which we see in our residencies every day. First, when government announced LED lights, right? Everybody had a lot of reservation. Why to change? Chalta hai. Then we saw the benefit it brought to the residential electricity bill. Second could be the washing machine or the refrigerator, which now comes only star labeled. You do not see any refrigerator in India, any air conditioner in India, which does not have a 2, 3, 4, 5 stars. So when you decide as a consumer to buy a 2-star air conditioner or a refrigerator, it's your choice. But at the same time, I have a choice to pick up a 5-star refrigerator or air conditioner, which could be slightly expensive today. But I know surely, looking at the label on the product itself, that over a period of 5 years, it will help me save 35% on my power bills. So awareness, regulations, and then last, which is the most important, as a consumer, it's our duty to pick up the right product. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rahul, there's something which brings me to Mr. Bansal. You have elaborately given us the overview of what we are talking about, the construction industry part of it. But the add-on is what are the reforms which can be brought in for the land use in the urban planning? Because that is something which is a challenge. It's a very long subject, but I would like you to be brief and just tell us in few words that what are those 5 words which will help us to understand.
First of all, I will say that we should add forests. It's true, from the last 75 years, no new forests have been added into Delhi. So we are just adding the gardens, plants or something like that, but we are not doing this in the right way. I will give you example. Everywhere we leave 10-15% of our projects in the green area, but what we are doing, we are planting decorative plants and trees like champa, like Elstonia, like these type of plants and trees. They doesn't help. If we plant forest in our site itself, it helps a lot. Like I will give you an example. There is a technology now, Miyawaki forest. So if you plant natural species like aam, jamun, neem, avla, breda, the plants which generate lots of oxygen and they take less space than earlier now, 25,000 trees can be planted in 1 acre only. So first try to increase the forest cover within your site itself, like we have planted. We are just planting 1 lakh tree in our site at Krol Bagh, 40 acre of site is there. So what we are doing, that entire periphery of the site, which is 6 meter wide, entire periphery of site, the natural species trees are planted. So it helps a lot in reducing the, you can say, environment, dust particles and lots of things are coming. And they are helping us in generating oxygens and many other things also. Secondly, when we construct the building, the reform should be that all the buildings should be net zero. If not net zero right now, it should be at least 5-star rated green building. Like Sharma ji was mentioning, nowadays we are buying AC or fridge which is 4-star, 5-star. Similarly, in the building also, building law should be such that the 5-star rated or platinum rated building should be mandatory. It should be the law. And we should try to go for the net zero building. It's not impossible. It's very much possible. So these should be the mandate, the law, that you should certainly try to use the green building rating and try net zero. And thirdly, we should incentivize, the government should incentivize the buildings which are green building. Like in Delhi, Delhi is the only state in neighboring entire North India where this green building is not incentivized. If you construct green building in Gurgaon or Noida, it is 5% incentivized. And in Delhi, it's not so. Delhi needs more, you can say, much more incentivization. And instead of the NCR, and we are pursuing hard to government that why should not be incentivized. Instead of FAR also, the property tax should be relieved. There are many ways to, you can say, incentivize the green building. It's all our responsibility also to try and adopt the method which are environment friendly, or you can say healthy for our industry. Delhi is the most unfortunate place in the construction industry. I will give you an example. We have 6 weathers, and the best weather is for construction is October, November, and this AQI comes and construction stops. So we have to do a lot of, you can say, law, a lot of reforms, a lot of
Mr. Bansal, thank you very much. Not being cynical about the thing, but why are we looking at all the time that we need concessions and some motivation? It should come from within. I mean, I just don't want to, I want to close this here very quickly. I'll discuss with you at length because I have got some other part of it. Brings me to Sharma, Mr. Sharma. A very quick, we have got only 5 minutes to run through. How can companies prioritize environment, health and safety strategies? Which is the first? Is the chicken or the egg or the bird or the feather?
I think it's the word itself, EHS, means you have to prioritize environment first. So other things will follow. But having said that, what I feel is whatever you do for health or even for safety also, it is an integral part. That's why we always say, whenever we talk about EHS, these 3 are integral part of each other. If you are doing something at workplace in terms of improving safety, say it is workers' health in terms of reducing some emissions at workplace or reducing some noise level, it ultimately improves the environment as well as health also. So that way, this EHS is something which is an integral part of each other.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sharma. So we say EHS is the heart, brain and the body. Thank you. That brings me to Ronak. In the abundance of research and data, repositories of the quality, the translation of data into action-enabled evidence remains limited. What are your thoughts on how we can bridge this gap to drive real-world improvements? I want only in 5 words. We don't have time because there's another clock to beat it.
I think I can say just 2 things actually. I mean, air quality or AQI data is getting into insurance and it's making it highly actionable. A lot of you, your insurance plans ask you if you're smoking or not. Tomorrow it's going to ask you how much AQI you've been exposed to in the past year. And if if your friends are going to pay less and you're going to pay more, it's going to hurt. We're also seeing real estate prices are going to get affected. And that's, it's going to pain you when your real estate price drops, because you are in an area which is poorer in AQI. And these are all going to be real economic hits that, people are going to take. So I think these are places where AQI is going to pinch.
Thank you very much. And this brings to close to our session. If I can only take 2 questions, if there are any. Or else, we leave the deliberations so you can come back to us in CII and ask us what are your viewpoints on clean air, because that is something which is important for you as well as to take the deliberations forward to the next level in the next meeting when we meet across again. Anybody? Yes, ma'am, please. Be brief, and the question should be short, otherwise the answer will be in 2 paragraphs.
Sure, sir. So my name is Karuna. My question is that, as per my understanding, the government is not tracking VOCs in the air in terms of monitoring the quality of air, the targets that they have. I mean, it is so obvious and defies common sense. Why is it not happening, and when do you see it happening? Yeah, that's the question.
You want who the panel?
Anyone. Yeah.
Rahul, this is your area. I think so. You can start with that.
Yeah, it's like killing or hatching the lowest hanging fruit first. And because, like Mr. Modi rightly said, if you would have heard him, let's capture what is visible first, right? And unfortunately, dust is visible. VOCs are not visible as much.
So that's not a good enough answer. Sorry.
No. You're right. This is not the answer. This is just the point I'm trying to make. You asked why, right? This is how it starts. And now, having said that, VOCs are a very, very integral part of some of the industries, and their VOCs are treated first. For example, data centers. Vehicular, oil and gas, refineries. Only when it comes to residential, commercial buildings and spaces like Delhi NCR, we tend to ignore it. But now, government having taken first step towards BIS regulations, the second one is coming on VOCs. It's work in progress, yes.
So anybody wants to add anything? So you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, don't worry about it. We moved from 75, another 5 years later we'll have the implementation.
Okay, hope so.
Don't give it up.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My name is Ankit. I have a question for Mr. Bansal. So we talk about use of sustainable materials all the time, and you yourself as a builder, do you find difficult to find these kind of materials easily in the market? And what is the solution if it is there?
Nowadays, thank you, Ankit. Nowadays, it's improving. The materials are now available. Rather, we have now many options available. Like the bricks we were already talking. Initially, they started with the fly ash bricks. Now, AAC blocks are available. So you have to select between the 2. So each and every aspect, like the glass, the aluminum, the lifts, the motor, everything is now improving. Things are available now, and as sir rightly said, things are improving very fast. So we have lots of options available now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This brings to close to our session, and we have wish you for the next session a lot more to learn and understand. We would also join you. If there are some more questions, please address them to CII, and we would be glad to respond to you very quickly, addressing to any of the respective panel members. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we end this session. A sincere gratitude to our panel members and the moderator for making this relevant and an insightful discussion. Could all speakers please gather for a group photograph? May I now request the moderator, Mr. Sunil Desai, to hand over the token of gratitude to all our panel members. May I now request Mr. Shikhar Jain, Executive Director, CII ITC Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development, to hand over the token of gratitude to our moderator, Mr. Sunil Desai. May I request all the people at the back to please sit down? We'll be beginning the session shortly. A warm welcome once again to this session on resilient urban infrastructure. Before we begin this session, I would just like to inform all the participants that this year's the exhibition area includes a photo booth where you can click the picture with CESD's mascot Dhara, as you can see on my left. Whenever you share these pictures on social media, please remember to tag CESD and CII. Coming back to the session, this session will explore ways to embed resilience at the grassroots level, making urban infrastructure adaptive, inclusive, and regenerative. It will highlight collaborative efforts among government, civil society, and the private sector to safeguard ecosystems and the communities that rely on them, along with the strategies and priorities for advancing urban resilience across India, with a focus on strengthening local ecosystems to withstand adversity. I would like to extend a heartfelt welcome to our moderator, Mr. Nitin Seth, Chief Executive Officer, New Mobility, Reliance Industries Limited, and all the panel members to the session to the dais. The speakers in this session are Mr. Shekhar Singh, Ms. Devolina Kundu, Mr. Gaurav Mathur, and Mr. Rajiv Agarwal. May I please request the people at the back to please settle down so we can begin the session? I now request the moderator, Mr. Nitin Seth, to set the context and begin the discussion.
Thank you. I think rapid urbanization is a topic and resilience. So I think we all know cities are growing, people are moving into the main cities, because the opportunities are very high in the main cities, but it has exposed the cities to a lot of air pollution, resource scarcity, extreme weather conditions. I think some of things happened in the last few days, and you would have seen the kind of public outcry into what they saw. I'm coming from Bangalore, where you happen every day, so it is there, which is a pressure which is putting on the city. When we talk about resilient infrastructure, we're talking about creating and adapting an inclusive system that can withstand such kind of shocks. Because shocks will come, there are pressures from the people on the infrastructure, there'll be, how does a resilient thing withstand such kind of shocks? Today we'll discuss what is the collaborative way we all can work together between the government, the private sector and the people, so that we can find a very collaborative way of working to solve some of those issues. There is no, let me say, a magic wand to solve this thing tomorrow. Expectations are high, but question is, how do we work in a collaborative way to make it withstand such kind of pressure? There will be a lot of challenges as we go forward from citizens, because citizens do expect this to be resolved. I look forward to a very productive dialogue from the esteemed panelists. I will introduce them and they will give their views on some of the issues. We have Mr. Shekhar Singh, IAS officer from Municipal Corporation, Pimpri Chinchwad, Pune. Ms. Debulina Kundu, Director, National Institute for Urban Affairs. Mr. Rajiv from CEO for BitCam, he's come all the way from Guwahati. And Mr. Gaurav Mathur, Lead Business Development. So I'll start the discussion by putting the first question to Shri Shekhar Singh. Sir, you are aware, how can municipal corporations balance rapid urban growth which you are seeing, especially like look at city like Pimpri Chinchwad, Pune, with the ecological protection and community well-being? How do you think you can balance this rapid growth with the ecological and the community well-being, sir?
I think first and foremost, we have to all understand that the cities in India are growing at an absolutely mind-boggling pace. If you look at our city, we were a city of 17 lakh people, 1.7 million in 2011. We're already 3.2, 3.3 million. So that's almost about doubling in about 13 to 14 years. And if this is the pace with which we are growing, it puts no doubt all the resources into quite a bit of a strain. Now it's very easier said than done. What you mentioned about Bangalore or Gurgaon, or it could be a PCMC, it could be Pune, it could be any of those cities. What we keep saying about urban planning and how urban planning can become a very important tool, but it's often easier said than done. You know, it's very easy to say that it should be proper urban planning and this and that. But the entire political economy that exists around cities, the way that we are building our cities, the greed with which we are building our cities in various forms creates issues. But I think first and foremost, if you're able to do a proper urban planning to that extent, I'm also proposing that solution only because, you know, that is one, solution that can plug all those ailments. I think a lot of things get settled, and that gets inbuilt into your master plans, that get inbuilt into your development plans, where you're able to balance the land use that you are using with various ecological considerations. If I ask people in my city, what are the top choices in the city? What do they really want? You know, we had a recent participatory budget exercise where we got almost about 2,500 suggestions, not too much, not too less. One of the top choices was, they want more parks. they want cleaner rivers, they want cleaner air, etc., etc. So those are the kind of things that the citizens of your city are already saying it. But I think this needs to get inbuilt into your urban planning aspect from various parameters. One very critical factor also is the financing part of it. You know, no matter how much you say, no matter what you say, for so much population influx coming to the cities, our cities are woefully underfunded to that extent. And that part of the thing lies at the door of the city also. We need to keep expanding our revenues through various sources, through alternate financing, through municipal bonds. It could be n number of things. But you would need immense amount of funds flowing into the cities if we want to create the infra for today or tomorrow. More often than not, we are creating infra which the city required 10 years back, not what the city requires today or what the city requires in the future. Just a quick example, and I'll cap my answer onto that. You said about urban flooding. We conducted a whole mapping of our nalas and streams in the city, and we were shocked to see the kind of encroachment that has happened onto those nalas, and that's the situation of every city currently in India. We are now undertaking massive demolition drive going forward to restore those nalas to the original position, to the original width, so that the water which was supposed to flow into those nalas and then meet the river can actually do the job. Otherwise, if your nalas are encroached, the water will flow, but it will flow onto your roads. And that is when we all start making, naturally hue and cry about the whole thing. So I think these needs to be balanced. All of the cities, frankly speaking, are doing a lot of things in sustainability. You know, we are doing our sustainable waste management. We are doing in terms of the treatment of water. So there are multiple things that we are doing. The only thing that we need to keep doing is keep a very, very strong focus with regards to the various sustainability initiatives that we can keep reminding ourselves while we are going ahead on the path of development. We've done that through a sustainability cell where we are, laying focus on 6 verticals, right from your sustainable mobility to your vertical landscape and to other things. And that keeps bringing the focus back. So that keeps bringing the focus on increasing our green cover. We are at 49%. We are targeting 60% by 2030. And then furthermore as we move forward. So that helps you fix targets. And finally, we are also working on a visioning strategy. A lot of cities work on it. The problem in India is that we work on a lot of visions, but the plans to implement those visions sometimes lack. So we're trying to plug that gap, how PCMC or how our city would be. We are turning 50 in 2032. How we vision our city when we turn 50 in 2032. What should be the green cover? What should be my AQI index? What should be my modal share through active or sustainable mobility? And I think if we can keep all these focuses, I think cities need to be at the forefront of that entire sustainability debate or entire battle against climate change.
Thank you, sir. I think one point which I will echo with you also is the role private sector has to play to work in coordination with the government very well, because the most complaints come from private sector because their employees are not reaching office on time or they are living far away and they are in traffic jams. But I think partly I will say I see talks between private and the government, but I think the collaborative effort to implement should also be encouraged much more is something I'll say my personal view on the issue. There's a lot of complaints against the government, but private sector should step in to say, I'm here to help you, and also including funding to adopt some parks, adopt some various things is also, I'll say, as my contribution. Ms. Devalina Kandu, there are issues which we're discussing about when there are key gaps in Indian urban resilience planning and need urgent attention. What is your perspective on this, on that subject?
Thank you. I would like to take this opportunity also to thank CII for having me here. And for those of you who are not aware about NIUA, we are the National Institute of Urban Affairs, a premier institute with the Ministry of Housing Affairs, Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. And we basically support the ministry in terms of research, capacity building, and also policy formulation, policy evaluation, and also capacity building of city officials. So I think the question is very pertinent, and before I go to your question, I would also like to put forth to the audience the entire urban spectrum, how we are growing. I think what Mr. Shekhar Singh just now mentioned, that PCMC or the city of Pune or Bangalore is growing at a very fast pace. But this is not true for all urban centers in the country. The scale at which urbanization is happening has slowed down since the 80s. But because of the sheer numbers, I think it gives a massive outcome. If you look at the growth rate, it has slowed down since the 1980s, and in the decade of 2001-11, for which we have the data, the increase was but just by 0.03%. And the reason for this increase was the emergence of 2,530 new census towns. So the way India is urbanizing currently is not that too many people coming to urban areas or the natural growth rate being too high. I think both have slowed. Some of the big cities are experiencing expansion of their growth, the city boundaries. But the most important factor which came up in the decade for which we have the population census data, which is 2011, and also from the nightlight data, we have done some calculations. So based on that, I'm making this inference, is that existing rural areas are becoming urban, which we call in situ urbanization. So I think the point which you raised is about the urban resilience planning. I think that is very critical, not only for metropolitan regions or the towns and cities which are already there, but for the upcoming peripheral transitional areas within each city. And there comes in the importance of GIS-based master planning, or for even the data that we have, which is being generated at the real-time basis. I think that integration is very important. Integration of various layers, the contours. We are talking about urban flooding. We are experiencing that, I think, almost in most of the cities in the country. So how do we address these challenges? I think the first need is to have the data and also to integrate data before we take any informed decision based on that predictive data analysis. Use GIS, use AI. The current tools, I think, needs to be the basis of any informed policy decision. Again, I think risk-informed planning is very important. The master plans need to have various GIS-based master planning. I think 60 to 70% of our cities do not have any master plans. So I think, although the Amrut mission has started helping cities in preparing master plans, I think this is the need of the hour. Again, for disaster management, I think disaster management plans need to come into operation. Just not only that we prepare plans, but those need to be actionable. And as again, Mr. Singh just now mentioned about the funding. So the Government of India has come up with the UCF, the Urban Challenge Fund, where 25% of the funding comes from the center as a grant. The remaining 75% either has to be funded by the state governments or the urban local bodies. So how do we do it, and how would the next generation of infrastructure be climate sensitive? I think these are questions which need to be addressed both by the public sector and the private sector. There needs to be synergy in doing so. And we have, from the Government of India, as an offshoot of the Smart Cities mission, we had the Cities 2.0 program. Again, climate observatories are being formed in 21 states, and also climate cells are going to be established. So how do you synergize between all these initiatives and come up with solutions that do not remain restricted to only a few metropolitan cities, but to a huge tail of small towns? In India, we have around 9,000 small towns, less than 1 lakh population. So how do you serve this? And instead of having a metropolitan or a big city bias, I think we need to have a more of a regional dimension to climate resilience, because the areas which are beyond the metropolitan cities, the transitional areas, which are actually no man's land, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs do not acknowledge the census towns until and unless they are part of the statutory towns. So once the census towns are notified as statutory towns, then only they come under the urban domain. So I think a lot of synergy needs to happen between the various siloed interventions that are taking place just now. I think we need to integrate not only in our vision, but also in the way we act with regard to various factors, including city resilience. I think that is coming up very sharply. Thank you.
I think I'll have some follow-up question in the second round. To you, Rajiv, I think Bitcam has developed, pioneered a cold mix and a green road technology for reduced carbon emission consumption. How do you think such sustainable construction contribute to building climate as infrastructure in the whole of India? Can you please expand on some of this?
Thank you, sir. And thank you, CII Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development, for recognizing Northeast and calling me here for this Global Sustainability Summit. We have been very active in the domain of developing technologies that could mitigate carbon emissions, especially in the road sector. In the year 2018, we were selected by Department of Science and Technology, Government of India, for funding of our project from a body called Technology Development Board. And we had set it up in Durgapur to scale up this green technology called green bitumen. So on the opportunity side, when we talk about any materials, one is the production of the material where there are emissions, but like cars, when you run your cars, the bigger emissions is there, which you use daily. Similarly, when you make this green bitumen or use the regular hot bitumen, the emission there is very minimal. The real emission is when you keep on applying it to make more roads. And the thumb rule is that for every ton of bitumen that's used in India, it's 500 kg of carbon emissions that we emit. And India currently uses 9 million metric tons per annum of the bitumen for the roads. And 40% of this material is used in urban areas and for our national highways. We could do one of the India's largest pilot in Bihar, where 51 kilometers of a state road could be made using this particular technology. In this 51 kilometers, we mitigated 20 lakh kgs of carbon emissions. And that's almost the fuel value of 5.35 crores, which we saved just because it is all green and there is zero use of fuel to mix the aggregate and the green bitumen and lay it on the road. So this is a little bit of the opportunity that we have created. It's a large opportunity for the country to go green, and maybe in the next round I could contribute on the challenges front when we work closer with the government. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. To you, Gaurav, water is a very scarce resource. So yes. Question I'm asking you, what innovative technologies in water and energy management you are bringing to strengthen our resilient our infrastructure?
Right. Thank you. Thank you, CII, for having me here today. I would start my answer with a broad framework on which everything works. We feel that the connection of resilience starts with the purpose, and then we have planning, and then last is performance. Purpose comes as a vital, it drives your planning, and then you have performance, both in terms of climate mitigation as well as climate resilience. So from a manufacturer and from Grundfos, many of you would know that we are pumps and pumping system manufacturer. But what our purpose is to develop water technologies for climate challenges and water challenges and improve the quality of life for people. And that actually makes the innovation much bigger, and we become relentlessly ambitious. This drives our planning, where we are looking at the resources. So in the planning, resources becomes very important, and then when we look at a pumping system manufacturer puts almost 5 4 to 5% of our revenue in designing of innovative solutions. So the first thing is where it comes from. I think it is driven by the purpose. It goes into the planning where we deploy the resources, and also during the development of our products, we look at all the possible risks. We look at where the systems are going to perform and make sure that the development is happening by documenting all the risk and how the mitigation happens. And the last part is where the solutions which we are developing on comes where we look at the mitigation part and the resilience part. When we look at the mitigation part, there are two factors which come into play. One is we have approved SBTi targets. We make sure that whatever we do in a responsible way. We have sustainability at core of what we are doing. And when we look at the products, I spoke about in the planning, we look at all the risks, what are the systems it is going to perform. So we develop most innovative and energy efficient pumping solution, which reduces the energy efficiency, which increases the energy efficiency and reduces the power consumption. But there is a limit to the way you look at mechanical systems. And then again, through the purpose, we become relentlessly ambitious. And then we move to the next level where we start looking at the systems. And then we see which is the ecosystem on which the pumping system are performing and what are the areas of energy efficiency we are looking at reducing those and reducing the power consumption by looking at the systems approach. And now with the technological development, which ma'am also spoke about, the AI has come into picture. And when we look at AI, we look into predictive maintenance and any infrastructure, if you are able to know how the system is going to perform in future, and if there is some maintenance issues which is known well in advance, I think that makes the system much more resilient. I'll just share one more story because that story connects myself, CII and Grundfos. I was there in 2015 in Chennai when the floods happened. I don't know many of you were there at that time or not, but there were areas which were flooded and there was no way to dewater that area. At that time, with very futuristic planning and looking at what are the kind of risks which can come, Grundfos has developed a mobile dewatering solution which runs on DG sets. So that's where the thinking and the planning comes in. And I was fortunate enough to be part of the task force which CII created, and we went to different areas to deflood that. And that is where we look at, if you have a well-planned system, you can make it much more resilient. We can make sure that the systems are becoming operational. We are able to take the shock which you spoke about and get back to work much faster than you. And when we say relentlessly ambitious, when we develop such systems, we connect with the society. And this is which is very important. Many of the solutions cannot be just solved by the organization itself. Somewhere you have to connect with the stakeholders. You have to get and educate people and work closely to make sure that the overall community becomes resilient. So that's my point.
Thank you, Gaurav. I think one thing happens, you talked about flood. Flood seems to be chasing. When I was in Mumbai, the flood happened. Then I was in Chennai when this 2015 flood happened. And recently when I was in Bangalore. But one thing is common between all the floods is the encroachment of the water flowing into the river is common. Clearly the water flows naturally, as Sir said, the water flows naturally into a river which encroachment seems to be blocking. Now, how did encroachment happen is a different subject, but question is, if God gave you a water flow into a river and if you block that, it will flow into the city back and then you blame the government or ABCD, that's a different issue. I think, sir, coming to you, you happen to house my previous company, Tata Motors, and all the big industries and you do. What role do you think you expect corporates or the citizen engagement model in your area to help you to bring a resilient infrastructure? Because expectation is, I always say, it cannot be only government's responsibility. what do you think those people should play, corporate as well as citizens, to help you to build a resilient infrastructure?
The two parts to your question, right? The first part about citizens. Whenever you talk to citizens about resilient infra or sustainability, there's a lot of difference between walking the talk. If you ask, there are so many people sitting around here, right? And the coats and jackets that all of us are wearing is a clear-cut indication that I don't know how many of us traveled by metro today to this venue. Anyone who traveled by metro? So we have 4 or 5 hands. I think we should give an applause to all these guys. Because the metro station is hardly 8 minutes walking from here. And this area, at least in India, is the best served by walking infra that you can get anywhere in India, for example. And the reason that I'm saying is that, you know, it becomes very difficult when you start engaging with citizens, when you translate the whole entire paradigm of global climate change into what is affecting my life. What is affecting my life as a citizen is whether I reach my office in 1 hour, half an hour, or I reach in 3 hours. What is affecting me is the air that I'm breathing. What is affecting me is probably, if we are connected to rivers, what's the water quality in the rivers, etc. And when you want to translate that into something that citizens would understand, I think there is a lot of conflicting interests that happen in the city. We are trying to build a lot of sustainable walking infra in our city. And we are always up in arms against people who feel that the road has been narrowed down. Because sitting in the car, the guys who create opinion in the cities, right? Who are those people who are on Twitter or who are on Instagram, or, you know, the opinion makers? They're all sitting behind a wheel in a four-wheeler. But we never think about a person who's walking on the road. We never think about a person who might be cycling for work. And when you start entering into that domain, the same very interests start to conflict. So I think it becomes very critical, as he was saying about indulging all the stakeholders, it becomes very important to take care of each and every cross-section of the stakeholders that are there in your city, which might be impacted with the various things that we are doing. And it also becomes very important to translate this entire global paradigm, break it down into what affects the citizens and how you can take the concerns of the citizen forward. So it might be from a pollution angle, it might be a low emission zone. We are trying to dabble into it. It's a very difficult thing to do in India. London has done it, but low emission zone in India are absolute nightmare. I'm beginning to realize it as we are beginning to move towards implementation. When you talk about kachra, waste management, we all want clean, clean cities, clean streets. But many of us don't think twice about dropping a wrapper outside our cars. Not many of you do it. The number is decreasing by the day, but still there are a lot of examples like that. So I think citizen engagement is a very core principle of what we are trying to do. And we've seen, for example, a recent project of Harit Setu, which is again a project that we are very proud of in our city in terms of active mobility. We've won multiple awards also for that. That would be one of the first projects of saturating an entire neighborhood through safe cycle and walking infra, for example. We must have conducted some 100 stakeholder consultations, and 100 is a lower number that I'm telling you. Small groups, neighborhood groups, town hall consultations, right from the project conceptualization stage to the final DPR preparation, putting the DPR out for public comments, implementing the projects. Even in implementation, every day there's a struggle in trying to make people understand why we are doing a particular thing. So I think citizen engagement becomes very critical. Final strand of your question was with regards to industry and with regards to the industrial players. I was just saying when we were sitting in the other room, when we start talking about financing, and I did touch upon the financing part, I think the time has come when the industries should move beyond the entire mind frame of CSR and CER and other things, move beyond that, become important stakeholders in the actual financing of the development of the city. That comes very, very easily through tools like municipal bonds in US. US is a $3.2 trillion municipal bond economy, all driven by cities. But that is also because industries have that faith in the cities, the administration and the government, that their money would be utilized for the city. But that is beginning to happen in India. I would in fact invite all the industry members, whenever a city in your area comes out with a municipal bond, if you can invest that, probably you'll take a bit of a hit if you compare the municipal bond return from an equity market. But then I'm quite sure you might be investing your money in various risk instruments. And municipal bonds are almost, risk-free, not almost, risk-free instruments. And I think if cities become part in terms of investing into the creation of the infra, I think that helps not just the industry situated in that city or in that region, but also the city as well. And one final strand, I think the entire startup energy is something which is, really coming out with solutions. I have 3 examples. We are beginning to collaborate with a startup called AI, which is helping us put a AI modeling, what ma'am was also saying about using the data, putting up AI model for the flood early warning system, based on our topography, based on the width, the encroachments of our nalas, based on our rainfall, etc. We have another startup which is helping us put in, it's called Parking Pal. It was incubated in our own startup ecosystem only, which is helping us put up a whole digitized parking system across the city. We have another startup which is working on the feed that I get from my 7,000 odd CCTV cameras that we implemented in Smart City and otherwise, and analyze those video feeds to give me alerts with regards to floods, give me alerts with regards to traffic congestion, give me alerts with regards to a riot or a crowd, etc. And I think that is where the use of the technology for urban solutions is something that industries can come forward with. I am seeing a lot of interest in that direction. I think more and more industries, especially the technology providers, Mr. Rajiv is a great example of what he is doing in Bitcam. I think all cities should begin to contact him going forward. So such technologies need to come forward to provide the urban problems that we are facing as commissioners, as administrators.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, coming to you in terms of global benchmarks. Now, I've been traveling across the world. Obviously, there are Western technology or Western countries with less population, the kind of infrastructure or the resilient infrastructure they have built. Only in China, like you have ghost towns. Towns have been built with nobody, but they are pushing people to say, go there. Or Beijing as a city where they say, to reduce pollution, which was the most polluted city, today is one of the cleanest because there's no more diesel or petrol cars, only EV cars are allowed for the last 5 years now. Do you think is there any benchmark you study from outside India and which you think those can be adopted in Indian model localized solution which can help us? Do you think you are doing that benchmarking exercise to say what can be done for India, seeing what good practices are across the world?
Thank you. I think it's a very important question. Yeah, we do have collaborations with international organizations, the UN organizations, UNEP. Currently, we are doing a project with the UNEP with 4 cities, Pune, Surat, Puducherry and Agra, and we are also in conversation with Bangalore. So here we are implementing the Urban Shift program, which is Livable Cities in India, a GEF 7 funded initiative which is aiming to demonstrate integrated urban planning that simultaneously reduces GHG emissions, congestion, air pollution, and is also conserving ecologically sensitive areas. So we are trying to provide technical assistance and catalytic investment in these cities, and we are also trying to advance compact growth and low emission transit corridors in transit influence zones, also trying to integrate resilient coastal development and nature-based mobility solutions. So not only in this project, I think also in the cities project where we worked with 12 cities and currently in the cities 2.0 with 18 cities, we have the international experts who join us as transversal experts, helping each of the cities in the areas where they need the help. The Government of India, the KfW, the AFD, the French government and the European Union have joined hands in creating lighthouse cities across the country in trying to bring up circularity in the economy when we are looking at the solid waste management, what best suits that city in terms of customizing the global good practices to the local solutions. We are working on those lines. But yeah, it's not the 10,000 towns and cities which we have in our country, but we have been able to work in a select few, and through the National Urban Learning Platform, which Shekharji is aware of, we are trying to educate or train the other city officials on these good practices. And in one of the meetings on circularity in Jaipur a few months back, our Honorable Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs was also indicating, why don't we pair the states which are doing very well with this, the cities which are doing very well with cities which are not at that level. So the pairing of cities will also help in a direct flow of knowledge from city to city, and that could also improve either the Swachhata or the climate resilience or housing, or for that matter any urban infrastructure across cities. So that is one way of reaching the global practices to the local level through informed policy intervention in our towns and cities. Thank you.
I think, Rajiv, to you, something which we face every day. Whenever you have a pothole, somebody fills, and after 15 days or 1 month, the pothole is back. So whenever there is a rain or any other event, do you think you have a solution which is one, eco-friendly, and two, durable? Because it reduces the traffic speed moment you have potholes. Do you think you have something eco-friendly resident solution for such kind of cities?
So I preempted, I wrote potholes. I somehow preempted that you will put this to me. And yes, I want to answer this. It's a menace. I think entire country talks about it. So potholes are generally a problem, not because of the roads, but because of the drainage. And great road scientists, when they, speak on this topic, they say that forget about the roads, let's make the drainage. And if the drainage is right, there's a concept which anyone can Google called perpetual pavements, where the roads last for even 40 years if there's no traffic increase leading to expansion of the highway or the road network. So the technology that we developed when we first went for the validations, we went to as extreme as Nasik on the west and as extreme as on the mainland to a small village of Bihar. And KK Wag Institute, Nasik, did an 8-year post-construction evaluation. The pothole formation on the road is less than 1%. And a similar report is available from IIT Patna. So the challenge is somewhere else, because the potholes also come out because of this entire ecosystem of road construction, where you will see that most of the tenders that are being floated by the Ministry of Road Transport, they are being bid up to a minus of 40%. So I'm sure the government is not at all wrong when they prepare the estimates with the right intention of getting the best roads for the citizens. But then on the other side of our own ecosystem, we have stakeholders who would want to bid for that work and build that road, And if you make it so efficient that it becomes, unengineered road, I'm sure we will continue to see potholes forever. And so you come from a city called Bangalore. It has similar issues like Mumbai. So I'm sure the larger citizen group needs to be more active to find solutions. But technology is there, sir. The other challenge of working with the green technologies in general is that not every technology has yet achieved the pinnacle of success like a solar, where solar has become cheaper than the thermal. So most of the clean tech, which generally works with the public procurement, is higher on the initial cost, and because of more durability, like the one that we do is minimum 2x life, which I was just mentioning are validated by these institutes. And if you look at the life cycle cost, it's 50% saving. But then somewhere the system at state level does not empower the engineers firstly to have a preferential rate for a clean technology. If there is some valid agency that could validate, maybe like a TERI does for Griha, which could validate that yes, this technology is pollution free, you can go for X plus estimate and go for your tenders accordingly. So somewhere I think those models need to emerge in the country, and we will then achieve more success.
Thanks, Gaurav. I think we're running against time. So the last question to you. Do you think, can you give an example of in your area, a partnership between industry and the government, which can help us to make resilient in terms of your area? One example.
Yes, so there are many where we can connect together with government and work. One of the areas where we see is that when we are designing the systems, there is a lot what we need to do in terms of having the infrastructure, taking care of the technicalities and the design features which ensure that the infrastructure is able to withstand the changes which are coming because of climate. In terms of performance also, it is able to adapt itself to the changing conditions. So I see the inputs related to design when the policies are being designed and when the infrastructure is designed and the urban planning is being done. So involvement of the industry there so that they can give inputs on the technologies which are available and ensuring that the system is much more reliable.
We have really run out of time. We can only take only one question because I have been given a slip to say, sorry, you have exceeded the time. One question, please. Sorry. Please go ahead.
So the question is for you, sir. The question is for you. So there's this challenge of tire wear emissions, which is a difficult challenge, and globally nobody's really been able to address it or is actually addressing it. So in terms of Indian context, regulations and the private sector and Reliance New Mobility, is this on radar? Because with electric vehicles, you have heavier batteries, more tire wear. So it's like PM 2.5, it's really a health hazard. So with EVs, you can tackle the tailpipe emissions, but what happens to tire wear? So
I think, let me just address quickly on the, one is that EV for a bigger vehicle is actually not a solution. Therefore, hydrogen is a better solution for bigger vehicle. EV is a very good solution when it's smaller vehicles and cars and below. So globally, if you see, these are called buses, except because municipal corporation, but tomorrow if hydrogen technology comes, it is much more efficient.
So the question is on tire wear emissions.
I'm just telling you. So if you put heavy vehicles on a load on a vehicle and tire, one is the road conditions, tire wear happens because of overload, and overload at least has coming to a stop. Tire wear for sure is a very good example of to say road and overload if it reduces, doesn't happen, tire wear is not an issue at all. So I will not talk it EV as a subject, but I will say overload and road condition leads to a tire wear leading to pollution. That is the ones we have to solve the problem to say we should not put overload, which government has stopped. EV is not a solution for thing. Therefore, tire wear is something which will resolve if you have good quality roads and a less overload. It will be a normal wear like any other wear.
Exactly. So the wear part is not getting, it will happen in normal conditions. It is a guaranteed thing.
Yes.
But I'm saying there's no solution which is...
no, there's no solution just now.
Yeah, so just wanted to know what is happening on the horizon right now in India.
No, nothing
Okay.
else. Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, we are run out of time. Please go ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we end this session. Sincere gratitude to our panel members and the moderator for making this a meaningful and interesting discussion. Could all our speakers please gather for a group photograph? I now request the moderator, Mr. Nitin Seth, to hand over the token of gratitude to all our panel members. I now request Ms. Tarika Kumar to hand over the token of gratitude to Mr. Nitin Seth. I request all the participants to please be seated. We'll
Good evening, delegates. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the concluding session of the 20th CII Global Sustainability Summit, Reimagining Sustainability, the Power of Purposeful Partnerships. A warm welcome to our panelists, Mr. Balakrishna Pishupati, Country Head, UNEP India, and Ms. Seema Arora, Deputy Director General, Confederation of Indian Industry. May I welcome you to the dais. I would like to hand over to Ms. Arora to take the conversation forward.
Thank you, Shojamoy. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this final session of the CII ITC Center of Excellence for Sustainable Development 20th Global Sustainability Summit. And thank you for joining us today. I am very, very pleased to warmly welcome our guest today on the panel, Mr. Balakrishnan, who is the head of UNEP in India. I have had the pleasure of knowing Mr. Balakrishnan for a long time. In fact, when he was very closely working in the United Nations, New York headquarters, we had actually worked together on the biodiversity COP that happened in India in 2012. So I know that he's so passionate about this subject, has tremendous experience on this topic, and therefore we are fortunate to have you, sir, for this final session of the summit. Through this session, basically, I thought we'll keep it a conversational session with your permission, because I think there's been a lot of, discussion that has happened for the last 2 days, close to 2 days, which has been very interesting. Just to give you an idea of what we have been, discussing. Of course, the whole theme of this event, as you know, is reimagining sustainability and reimagining it from different lenses of regeneration, from responsibility, from resilience, and therefore we had different sessions on these themes. But we had the fortune of having 3 of our ministers, union ministers, address us, and so we got some very good messages from the government on the policy side, how they're looking at the whole area of sustainability. Then we also had, sessions around specific themes, and again the themes, of course, with the lens of industry, but also from understanding of how they are viewing the challenges and the opportunities. And I'll take some of those themes as we do the conversation, but maybe I can start with just saying that what we heard from our 3 union ministers on how India is viewing sustainability going forward, even as we see a lot of headwinds. The whole idea is that we are reimagining sustainability, but there are huge amount of headwinds that we see. The largest country, or one of the most important democracies, has walked out of the convention, as we know, and the European Green Deal is undergoing a lot of changes. But what we heard from our government was that the focus on sustainability stays. While India is growing, and we have had very good growth numbers, as you know, in the last quarter, we have surpassed the growth numbers of the previous year's same quarter. And we will continue to put that focus on growth. We will also keep similar focus on sustainability. That was exemplified. But I do want to hear from you, as you from UNEP India, how you are viewing India's position. What are you seeing from there as India's at that level? And maybe the audience would really benefit from your thoughts on that.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to all of you. Let me first thank CII for the invitation. Certainly, it's not very common that we have these kinds of congregations of the industry coming together to discuss issues like sustainability. And in fact, as you are mentioning about the overall theme of this particular session, is very much aligned to the session of the UN Environment Assembly that is going to be happening in Nairobi in December, where we'll also be looking at the next 4-year program cycle of the UN Environment Program. And very heartening to hear about this particular reinforcement of not just the commitment, but the belief that sustainability stays. But of course, the word sustainability, certainly in as much as it is understood and used, also means different things to different people. When you talk of sustainability to the industry, it's different. When you talk of sustainability to a policymaker, it's different. When you talk of sustainability to a common man on the ground, to a farmer, to a housewife, to a youth, each person understands the word sustainability differently. And the reason for it is, to an extent, they connect with that word much better. The way we want, for example, if I'm working for UNEP, the way I understand sustainability is certainly different from the way perhaps the youth will understand. But the common element that connects all of us is, what is that we can do to ensure that tomorrow is better than today? We do not destroy what we actually, what is called the intergenerational equity part of it. Many of you would have heard this particular phrase, that we inherited this planet from our forefathers, and we should be responsible citizens to hand it over, if not in a better way, at least in the same way as to our grandchildren. So certainly that element of reinforcing the confidence that sustainability will underpin development is something which is extremely progressive. Because gone are the days, because some of you probably would realize 50, 60 years ago, there is this very famous saying that poverty is the worst form of pollution. So we actually have come a whole cycle in terms of understanding how people relate, how sustainability, environment relate to development. It's no more the conversation of is it environment or development, but it is environment and development. It is sustainability and development. A number of commitments made at different levels, ranging from household levels, because there can't be, better citizens of the world than we Indians, where we can say sustainability is a part of our ethos, it's a part of our culture, it's a part of our day-to-day living, to the global commitments countries and heads of state have made under the Sustainable Development Goals. So certainly a number of things have happened, and the number of, commonalities of, even though the approaches towards sustainability may be different, but the end goal that everybody wants to achieve, what they want to achieve in their individual lives, communities and collectively, is something which actually have a lot of similarities and a lot of connects. So that's why it's very heartening to see that element, that sustainability is here to stay, irrespective of, we're not looking at the numbers in terms of economic growth, we are not only talking in terms of the percentages of GDP, which is going up or stagnating or going down, but at the end of the day, the element of it is that tomorrow is more important than today when it comes to environment, and that is where the sustainability discussions comes into play, very, very important and a major role.
Absolutely. I think you raised a couple of very good points, and especially the point that sustainability means different things to different organizations, institutions, and I think that is very relevant, because if we talk of industry, sustainability means environmental sustainability, but also means, economic sustainability, because I remember conversations with business leaders that unless I have the economic muscle, I cannot invest in improving my sustainability, ecologically or social sustainability. So I think that's very important. I also want to this is a global sustainability summit. So we had a lot of, global partners joining us, and global partners also coming in with, ideas on what India could do, ideas on what industry could do. They were also, there have been suggestions that, how India could probably, advance its entire, we have a 2070 target, as we know. And there were conversations that can India actually do it before? Is it practical? And I think one of the questions I also wanted to, maybe get your views on was that, what do you think about, India's 2070 goal? And also we know that a lot of money is required to achieve this 2070 goal. So, do we have the money? Where will this money come from? Can India get this money? What should we do to attract more money? So this is what I would like.
Thank you. It's quite, both a pointed and a philosophical question. What do we do to do better? What do we do to do things, differently? But if there is one thing I should say, having again lived outside India for a number of years, but then been in India for the last 9 months or so, every day is inspiring for me individually, personally. The reason for it is that this is one country where unfortunately we still have not optimized the way we wanted to capture or we want to quantify creativity. The amount of creativity that happens in India, I can very confidently say, not just because of the number of the people in the country, but also the diversity and the scale and the depth of the creativity is something which is mind-boggling. I think we still have not optimized the best way to capture what that creativity means, not just for sustainability, but also for development. So the first element of it is that it's actually a hotbed of creativity. But what normally happens in that kind of a situation is that how do we scale up creativity to innovation? That's where the investments comes into play, a very, very important role. And a lot of you have an important role to play in terms of innovations and consolidating. But if there is one challenge, if personally I would say that I've observed in terms of ensuring that creativity and the innovation is having an impact at the local level, at the subnational level, and the national level, and subsequently at the global level, is a bit of a road that we still need to cover in terms of how do we aggregate, how do we consolidate that creativity and innovation. I think that is something which is very, very critical for India. A lot of things are written about startups, a lot of things are written about investments, a lot of things about the positives, elements, the challenges, shortcomings, all of it. But if there is, to me, one thing that India can potentially invest, it is how do we aggregate, how do we consolidate that creativity and innovation that really can make a much larger impact than what it is now. Related to that are the investments, because there is no one country on this planet, however great your GDP is, that can say we have enough resources to do everything what we want to do. All of us are having our own challenges in terms of where we want to invest, what are our priorities, how do we work at national development. But when it comes to finances, which is also one of the elements of your question, today when it comes to environment, when it comes to sustainability, the demands for investments into sustainability, environmental management and governance is ever increasing. You ask anyone in any Ministry of Environment and Forests, any government, to say how much of reporting, how many commitments that each of the governments across the world has. We are running into dozens of commitments that countries have made in terms of ensuring that they do things right. The Climate Convention, the Biodiversity Convention, the Desertification Convention. I mean, there are dozens of these kinds of multilateral processes where countries have committed to. So the amount of commitments and the amount of responsibilities for countries to implement those commitments. Remember, any of these global discussions, the decisions are global, but the responsibility to implement the decisions are always national. That is the nature of the international environmental law. A COP decides on something, the expectation is that the contracting party to that particular convention will take measures to implement the convention at the national level. So one of the critical elements is that the responsibilities are increasing, but the amount of resources are either stagnating, and in many cases, they actually are also decreasing. So the fundamental challenge there is to ask a very basic question in economics. What's the best return I can get for the dollar invested? And that is where we still have not optimized our approaches or answers to that question. Today we talk of climate finance as if it is completely independent of nature finance. Today we have finances or financial requirements raising resources for example, oceans, or for example, land degradation, pollution. Each one of them, to an extent, is siloed to the extent that they have become sector-specific. I think one of the critical elements that a country like India can take a leadership role in is on how do we integrate the approaches and principles of environmental financing. You know, there is no way we are going to get the resources required. I mean, if you look at climate finance investments that are required in a country, we actually have seen numbers from $1.5 trillion to $2.5 trillion that is required for a country like India to actually make the investments to go, green, to actually meet all the climate change obligations. So the critical element is that how do we integrate our approaches and principles so that for the dollar invested, we get the best possible returns. Move away from just only looking at the climate benefits, only looking at nature benefits, only looking at land degradation benefits. Look at the common benefits or the co-benefits, as we call it, that can be achieved. So that is very, very going to be fundamental in the way the transition is going to happen when it comes to financing, environmental financing. I'm not talking about sectoral financing, I'm talking of environmental financing part of it. But for that, there are two very critical requirements. The first requirement is that for those of you who follow the Convention on Biological Diversity, or the CBD, one of the three conventions that was born out of the Rio Convention, along with the Climate Convention and the Desertification Convention, in 2022, when we had the Conference of Parties, that actually countries have decided for themselves to set 23 global targets in terms of achieving the conservation agenda, conservation, sustainable use of resources, and sharing the benefits of the use. We actually have seen an unprecedented participation of the private sector, especially financing institutions. We had 3,500 institutions coming from the finance and investment background in Montreal, where the Conference of Parties was held. And subsequently, at UNEP, when we did an assessment of, and the countries also decided on two specific targets, one specific target on financing and one specific targets on the role of private sector and industry in sort of achieving some of those targets or some of the elements of the targets. But then after 2 years, subsequently in 2024, there was another meeting at the Conference of Parties held in Cali, when we did an assessment of how much of those commitments have actually been realized when it comes to investments. one very clear message that came out of that particular discussion, especially a discussion between the policymakers and the private sector, financing institutions, multilateral development banks and others, was that it is not about our ability or inability to raise the resource, but it is the predictability, it is the transparency, and it is also the ease with which a country will be able to put in place an enabling policy environment that can help the investments flow. And that, unfortunately, seems to be still a bit of a challenge in many countries where there is potential for investments to come in, but in the absence of having a very clear, very predictable, and very forward-looking enabling environment, a policy environment, regulatory environment, investments are always going to be a challenge. But having said that, a number of initiatives in India, which certainly India need to feel proud that they can take to the world. But of course, given the size and the opportunities in a country like India, the opportunities are many. We are not looking at a tenfold increase of the investments or the results of the impacts of the investment, but we are looking at hundreds of times of these investments going. Is that how do we maximize that? And how we can actually create that policy and the enabling environment in a country where the investments and the finances can start flowing in. So it's a combination of things, creating the policy environment, enabling environment, looking at different approaches to dealing with environmental finance, and lastly and importantly, investing in where it has to be invested in terms of the time. Many times that has always been a challenge. Some time ago I was working as the chairperson of the National Biodiversity Authority, and then we did an assessment of how much India actually works on issue of coastal and marine resources, which was one of the topics for the COP in Hyderabad in 2012. And then when we did an assessment, one thing which really struck us was at that time, we were able to capture 128 institutions in India working on coastal and marine resources, funded by 4 ministries. And then when we asked what is the baseline on which India is going to present elements of a ministerial declaration, the answer was that, we still are working on a baseline. So the difficulty is not about the amount of money you have. Many times, having worked for a number of years, including at the UN, we sort of always say that we need more money. But I know how difficult it is to spend the money. So it is not so much of money that you have, but where do you invest? What is the kind of investment? What is the timing of the investment? Who do you invest with? Who do you invest for? How do we actually look at the key performance indicators of those investments? Some of these things have to be redefined in 2025, 2030, 2045. And in terms of the timeline, certainly, I always say, India many times shies away from overcommitting, but then overperforming and delivering. And we already have seen the Secretary General launched a report, a couple of months ago, where very clearly when we talk of India, we say the second, the third, the fourth, whatever is the number in terms of the emissions. But then there is another dimension to that, which is a positive dimension, that India actually is the third largest, a country with the largest amount of renewables that have been, put on the table. We have achieved it much before the timelines that we have set for ourselves. So what is important is that it is not just to look at the opportunities that are there, but it's also to translate those opportunities to actual things on the ground that will have an impact. And that is why, in as much as we want to have national, global conversations on some of it, it is important to have the local conversations, because that is where a lot of things will matter. And in terms of sustainability, that is where the change has to start. Thank you.
Thank you again. I think many points. Of course, I just want to maybe do a follow-up question with you on the siloed approach that you mentioned, and the need for integration, As much as India can integrate probably, an approach or a finance-structured approach to these different topics of climate or nature or biodiversity or desertification, the global architecture is fundamentally siloed. So, is there a case for the global architecture to also look at it in a different manner? Do we have to reimagine the global architecture of these, multilateral agreements so that they talk to each other. They're not looking, one is looking that side and the other is looking the other side. So how can we do that? And also, while India as a nation can do that, but then would it be possible for India to navigate if the global architecture doesn't talk the same language? So that's the question I have.
Thank you. On many of these, you don't have to wait for a mandate. You can take the mandate and run with it. We don't have to have a global mandate to work on synergies and to work on cooperation and elements of it. But having said that, there are two dimensions to that particular question. See, to an extent, when you talk of all of it, it's correct to say that who actually makes the decisions in these intergovernmental processes? It's not UN, it's not CII, it's not the industry, it's not the civil society organizations. These are the governments. So essentially, when a decision is made at an intergovernmental multilateral process, it's the governments that make the decision. And remember, a number of decisions related to environment, related to sustainability, are even today, thankfully, consensus-based decisions. Very complex. That is why you see many of these negotiations going for up to midnight, next day morning, and maybe 2 days later, extension of the, concluding session to have a decision on it. So having said that, the first element of it is that the countries actually need to come together and decide on where the priorities are, because essentially decisions are made by the countries. Whether to have 20 targets or 23 targets or 15 targets, our decisions are made by the countries. That's the first part of it. The second part of it, just about a few days ago, we actually have concluded the Asia-Pacific Ministerial meeting in relation to preparing for the Environment Assembly coming up in December. It was held in Fiji, one of the Pacific Island states. And an agenda, for example, as UNEP we are working, but globally a number of organizations are working, reinforced by Japan, was for, or asking for, a renewed commitment from the Environment Assembly. When I say renewed commitment from Environment Assembly, renewed commitment from the member states, that countries will work synergistically and will ensure that even though the mandates, the decisions related to some of these are coming from various different processes, implementation will have that connect, implementation will have that synergy and coherence. If you take the investments that are coming in for many countries, not essentially a big one for India, but for a number of countries, the Global Environment Facility, the Green Climate Fund are the two major sources of multilateral support for a number of countries. One thing that has now been clearly said as a fundamental enabler for both the Global Environment Facility and the Green Climate Fund is to have policy alignment and coherence at the national level. So certainly a number of ideas have been put together. These are not new, because I've started working on synergies across the multilateral environmental agreements almost about 15 years ago at UNEP. But then what happens is that the proof is in the pudding. You can't look at synergies as a decision at a COP. Synergies has to happen at the action level on the ground. That is where the investments, that is where countries need to actually create that space and create that governance system where policy alignment and policy coherence will be fundamental to a number of these activities that we do to implement, to realize many of these objectives or these aspirations we have.
I think that's a fair point, that even if the countries are deciding at a global level, the implementation can be coherent, and I could not agree more. I want to bring in a final point before maybe we can ask if somebody has from the audience, and that is, we heard even in this summit, and we have in the past also talked about the whole idea of how consumers actually need to, or how can we actually influence consumers more. And as we sit in CII, the industry body, we also take this quite seriously, that industry has the power through their products, their services, experiences that they offer every day. They can influence the way citizens and consumers make choices. Even if it is B2B, you can influence if you're a buyer, and if you're a consumer, you can. And the responsibility is also to inform, right? And I know that, there have been conversations in the past where I have been involved with the UN also, where this has also been a topic that you have had certain views on. So I just wanted to, give you a chance to say how could maybe CII work more, how could industry work more, what could we do to make our partnership more purposeful, which is what the session is all about, to maybe achieve this objective as well.
Thank you. Very important point. I mean, in terms of influencing consumers, influencing the society. I was just talking to one of my friend and colleague. I said that if there is something which I would definitely like to do in India, as quickly as possible, is to actually look at the possibility of having a national summit of advertising companies for environment. I said, so many summits, why do you have to have another summit with advertising? I said, they are the best communicators. From a safety pin to a rocket, they can sell to the consumer in 10 seconds, 2 words, 3 words flat. So the first element of it is what we communicate, how effective we are in communicating. Today it's not about messaging, it is also about who is actually giving the message. The reason why everything is related to influencers and influencing today is because that is where people are actually looking for answers, looking for support and elements of it. And if there is one thing again, working for UNAP in India that I'm personally interested in, we've already started looking at some small investments into that. We can have the best possible laws, regulations, rules, frameworks. You can have all the money on this earth. You can have the best institutions, you can have the best science, best experts. But if the individual behavioral change doesn't happen, none of it is going to make an impact. You can't say we have the best sewage treatment plant when everybody is dumping waste onto the river. So the fundamental element of any of the change, environment or sustainability or development or even our future livelihoods, it's going to be on how we are going to be influencing behavioral change. But for a lot of us, when you talk of behavioral change, many of us fail to understand that behavioral change is not just organizing one workshop, a training program, putting a poster, coming up with a playbook to say how different things are. There is a whole lot of science behind cognition and behavioral change. And that is what we want to invest at UNEP, is that how can we actually have a structured program that can bring in that behavioral change at the individual level. But when you come to consumer choices, we actually have, to an extent in India, flipped the coin. I always say we Indians are very cost conscious. I was reading a very nice cartoon some time ago, which was, celebrating ISRO's launch of a satellite. And the cartoon said somebody asking a scientist in ISRO saying that how many kilometers per liter? It's a very interesting, way of looking at things. So the fundamental element of consumer behavior and change will come because we have to now shift from one fundamental element of consumer choices, which is convenience. Because if you take plastics, for example, it was a great invention. It became almost inevitable, but it has now become an illusion. So we are so addicted to plastics that our lives are so sort of intertwined with the use of it, we actually have challenges. So what can the industry do? Given the ability, especially in a country like India, where the consumer choices are now getting more informed, more finessed, more refined, day by day, and these are not only the youngsters who are, the Gen Z or Gen Alpha or whatever it is, across the age groups. Can we do something where it's not about the informed choice, but about choices that actually are willing to make that small investment to the future? I was just talking to you just a few minutes ago, before we came in, that we organized a meeting of a few of the industry leaders on the plastics challenge, because this year, the World Environment Day, the theme was how do we end plastic pollution, how do we reduce plastic pollution. A lot of discussions about a number of things, starting from wrappings to reducing use to alternates, to a lot of composting related innovations that are happening and all of it. But then the biggest challenge, to an extent where a lot of us are still unable to find a suitable intervention to deal with it are the small packets on the sachets. Great intervention in terms of ensuring that the consumers are able to access things. Maybe, when this entire sachet revolution happened, it was about reaching to the last man, reaching to the person who needs it but unable to afford a larger packet of it. But today it has started to hit us so badly, the multi-layer packing. Today, is there anyone collecting this? No. Is there segregation options? No. Are there enterprises related to actually looking at how do we recycle, how do we reuse this? No. And if there is, of all the things, one of the things that really is creating flooding in cities, even at the level of villages, is the choking of the drains, and many of them caused by these sachets which are not collected, which are thrown away, which are going to be there. So one of the questions we asked was, is there alternate packaging technology available? And you were there in that event. The answer was an astounding yes. We do have that. Then what is stopping us from deploying that? The cost. So when you are looking at an alternate technology, this is what I also said. It's not about you having an invention, you having an innovation, but how do you scale up the innovation so that it can have an impact. So today, a 1 rupee 50 paisa or a 2 rupee sachet to be sold in the market, the general perception of the industry is that it's going to be too difficult because we are looking at a 25% or a 50% increase in the cost. It's not going to be, market, it can't be viable in terms of. But today, the average consumer choices and the average consumer behavior in India has changed. Are we investing in capturing those kinds of behavioral changes from the industry? I think that is going to be a very, very critical and important question that all of us need to ask. So gone are the days that we are only looking at is it 1 rupee or is it 2 rupees. Today people are willing to put that an extra rupee if they see the value of that 50 paisa, 25 paisa, 1 rupee extra into what they are doing. So the important element of it is not just about how innovative we are, what kind of alternate we have and what is that we are able to do, but how do we connect and communicate to that particular individual consumer that he or she will see the value of spending on sustainability. I think if that is one critical element that we can focus on from the industry, I think we certainly would have sort of addressed a significant part of the consumer behavior element of it. And certainly, again, there is also a reverse element there. It's not just the industry influencing the consumer, it's consumer also influences the industry. But that is where I think we need to be a little bit more open. We need to have our eyes and ears open to listen to those signals. And we have not just dozens, hundreds of businesses that actually have benefited not from their intervention of reaching out to the consumer, but listening to the consumer, hearing the consumer, and reverse engineering, their marketing, their product development, their innovations and investments into the market.
Thank you. I think in a way you have given us some points for our next summit also, what we should be doing. And of course, in preparation to that, and we have a team, which works closely on this subject, and they've been doing some research on consumer behaviors, and I'm sure we will come to you with what we learn from that. I want to give the chance to the audience now, if there is any question, and we will get a mic, and we'll just take a few, if you allow us. I know that we are towards the end of our time, but we will take maybe 2-3 questions. Yeah.
Good evening, ma'am. I am Amruta from JSW Steel. Firstly, I would like to congratulate you on completing 20 years of Center of Excellence. This summit has been very insightful, especially for people like me who are new in this field. So, based on what I understood, the major goal of this summit is to create awareness on sustainability related practices, both in industrial and also in domestic usage. So, I was really curious. So, are we putting it into practice here at the summit? Like, are we using the notepads, pens, pencils, these table tents, etc.? They all seem to be brand new. So, are we using them with recycled materials, or are they new? And are you planning to use recycled materials in the next coming sessions? Please answer me, ma'am.
Sure. So yeah, we have not given you any agenda because it's all electronic, one thing, right? This is all recyclable as far as I know. My team can clarify if it is not, but this is fully recyclable. We take back this so that we can use it for our other events. There will be an announcement. The diary people should carry because they should not leave it here, otherwise we will take it back. Yes, this particular tent card that you noticed will be taken back and given for recycling. It's not made of recycled paper. That's how we are trying to do this. Any other question? Okay. Any question for Mr. Balakrishnan? Yeah. Okay. Any question for me? I would, because she had a question for me, so just checking if anybody further has any questions for CII. Okay, great. So obviously we are at the end of a very long summit, and we've had, yeah, there is a question. Okay. Okay.
Hello everyone, my name is Ashwini Rudeja from One Infiniting. I work on clean air with rural and tribal communities. So my question is for Mr. Balakrishna Pisupati. Sir, how can I work with you directly, because I'm a small, medium, micro enterprises. I do not know how to work with you directly. There might be a lot of NGOs, a lot of social sectors will be working with you directly, but I never got opportunity to connect with you. I'm available for work 24/7. Even during the night hours, 2 o'clock, you say, Ashwini, let's go for work. I'm ready. Thank you. No, I'm serious. I'm serious on this.
No, I understand. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I'll certainly will give you my card, so you're most welcome to write. Because one of the things that we now have started working, at least from UNEP in India, is that, again, how much ever resources we have, we can't do everything. Environment is such a complex, but also a subject where you need 24/7 investments of time and minds and resources to doing it. But having sort of been very conscious of that particular fact, that our ability to make that change is limited unless we are able to work with partners, unless we are able to work with others who already, have a passion and an interest to work on it, will not be able to deliver much. So one of the fundamental things we are doing at UNEP is exactly to look at where we can have that larger partnerships. And in fact, again, I was talking to Ms. Sima, we actually are now launching a second phase of the air quality management initiative. And I said it's not about how much we are going to be doing from UNEP on what to deal with it, but then CII has a whole program related to that. Is there anything that we can do together? So we don't have to first reinvent the wheel, but our ability to actually reach out is much higher than as UNEP we trying to do something individually or independently. So one of the fundamental philosophies with which we now start working is on how do we work with like-minded entities and colleagues. But having said that, there is also a little bit of a transaction cost. If I have 100 people sending me an email about wanting to connect, we will try to do it, but then there is a limitation. And that is why we always look for consortia. Even one of the elements that we actually sort of concluded as a part of the World Environment Day celebrations was that in all of it, our preference is to work with consortia, so that we'll be able to get both the depth as well as the breadth of expertise and experience for us to move this forward, but more than happy to connect with you.
Thank you. Yes, in fact, I happened to see one of the magazines lying on the tables. I've gone through particularly on clean air. So my humble request to Seema ma'am that I would like to even join the clean air chapter. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for the insights.
Certainly. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, there's a question there. If Onkar, you can get the mic to that lady there, and before we have 3-4 minutes. Yeah.
Hello, sir and madam. My name is Vanashka, and I have just left my corporate job at McKinsey to follow my passion for sustainability. And my agenda to come to this convention was basically to explore the world of sustainability, which I'm just stepping into, and to identify the gaps that exist and find a direction basically. If I would like to utilize it to get some direct words of wisdom and guidance from you all. Thank you.
Thank you. I should say congratulations, because not many of us have the courage to do it. Thank you, and good luck with your passion. We actually run a major youth network, which is facilitated by UNEP. Started with actually working with youth on ending plastic pollution. It's called Tide Turner's Plastic Challenge. As a part of it, we actually have a network of about 750,000 youth across the country working with us on a number of different things. But always what fascinates me when, I hear a comment like what you mentioned or when I speak to the youth, is that unlike us professionals coming together to discuss these issues because of our career choice, because of our domain expertise, because of our own experience of working on these issues, when the youth come together, they actually come together for the passion. That's why I always say addressing youth needs a very different kind of a skill, where you will have youth coming from banking background to finance background to environmental background to lawyers to people who actually are historians, people who actually have worked on It's actually a mix. It's such a heterogeneous mix of people who come together, but their interest is what is that we can do to make their lives better for tomorrow. So the first thing is connect, because there is so much that we can do as an individual, but there is so much more we can do when you're connecting with like-minded colleagues, like-minded groups, kind of a thing. And secondly, there are two dimensions to any of this. There is a dimension which is related to your interest and passion, but there is also a dimension which is personal and economic. Don't ignore that. That's very fundamental, because your ability to do service, your ability to deal with environment or sustainability should be based on your ability to earn and sustain your life also. So it should not be competing demands in terms of doing it, but how do you actually be able to work together so that there is no compromise that you are making between those two. But certainly a great initiative, great idea. But again, 2 points: connect with people and ensure that you balance. It's not the work-life balance, but it is also the environment-economic balance.
Thank you, Mr. Balakrishnan. I think with this we are going to close the session, but before we close the session, I just need to probably mention a few points. One, I want to thank the audience because you have been great. And I want to thank all our partners, all our sponsors who have made it possible for us to, do this summit. I also want to thank my team, tremendous team, which helps us put together this thing every year. And 20 years they've been doing it with me, so I want to thank each one of them. There's the power of partnerships as we see. So I think we see a lot of partnerships and our partners are represented there. One more partnership that we have is also with the corporate sector. CII has members. Our partner in this is the CII, with CIITC Centers, ITC. I want to thank ITC for this, support, guidance, and for the belief that CII can actually make this happen. When I said partners, we have members. We also have members who are doing work with us, so I want to thank them. They have taken a tremendous journey. And I think this is just the beginning, because I think sustainability, as you very beautifully articulated, means different things to different people. It also means that it's a journey. There is no end point. We reach milestones, we define new milestones, and we continue to grow. So I think this is what we keep doing. And with this, I'd like to pass it back to Shrajamoy, my colleague, who is going to formally end the session for us. Over to you, Shrajamoy. Thank you.
Thank you. Warm round of applause for this session, for the conversation that we have had. I would request the two of you to please step forward for a photograph. And I would request Ms. Seema Arora to please give a token of gratitude to Mr. Pisupati. Delegates, with this we conclude the 20th CII Global Sustainability Summit. A big thank you to all of you for making this summit a success. And I request you to join us for high tea. And a final request before leaving the venue, please drop your lanyard at the registration desk to allow us to reuse the lanyard for future events. Thank you.